America. Alabama. Thomas Weisenhant.
Oh, wait. Whoops.
Thomas Warren Weisenhant was born and committed his crimes in Alabama. He was born on January 29th, 1947, and was convicted for the murders of 3 women between 1976 and 1977. He abducted, assaulted, and murdered these victims and then mutilated their bodies. Weisenhant was arrested in 1977 after being caught in the act of disposing of a victim's body. He was convicted and then sentenced to death in 1978. And despite multiple attempts to appeal this decision, he was executed via lethal injection on May 27th, 2010. Gruesome start to this video, and it doesn't get much better. Also, it's just wild to me that someone could be on death row for 32 years. Moving on. Alaska. Robert Hansen. Robert Christian Bose Hansen was born on February 15th, 1939 in Iowa, but later moved to Anchorage, Alaska, where he lived a life of crime. Hansen was also known as the Butcher Baker for reasons we'll get into, and this individual was seriously twisted. He was an active serial killer in Alaska from 1972 to 19...
I'm just glad he's here, so I don't have to restart my PC on some stupid shit. Bitch ass better be here. God damn it. How you been today, Jafet? I assume you just got off school? That's what's up. Pretty sure that's just a East Coast or a South thing, because I've heard of other places where it's like everybody gets off at school at like 1, 2 p.m. I'm like, what the fuck do y'all do all day? Like, how? When my sister moved from where, like, moved in my grandma, she went to a high school. There was no reason mentioned, but every Wednesday they would leave. They would get to leave school at 12. What? Why the fuck? Damn. Why the middle schoolers get off that late? That's fucked up. Objectively, middle school is worse. I think hands down middle school is terrible. And I think, I'll say this 100% legit, middle school teachers deserve to get paid double than every other. Oh, well that's different. I thought it was just like, man, fuck them kids. They staying longer. Like, I was like, damn, okay. Holy shit, Razer Cortex Silver? Wowzers. Guys, I can get, wow, oh my goodness. I'm gonna join that. Dog, I don't want notifications. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't give a fuck about no Razer stupid shit, man. I didn't get nothing while I wasn't actively here. And before you ask, I got one huge, and it was another B. That's it. Which, if you thought, if I, like, sounded like unhappy with shit before in regards with, like, or not unhappy, but just making it seem like it's nothing, like, whenever I got Like, I'm like, I only got 2 huges. You thought that was bad before? It's gonna be up a notch now, because now I have 6 accounts. There should be no excuse why I'm not getting a shit ton more huges. It's gay.
1983, a total of 11 years. And unfortunately, in that time, assaulted and murdered 17 women. Or I should say, at least 17 murders and assaults. It is alleged that he has up to 37 kills and up to over 31 assaults as well. One of his methods of killing these women would be abducting them and then releasing them into the wilderness, where he would then hunt them for sport using guns and even hunting knives, which obviously plays in the name of the butcher baker. And the baker part comes from the fact that he actually owned a successful bakery. Hansen was caught after all of these years when one of his victims who got away led police directly to him. Once caught, he confessed and was sentenced to 461 years in prison without possibility of parole. This monster died in prison on August 21st, 2014. Arizona, Mark Godot.
Mark Gadakadi. Gadakada-o. I just need to know who's buying this. Like, legitimately. Like, I feel like people that have shit for this much, they legit just left their accounts on. Or they lost the password. What up, Dell? Dang, I really am becoming a petite bitch. I only ate 2 chicken tenders and I'm not hungry anymore. Pussy. What the fuck's wrong with me? Hey, Dell. You got a bunch of party boxes you want to sell me?
Mark Godot was born on September 6, 1964 in Phoenix, Arizona. Although his time active...
I'll buy them for 900, or we'll do a clean 1,000 per, if you have them. Need to get enough to where I can send 10,000 to each account or so.
Was only a mere 10 months, the level of terror he was able to bring to the Phoenix metro area was almost unbelievable. Mark Godot, also known as the Baseline Killer, was a serial killer, kidnapper, thief, and assaulter. In this 10-month spree from 2005 to 2006, not only did he commit 9 murders, but has also committed 84 other felony charges. Mark Godot was a seriously bad guy, and in 2006 was sentenced to multiple death sentences, and now he currently awaits execution on death row. According to the available data, he was only active as a serial killer and serial assaultist for the 10 months that it claims, although I find it hard to believe that Mark was simply a great dude before this time frame. One reason I believe this is because one of the felonies that he committed, mind you, one of the total 93, is a crime that involves him robbing and assaulting a 12-year-old girl at gunpoint. Scum. Moving on. Arkansas. Ronald Gene Simmons. No, not Gene Simmons, the guy your dad thinks is really cool.
Some right there. A decent bit. Yo, Dell, you want to buy some fruit? Yo, I heard your alts don't have max mastery. Haha. Buy some fruit, big dog. Yo, big dog. Buy some fruit. I'm gonna save the fruit either way because whenever they make it an option where you can toggle on, what is it? Where you can toggle on fruit, but like you can change which fruit to toggle on. Nah, you don't have max master. That's a visual bug. You need to buy more of my shit. What you DC Young Fly today say? He was like, wait, what'd you just send me? Wait, how many did you just send? 30,000? Give a fuck it, yo mommy got it. How many did you send me? You sent me 30,000, right? $35,000? Okay. So times 1,000, or 2. Appreciate it.
The guy that your dad paints his face like, the guy that your dad gets too drunk listening to and hits you, that's Gene Simmons. This is Ronald Gene Simmons. Back on a serious note, Ronald Gene Simmons was a mass murderer who killed 16 people, including 14 family members. Almost as if he was competing with Mark Godot, who committed 9 murders in 10 months, Ronald Gene Simmons committed 16 murders in only 7 days. In Arkansas during December 1987. Ronald G. Simmons was born on July 15, 1940. Simmons served in the military before moving to Arkansas, and on December 22nd to 28th in 1987, he methodically murdered his family members at his home and then later killed 2 other people and injured 4 more in a nearby town. He was arrested without resistance and was convicted of the murder. Simmons was sentenced to death and executed by lethal injection on June 25th, 1990. Gene Simmons from the band Kiss wanted to rock and roll all night and party every day. Ronald Gene Simmons from Arkansas wanted to kill people. California.
Also, what was that fucking image you sent me yesterday about that Titanic and you said post it in my clan? What the fuck was that about? Okay, cool.
Richard Ramirez. Richard Ramirez, also known as the Night Stalker, is likely one of the most infamous names on this list. Strangely, I have never covered him on the channel, even though I've made numerous videos about serial killers. Ramirez was born on February 29th, 1960 in El Paso, Texas.
February 29th? Oh. It was that bait leap year, baby. That is not how you spell El Paso. Jafet, deleter, get his ass. This is y'all. Y'all gotta fight him. Yeah, y'all gotta fight him, by the way. Y'all gotta get him.
But moved to California at the age of 22. Ramirez's crimes were heavily influenced by his troubled childhood, and he even had a cousin who taught him military skills that Ramirez ended up later using during his killing spree. That killing spree, and honestly crime spree, which also included assaults and burglaries, took place in the greater Los Angeles area from 1984 to 1985. During this time, he committed numerous heinous crimes such as home invasions, murders, and assaults. His crime spree, marked by extreme violence and satanic rituals, created wide widespread fear throughout the LA area. And fortunately, he was caught on August 31st, 1985, where he was convicted of 13 murders, 5 attempted murders, 11 assaults, and 14 burglaries. He was sentenced to death and remained on death row until he died of cancer on June 7th, 2013. Colorado. Scott Lee Kimball. Scott Lee Kimball was a former FBI informant who was convicted of murdering at least 4 people between 2003 and 2004 while working with the FBI. Kimball was born on September 21st, 1966 in Boulder, Colorado. Kimball was a skilled forager who ran a legitimate business buying and selling organic beef, but primarily used his business as a vessel to enrich himself by passing on bad checks and other forged documents. This is relevant because Kimball would forge documents of his murder victims to make it appear as if they were still alive after they were already dead. Kimball exploited his informant status to evade suspicion and continued his crimes until inconsistencies caught up to him and he was arrested. Not only did he expose flaws in the FBI's informant program, but he was also sentenced to 70 years in prison, where he currently stays today. Oh, and if you're curious who the victims were, it was his uncle, his stepdaughter, and 2 of the girlfriends of inmates. This is almost exactly what I meant when I said that I don't believe someone who was an active serial killer was just a good person before their killing spree. This is a great example of that. Connecticut. Michael Ross. Michael Bruce Ross was born on July 26, 1959 in Connecticut. Ross was also known as the Roadside Strangler and the Eggman, whatever that means. Between 1981 and 1984, he murdered and assaulted 8 young women in New York and Connecticut. According to people.
Is that called Jafet Riz? Is that called Riz?
People that knew him growing up, he exhibited antisocial behavior from a very young age. He was sentenced to death for his crimes in 1987 and was executed via lethal injection in 2005. A fun fact about Michael Ross is that he was the last person to be executed in Connecticut before they abolished capital punishment in 2012. Delaware. Stephen Pennell. Stephen Brian Pennell, also known as the Route 40 Killer, was born on November 22nd, 1957. Interestingly, Pennell is Delaware's only known serial killer in modern history. Good job, Delaware. But unfortunately, that doesn't make his situation any better. Pennell was convicted of the murder and assault of 2 women and was suspected of 3 others. As the name suggests, he abducted most of his victims on Route 40. Pennell was sentenced to death and executed via lethal injection in 1992, making him the first person executed in Delaware in over 46 years. Florida. Eileen Wuornos. I've actually covered Eileen on the channel before, and her story is really quite interesting. Not only was she a female serial killer, but she was a female sex worker who targeted her male client. From 1989 to 1990, while she was working as a prostitute along the highways of Florida, Eileen killed and robbed 7 of her male clients. When caught, she claimed that she was simply defending herself from assault, but that story didn't quite work. Wuornos was arrested in 1991 and convicted of 6 murders and was executed via lethal injection in 2002. Fun fact about Eileen is that there's actually a movie made about her story called Monster, which released in 2003. Georgia. Wayne Williams. Williams, also known as the Atlanta Monster, the Atlanta Boogeyman, and the Atlanta Child Killer, was born on May 27th, 1958. Wayne was only ever convicted of 2 murders, those being the murders of 2 adult men. But what's peculiar is the fact that he is heavily suspected of being responsible for the murder of 24 children. From 1979 to 1981, there was a spree of child murders in Atlanta known as the Atlanta Child Murders. I find it quite interesting that there's enough evidence to heavily suspect Wayne of being responsible for a very specific number of these murders, but not enough evidence to convict him. I guess it's fortunate that he was at least convicted of these 2 adult murders, but I'm sure his story would be much different if he was convicted of at least some of the child murders he was suspected of committing. Hawaii. Randall Saito. Randall Saito is admittedly not a serial killer, but he is still a killer. Saito randomly and brutally killed a woman at Ala Moana Center in 1979, and since then has been spending time in a mental institution as he was acquitted of this murder due to insanity. That's upsetting and scary. What else is scary is the fact that he escaped the mental hospital in 2017. He walked out of the facility, took a taxi to the airport, and flew to California using a fake name. Fortunately, Saito was caught days later and was charged an additional 5 years for the escape, but his escape definitely raised questions about the security lapses at the hospital. Like, I know Hawaii is laid back and chill, but it boggles my mind that in 2017, Not 1987. In 2017, he just walked out, took a taxi, and took a flight with a fake name. Wild. Idaho. Paul Ezra Rhodes. Paul is one of your more or less cookie-cutter serial killers. He went on a killing spree, killed young women, was convicted of some of the murders, was suspected of more, and was executed via lethal injection. Like everyone on this list, this dude was horrible and disgusting. Illinois. John Wayne Gacy. If you're the type of person to be watching this video, then you're probably the type of person who knows who John Wayne Gacy is. He is one of the most infamous American serial killers and is widely known for his assault, torture, and murder of at least 33 young men and boys. Gacy's story is long and well documented, and I will only be giving a brief overview in this video, but if you're interested, there's a lot of documentaries. Gacy famously lived a double life, as he was seen as a pillar of the community by throwing events for the neighborhood. He was a manager at KFC and then started a construction business after spending some time in jail. Gacy was known as the killer clown because during his community events, he would typically dress up as a clown to entertain his neighbors. Although, unfortunately, for some of his victims, he would also dress up as the clown and assault and murder them. Gacy's story is extremely disturbing and was ultimately caught when bodies were discovered underneath his floor in his basement. Gacy was arrested on December 21st, 1978. He was then sentenced to death in 1980 and executed via, you guessed it, lethal injection in 1994. If a clown ever asks you if you want to try getting out of handcuffs, don't do it. Indiana. Herb Baumeister.
Name is Herb. Part of KFC.
Baumeister is a serial killer from Indiana and was active from the 1980s to the 1990s. He is suspected to have murdered at least 11 men and possibly all the way up to over 25 men. Due to the fact that there was no trial, this is all suspected, which is something we'll get into, but it's pretty certain. Why I say that is because human remains were found on Baumeister's property. Not only were the remains of 11 men found on the property, but there was also over 10,000 bone fragments scattered across the grounds of his farm. It is believed that Baumeister would lure victims into his home, specifically gay men, where he would then assault them and then kill them before burying their bodies. Once the police caught on and began looking for Baumeister, he had already escaped to Canada, where he took his own life in a national park before police could ever catch up to him. And for that reason, he was never convicted and never sentenced. But I think he knew what he had coming. Iowa. Earl Nelson. Earl Nelson is one of the oldest entries on this list so far, being born on May 12th, 1897 in California. Earl Nelson was also known as the Gorilla Man or the Dark Strangler. He was a serial killer, a assaultist, and a necrophile, and was also considered to be the first known serial assault murderer in the 20th century. He committed over 22 murders and also 22 separate attacks all across the west coast of the United States, including primarily Iowa. Nelson targeted landladies and their daughters and would gain entry to their homes by posing as a prospective tenant. He would then strangle the victims and do extremely unspeakable things. Nelson was caught in Canada, of all places, in 1927 and was executed by hanging, not lethal injection. So there you go, something new. Kansas. Dennis Rader. Okay, so this guy is wild. Everybody on this list is a complete lunatic, but this one in particular, I just finished watching a documentary about him. He was known as the BTK killer, which is actually an acronym for his routine, I guess you could say. He would bind, torture, and then kill his victims. And that's how he referred to himself as well. He was active in Wichita, Kansas from 1974 until 1991, a huge gap. What's even crazier is that he wasn't even caught until 2005 when he was arrested and pled guilty to all of the murders. What's potentially even crazier than his time active as a killer, or the large gap after his active period where he was just still free, is the fact that he would also, during his time active, would taunt the media outlets and police by leaving detailed messages describing his crimes. The only reason he was ever even caught is because in 2004, after a 13-year hiatus, he decided it was a good time to start rewriting letters and begin taunting the police again, when at this point, technology was advanced and they weren't playing around, and they caught him shortly after in the following year, and he was arrested, like I mentioned, in 2005. He's currently serving 10 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Kentucky. Donald Harvey. This monster is a little bit different than some of the other monsters on this list. Harvey was a killer who claimed to have 87 murders, but was only confirmed to have 37. Still a ludicrous amount. He was active in Ohio, Kentucky between 1970 and 1987, a 17-year span. He gave himself the name the Angel of Death, and it'll all make sense in a sec. Harvey was a healthcare worker and said that he started killing his patients to simply put them out of their misery, but said he eventually grew to enjoy killing his patients. Harvey would typically kill his victims by poisoning them with cyanide or suffocating them with a pillow. How Harvey was caught after doing this for so long, 17 years, is because the last victim he ever killed was a man who was on life support for several months after a motorcycle accident. His autopsy revealed the large amount of cyanide in his system, and then people began to grow suspicious, specifically of Harvey. They became extremely suspicious of him when they learned that he was forced to resign from a previous job in a Cincinnati hospital when he was caught stealing body parts for an occult ritual. Wild that he was even able to continue working in healthcare at all. Harvey lived in prison from 1987 all the way up until 2017 when he was found in his cell severely beaten and then later succumbed to his injuries and died in prison. It's crazy to me that someone working in healthcare with a very strange and peculiar history is able to kill at least 37 people over 17 years and not get caught for so long. We're not even halfway done this video yet, and we've heard some disgusting and deplorable stories. And I'm sorry to inform you, it doesn't get much better. Derek Todd Lee. Lee was born on November 5th, 1968, and was from St. Francisville in Louisiana. He is also known as the Baton Rouge serial killer and is known for his killing spree from 1998 all the way up to 2003, where during this time, he terrorized Baton Rouge and surrounding areas by committing at least 7 murders of, you guessed it, women. Before his murders, he was a great guy, right? No, not at all. Before his murder charges, Lee was actually arrested for stalking women and watching them in their own home. In an interesting twist, despite this previous arrest, during the search for this serial killer, the police overlooked him because they assumed the serial killer was white. However, Lee was eventually linked to all of these murders of these women in Louisiana via DNA tests, and in 2004 he was put on trial and was sentenced to death. Lee did not end up being killed via lethal injection because he actually died of heart disease in the hospital while on death row at the ripe old age of 47. Maine. James Hicks. Hicks is the only known serial killer from the state of Maine, and information on him was not easy to find. But the long and short of the story is, in 1977, his wife magically disappeared, which caused suspicion, but not that much suspicion because Hicks was not arrested until 1983 and convicted a year later in 1984. Before this arrest, another woman went missing who was last seen at a bar with Hicks. He was never arrested for this disappearance because there was never enough evidence to connect him to it. But after he was suspected of his wife's disappearance 6 years later, they tied the two together. For both of these disappearances, he was only sentenced to 10 years and only served 6 of them and was released from prison in 1990. Once he was released, he met another woman, started a life with her, moved in with her, and 6 years later, murdered her. He was suspected in her disappearance, but Hicks was never charged with her death either because of a lack of evidence. This guy was slimy. The only reason that Hicks was caught is because he was in Texas holding a gun to a 67-year-old woman's head, forcing her to sign over the title of her car to him and then write a note you would write to your loved ones telling them you won't be around, if you get my drift. He planned to drug and drown the woman to make it look like she did it, but this woman somehow escaped and Hicks was caught for this act, sentenced to 55 years, and during this time confessed to the 3 other murders he committed and actually led the Maine authorities directly to the sites where he buried these bodies. But yeah, Maine's only serial killer was a disgusting guy who got way too lucky for way too long. Maryland. Joe Matheny. Matheny is a
Like, he's the one person I've always seen. They talk about serial killers. I'm like, they should have just known already. His last name was Metheny. Hey, let's be fucking for real for a moment. Like, serious? Said bro's last name is Metheny. And nobody decided to check on him? Just, he's cleared. Yes.
hilarious name specifically for this dude because he looks like he enjoys meth-eny. He was born in Baltimore, Maryland, and claimed to have killed 13 people, but was only ever convicted of 2 of these murders. Research later confirmed 3 additional victims through matching his confessions to evidence. So he was convicted of 2, confirmed 5, and claims up to 13. He specifically preyed on homeless men and prostitutes, luring them in with the promise of food and drugs, and actually would just give them death. Notably, Metheny dismembered some of his victims and even disposed of their remains at a meat stand where he worked. He was arrested in 1996, convicted of multiple murders, and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. And in 2017, he was found dead in his cell. So that's him. Massachusetts. Albert DeSalvo. DeSalvo, also known as the Boston Strangler, I think the third or fourth strangler on this list so far, is a serial killer who confessed to the murder of at least 13 women in the Boston area between 1962 and 1964. DeSalvo would gain entry to his victims' homes by posing as a handyman. He, not shockingly, would strangle his victims to death. Very interestingly, DeSalvo was never convicted for any of these murders, but was imprisoned for other crimes. In 1973, in prison, he was actually murdered due to an ongoing debate that had taken place in the prison about his involvement with the Boston Strangler cases. So you could say justice was served, but not in the traditional sense. Michigan. Carl Eugene Watts. Watts was born in 1953 in Texas and might have the highest kill count on this list so far. Not that that's an accomplishment at all. It is just a morbid fact. Watts was nicknamed Coral and was dubbed by media outlets the Sunday morning slasher, who murdered an insane amount of women over an 8-year period. He is also suspected of being the most prolific serial killer in all United States history. At the absolute minimum, Watts is responsible for 14 murders, but at the absolute most, he is responsible for over 100 murders. Keep in mind, this was only through an 8-year period. Wild. All of which of these murders took place within Michigan. Watts would stalk his victims, break into their homes, and then kill them using various methods, such as stabbing or strangulation. Watts was arrested in 1982 and was sentenced to life in prison, where he died of cancer in 2007. Minnesota. Paul Michael Stefani. Stefani, also known as the Weepy Voice Killer, was a serial killer who murdered at least 3, you guessed it, women in Minnesota during the early 1980s. He gained his nickname from his tendency to call emergency services after committing his crimes in a sobbing, high-pitched voice. Stefani was caught in 1982 after 2 years of being active and later confessed to the murders. He was sentenced to 40 years of prison and, like some others on this list, died of cancer in prison. Mississippi. Glenn Edward Rogers. Glenn lived a very transient lifestyle and for that reason killed in many different states and lived in many different states. But for the purpose of this video, we're focusing on Mississippi. Glenn is convicted of 2 murders, suspected of 3 more, and claims over 70 total. Glenn was active from 1993 to 1995. And during that time, he worked as a handyman and also, you guessed it, killed women. You can probably guess how as well. Something interesting about this guy though is the fact that he actually was on the FBI top 10 most wanted fugitives list and was caught after a nationwide manhunt. Currently, he's on death row in Florida. Missouri. Robert Burdella. Burdella was a serial killer from Kansas City who was known as the Kansas City Butcher, or more ominously, the Collector. He was active during the 1980s, and during this time, he killed at least 6 young men. Yeah, different. He would lure his victims, who were often young men, into his home where he would subject them to prolonged periods of captivity and torture, typically including assault, and always ended in murder. After being active for 3 years, Burdella was caught in 1988 and sentenced to life in prison without parole. He ended up dying in jail 4 years later in 1992 at the age of 43. Montana. Nathaniel Bar Jonah. This case specifically is quite upsetting and disturbing. Jonah was primarily a child assaulter and was only a suspected serial killer and cannibal. And although he has 0 confirmed murders, he has 5 suspected murders and 10 plus confirmed victims that are children that survived. He was active from 1964 all the way until 1999, which is just heartbreaking. At least in 1999, he was apprehended and convicted with assault, kidnapping, attempted murder, and child assaultation, and was given 130 years in prison at the Montana State Prison, where he died in 2008. Gross. Nebraska. Charles Starkweather. This case has one of the fastest timelines on this list. Starkweather was a serial killer who, along with his girlfriend, killed 11 people in the span of only 2 months. The rampage began with the murder of a gas station attendant, and this snowballed into a series of robberies and killings, including the murder of some of his girlfriend's family members. After this 2-month killing spree, the pair was caught in Wyoming after a high-speed chase. Starkweather was sentenced to death and was executed a year later after being caught in 1959. So let me break it down for you. This guy was 18 years old, decides to go on a 2-month killing spree, and is executed via the electric chair only 6 months after being put on death row. He died at the age of 20. That is quick justice. His girlfriend, on the other hand, who was his accomplice, was only sentenced to 17 years in jail. Wild. Nevada. Carol Cole. This is the first man I've ever seen named Carol, so that's something. Cole was a serial killer who was convicted of strangling 2 women in Nevada and murdering 3 others in Texas. This is pretty typical. What's not as typical is that he is believed to be linked to at least 30 other murders between 1947 and 1980. A huge 33-year gap of being an active potential killer. Wild. Cole was sentenced to death for his crimes, and for his last meal he had jumbo fried shrimp, french fries, and salad with French dressing and Boston clam chowder. And the next day he was executed via lethal injection on December 6th, 1985. New Hampshire. Sheila LeBaire. In 2008, Sheila was convicted for murdering 2 of her boyfriends in 2000.
See, if I got the electric chair, personally for me, I would think in my head, if I had any way, like, know at all, I'd be like, okay, what is the worst food I can eat to ruin these people's days? Like, what food that is going to be in my body I think I would do. Actually, no, I know what I'd do. Lactose intolerant. I'd ask for a lot of shit that has cheese in it. I'd hold my bladder till I'm in there. Just shit up all and down that entire place.
2005 and 2006 respectively. And she claims that she did this because she was sent by God as an avenging angel to Earth to punish pedophiles, which in her mind included her 2 boyfriends, whose bodies were found on her huge farm. Now you might be like, alright, I can get behind this a bit, I get it. Here's another twist. According to Brad Bailey, a defense attorney who represented her, he says, and I quote, "There seemed to be no basis whatsoever in reality to suggest or claim any of her victims were pedophiles or engaged in any of these child abusing behaviors. None whatsoever." So yeah, not only did she murder people, but she also tried to ruin their name. Sheila typically met her victims by putting out personal ads looking for farm hands on her farm. Although she was only convicted of the murder of 2 men, she also admitted during her trial that she killed several others, but these were not confirmed. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. New Jersey. Richard Biegenwald. Biegenwald was active from 1958 all the way till 1983, and during this time, you guessed it, he murdered people. In 1983, he was convicted of 5 murders but was suspected of 8. An interesting fact is, after the serial killer died, his lawyer actually mentioned publicly that this criminal told his lawyer that he may have up to 100 victims, which is likely inflated, but the fact is this monster likely had many more victims than he was convicted for, which doesn't seem extremely uncommon for this list. Richard was actually on death row for a short amount of time, but it was overturned and he was resentenced to life in prison, where he still died in prison in 2008. New Mexico. David Parker Ray. Ray was a suspected torturer who is also known as the Toy Box Killer. This case is really interesting because he technically has 0 murders confirmed, but has 3 confirmed victims and possibly anywhere from 60 to 100 plus victims that he tortured and assaulted on his property in his toy box, which was basically a trailer beside his home, which is a movable, portable torture chamber that he had a large kidnapping and assault operation happening in there. Crazy. For the unthinkable amount of torture that he inflicted upon potentially hundreds of women, Ray was sentenced to 224 years in prison, where he unfortunately only served a few months because he died of a heart attack. Unfortunate he didn't serve more time. Not unfortunate that he died. Ray was a serious monster and is even quoted saying that he did nothing wrong to women. He only did what women wanted, and he got pleasure from their pleasure. And his assault on these women was, in his mind, him doing good for society. So he thought it'd be total sicko. New York. David Berkowitz. David Berkowitz, also known as the Son of Sam or Mr. Monster, according to Wikipedia, was a serial killer who terrorized New York City in the summer of 1976 and 1977. Berkowitz, surprise, surprise, targeted young women and couples, shooting them in cold blood with a .44 caliber revolver. His crimes sparked a citywide manhunt for him, and he even left notes taunting the police, promising more crimes. Fortunately, Berkowitz was caught in 1977 and later confessed to all of his crimes, which were plentiful. He ended up murdering 6 people and wounding 11 more. He is currently in jail serving 6 life sentences as we speak. North Carolina. Henry Louis Wallace. Wallace may have one of the most odd nicknames on this list. He is known as the Charlotte Strangler, which is somewhat tame, but he's also known as the Taco Bell Strangler. This video is not a laughing matter, but that name is weird. I guess it's because he worked as a manager at Taco Bell in Charlotte. Wallace was a serial assaulter and murderer, targeting young African-American women, and over the course of a 4-year span, he victimized over 9 women. He was caught in March of 1994 and currently sits on death row awaiting execution. North Dakota. Eugene Butler. The story of Butler is unlike anything we've heard on this list so far. He is the only killer who was never convicted of his crimes so far on this list. Eugene Butler was born in 1849 in New York State, but all of his crimes took place and he actually died in North Dakota. But we'll get into that. From the years of 1900 to 1906 in Niagara, North Dakota, Butler murdered 6 teenage boys in his house and buried the bodies in his basement. Now, the twist of all this, Butler was actually committed to an insane asylum for unrelated charges where he died in 1913. The crazy part is the bodies that were buried in his house were not found until 1915, 2 years after Butler died in the insane asylum. Super weird. Ohio. Anthony Sewell. The story of Sewell is something we've heard numerous times on this list so far, so I'll keep it brief. He had a generic name. He was known as the Cleveland Strangler. He was active for 2 years, from 2007 till 2009. He murdered at least 11 women who he targeted, specifically women that were vulnerable. By that I mean women that were either dealing with addiction or homeless. And he was arrested in 2009 when one of his victims escaped and alerted authorities. He was convicted of multiple counts of murder and was sentenced to death in 2011. Sewell died in 2021 due to an unspecified terminal illness. Oklahoma. Roger Dale Stafford. Stafford was a serial killer active from 1974 until 1978, and in this time he had 9 confirmed kills, which he was evicted of, but potentially a lot more. Stafford started his killing spree by killing an assistant manager working at a McDonald's. After killing this manager, he robbed the McDonald's for over $1,300 and then continued on his spree. His next targets were a family that he flagged off the side of the highway, who he robbed and murdered, the entire family. 3 weeks later, he robbed a sirloin stockade in Oklahoma City, and during this robbery, murdered 6 employees. Most of these victims being teenage staff members. 6 days after this restaurant massacre, Stafford was found and apprehended. Unsurprisingly, he was sentenced to death, and in 1995, he was executed via lethal injection. Oregon. Dayton Leroy Rogers. Dubbed the Molalla Forest Murderer due to the fact that he would dump the bodies of his victims in the Molalla Forest in Oregon. Rogers was a serial killer who was active for, once again, 4 years and targeted, once again, vulnerable women, specifically addicts, sex workers, and the like. Rogers notably was sentenced to death 4 times, with each sentence being overturned by the Oregon Supreme Court. And in 2021, his death sentence was overturned again due to new laws, and in 2022, his sentence was commuted to life without parole. Pennsylvania. Gary Heidnik. Gary was a serial kidnapper, torturer, and murderer, and fortunately was only active for just over a year. During this year, he kidnapped 6 women, 2 of which died from his torture, and the other 4 fortunately survived. One of these surviving victims was actually able to go to the authorities and inform them about Gary's horrendous actions. Gary was quickly arrested in March 1987 and convicted of multiple charges, including first-degree murder, kidnapping, assault, aggravated assault, and more. He was sentenced to death, and in 1999 he was executed via lethal injection and was one of the last people to ever be executed in the state of Pennsylvania. Rhode Island. Craig Price. I believe Price is the youngest killer we've seen on this list, with his first murders taking place when he was only 13 years old. From the ages of 13 to 15, he committed 4 murders of women in his neighborhood, and he was arrested at the age of 15. Due to his age, he was actually initially set for release at the age of 21, which to me is mind-boggling for someone who murdered 4 people, no matter their age. But due to ongoing violent behavior within prison, he was sentenced to a much longer time and actually tried as an adult. He will likely never see the light of day. South Carolina. Donald Henry Gaskins. Gaskins was born in 1933 and unfortunately had a huge span of crimes in his lifetime, starting in 1953 and going all the way until 1982. During this time, he had 15 confirmed kills and later on claimed he had up to 110. He killed hitchhikers, acquaintances, and more, and had a laundry list of charges under his belt. A couple notable things about Gaskins is the fact that when he was arrested, he was actually sentenced to death, but then was later commuted to only life in prison, but then later killed someone in prison using a bomb, and because of that was once again sentenced to death and later executed in prison in 1991. Dude literally got off death row and got right back on with a bomb somehow. Crazy. South Dakota. Robert Leroy Anderson. Anderson was your run-of-the-mill creep. He was an assaulter and killer. He has at least 2 confirmed victims across multiple states in the US, primarily South Dakota, and would typically lure victims by posing as a photographer wanting to take pictures of people. He was convicted and sentenced.
I just get a huge amount of that. Okay. Okay. And obviously, I'm not keeping that one. I'm gonna just sell it. Look.
Sentenced to death in 1984, and in 2002 died in prison while waiting for execution. Tennessee. Paul Dennis Reed. Reed was also known as the fast food killer, specifically because he targeted fast food workers working the late shift. He would rob, assault, and murder these employees, and was sentenced to death for the murder of 7 fast food employees in the Nashville metropolitan area. Reed was sentenced to death and died in 2013 while waiting for execution. Fast food employees really deal with too much. Texas. Dean Corll. Corll, also known as the Candyman or the Pied Piper, was a mass serial killer, serial assaulter, and serial torturer, and was a member of the Houston mass murders, which at the time of its discovery were considered the worst example of serial murders in the entire history of the US. Corll was known as the Candyman because his family had previously owned and operated a candy company in Houston, and he personally had been known to give free candy to local children, which is the most stereotypical and scary thing I've ever heard. And he was known as the Pied Piper because his murders would typically start with him luring people, typically with the offer of a ride or for an invite to a party. From the years of 1970 to 1973, Corll and his 2 accomplices murdered at the very least 28 victims. Unfortunately, I can't tell you how much time Corll got because he was never sentenced. He was actually murdered by one of his accomplices before he was ever caught, which may be good or bad news depending on how you look at it. After this accomplice killed Corll, they called the police and promptly confessed to all of the murders, leading to the discovery that shocked Houston to its core. Utah. Ted Bundy. If you're watching this video, you definitely know who Ted Bundy is, and I probably don't need to tell his story. But as a quick recap, he has an unknown amount of victims, but it's likely believed to be in the range of 30 to 36. He was active during the 1970s and was executed in 1989. If you want more details, watch this video. I go in extreme depth about his story. He is a great example of why you should never judge a book by its cover. Vermont. Israel Keys. Keys is a very strange serial killer. He was extremely meticulous in his planning, but extremely random in his selection of victims. He murdered at least 11 people across multiple states, including Vermont, between 2001 and 2012. And Keys even had a specific method of burying what he called kill kits in different locations so he could commit murder at any time. He was captured in 2012 and didn't continue living, I'm not going to say unalive because that's the dumbest thing ever, while awaiting trial.
Hold on. I'm gonna go back to this guy. I want to see. Because Baldy, we were watching a video about him. We're in the middle.
With the principles of Satanism. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. He was becoming a Satanist or some shit. Which is a mixture of occult practices, 20th century hedonism, and counter a psychopath. It's just, I mean, right? It's that number of animals I tortured as a kid. 0. Who does that? It's weird. I mean, I'm not saying that you're going to become a psychopath, but I mean, get some help, okay? He completely disgusted his friends by... Hello, all, welcome.
I'll just restart the video because I remember watching it. I'm like, this is just boring because they only talked about 1 kill. But
back to another episode of the...
By the way, what is it, Dell? Drop this on one of Tech Salt's. That one. You want to buy all 4 for a clean 400 mil? Dude, let me know eventually.
The Casual Criminalist. This is the first one for me. Back from Christmas break, and I would say I'm feeling rested. But my wife and I, we thought, you know what would be a brilliant thing to do over Christmas break? What we'll do is we'll try and potty train our 2-year-old. We were going to do it a few months earlier, but we had another kid, and they're like, when you have another... This is not relevant to the show at all. Oh, sorry, this is... after the break, I'm like, oh, there's things I want to say. There's updates I've got. Whereas really I should just get on with the content. But yeah, we delayed it for a little while because we had another kid. And so, you know, you don't want to change too many things because otherwise they'll be like all confused and stuff. But I was going to say I had a brilliantly restful break, but I didn't because I was just potty training a child who is difficult at the best of times. Nah, she's great. She's just hard-headed, like she's stubborn. She doesn't want to, you know, she'd rather take a shit on the carpet, which is which is great. Which is great. This is the Casual Criminalist. I hope you had a fantastic holidays, all of that good stuff. Welcome back today, Israel Keys, the Phantom Psychopath, or Psychopath? Psychopath. It sounds like I'm from the north, which is a bit weird. Also, addressing the pronunciation of this dude's name. Like, we say his name to police radio. But then again, I know you could... Samantha sits there and does not try the shed. He then called a taxi and went to the airport and flew to New Orleans, where he departed on a 12-day cruise around the Caribbean that he'd booked months ago. Dude, that is so weird. That is so weird.
First 20 minutes is him just describing kidnapping a girl, raping her.
You just murdering someone there. It's like, oh, well, you murdering someone yesterday? Off on a 12-day cruise today. Way! On the morning of February the 2nd, 2012, one of Samantha's co-workers at Common Grounds entered the kiosk and noticed Samantha had not put things away properly from the night before. A number of espresso utensils were unwashed and there were cups and napkins strewn about the place. Then the co-worker noticed that the cash register had been completely emptied. She called the police. Initially, police suspected that Samantha had stolen the money and scarpered away somewhere with her friends. Because of Samantha's past cocaine and marijuana abuse for which she was in recovery, they assumed the young woman had just relapsed and was off somewhere on a benzer and after she had had a fight with her boyfriend. When the police finally reviewed the grainy security camera footage from the coffee kiosk on February the 3rd, all they saw was Samantha talking to someone at the drive-thru window before turning off the lights and the man jumping inside. Initially, the police assumed that this was Samantha's friend or drug dealer. Police overlooked Samantha putting up her hands. The man at the window was out of view, and once the lights at the kiosk were out, they did not see the gun. The drug theory was supported by interviews with several of Samantha's friends, who also thought it likely she was on a drug binge, and a number of hours were wasted chasing up this theory. Police followed leads regarding Samantha's connection with drug dealers, people who were allegedly robbing those drug dealers, and people who were conducting grow-ops within local residential houses. Okay, fair play, police. I mean, her putting her hands up is a little bit suspicious, though, isn't it? Shouldn't we have looked into...
Can't believe I haven't been using the gifts on that account for like
that. And also, even if it's like, maybe she's been kidnapped by drug drug makers or sellers or whatever drug people do.
Like I said, I've been doing. Like I said, I get like, because for all my other accounts, I either get item jars or I get pinatas. But I mean, it's worth it. Like I said, they only like 800 to 1,000 per. It gives me shit anyway. You get a lot of item jars too. That like, I've noticed that you get a shit ton of item jars.
She's been kidnapped. Okay, this isn't bad policing. It's not brilliant. It's just not bad. In case anyone is baffled at this point or shouting, "Get your together, police." Oh. I don't know, David. We've looked at some really bad examples of policing, and this doesn't feel like the worst. Okay.
See, look. It's very, very, I feel like every minute an account gets an item jar. I have it rotating through all accounts every 8 seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
The cameras went out. The man jumped in. They're like, it's probably got something to do with drugs because she was into drugs like previously. Her friends reckon she's off on a binge. The police reckon that as well. I don't think it's the worst policing in the world. Am I being really generous? Because normally I'm all over that. Like, what are you up to, police? But this isn't bad, is it? Like in many episodes of The Casual Criminalist, allow me to provide some highly intriguing insight that comes direct from a professional criminalist colleague of mine. What? David, you've been holding out on me. You have a professional criminalist colleague? That's like the opposite of me. I thought about calling this the armchair criminalist because, you know, like an armchair person or like a backseat driver criminalist or something like that. But nothing quite had that same ring as casual criminalist. But, wow. Oh my God, that person should definitely be hosting this podcast, not me. I'm just an idiot. In the overwhelming majority of police investigations, let us say, for the sake of argument, 90%, investigators are not playing a game of Sherlock Holmes piecing together mysterious clues against an elusive foe. In the majority of police work, the obvious offender is already in their sights from the outset, and the police just have to spend enough time collecting evidence to put forward a case against this person to the Crown or District Attorney. Once police are light on a theory, often by little more than intuition and experience, they pursue it relentlessly, rather than carefully weighing up each new clue and considering all possible explanations. They also call this getting railroaded. I mean, obviously, if you're guilty, then you're railroaded to prison where you belong. But if you're innocent, it's like, if the police lock in on you, and they're like convinced it's you, you get that whole confirmation bias thing going on where you see a clue and it's like, it fits with our guy, doesn't it? Even if it doesn't, because it confirms your theory, and human brains love having their theories confirmed. And then boom, the next thing you know, you're in the chair. Electric chair, that is. This is America, right? Yeah, Alaska. I'm always like, yeah, Canada. But it's not Canada. It's that weird slice of Canada that belongs to America. How weird is that? Although as a British person talking about weird slices of the world belonging to another country, I realise I cannot really talk. It's only when investigators hit a dead end or some startling new information comes to light that they begin to consider other explanations and start pursuing other theories, but sometimes tragically the police will continue to pursue the wrong suspect right up to court or even conviction, and many of the remaining 10% of crimes that are Sherlock Holmes mysteries go unsolved. And that is why the Anchorage beat cops ignored clear fucking evidence of an abduction for a more convenient explanation of a drug addict robbing her place of work to go on a bender. Hell, if we want to be charitable just by sheer odds, in similar contexts, maybe 9 out of 10 times the local PD would have been absolutely right. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, the reason they do this is because obviously it works most of the time. However, days turned into weeks, and police began to entertain other theories. Meanwhile, Samantha's father began to make public appeals and drum up public support for his missing daughter. He was also deeply angered that she was being written off as a junkie and a thief. A vigil was held, at which hundreds of people attended. The story of Samantha's disappearance started to make it into the national news. Meanwhile, her kidnapper, rapist, and murderer was soaking in the sun thousands of miles away. After his cruise, the man went to Texas to spend some brief time with relatives there. What is this guy's life? What are you up to? Where are your family? Like, doesn't he have a job? Like, the idea of, he's got a kid and a wife. I have a kid. I have kids and a wife and a job. And the idea that I could just, like, find the time to go around murdering, drive around for 4 hours, smoke a cigar, go to the Caribbean for 12 days, while listening to death metal in my garage in the garden and them not noticing. It's like, what is your life? How are you doing this? I couldn't lead a double life. I don't have enough time. It would be impossible. On February the 15th, 58-year-old Jimmy Tidwell, an electrician who lived in the tiny town of Mount Enterprise, Texas, great name for a town, disappeared without a trace in the early hours of the morning after leaving his night shift. Jimmy was short and mildly obese and not in the best shape to defend himself. His truck was later found 5 miles from his house. On February the 16th, the next day, in the small town of Aledo, Texas, Samantha Koenig's killer robbed and burned down a house while the owners were not home. The man intended to use the fire as a distraction to rob a bank on the other end of town. Unfortunately, dude, you're just taking part in all the big crimes. What are you? Murder, rape, robbery? What, you like going for like some sort of bingo card of crime? Unfortunately, the man lost track of time, watching the house burn from a nearby hill and watching the authorities arrive, so he abandoned his plans to rob the bank. And again, your crime planning is terrible. You get distracted very easily. Instead, the man drove 30 miles to Azle, Texas, where he robbed a different bank, concealing his face with a standard construction worker's face mask, eye protectors, and a white hard hat that the FBI believes had belonged to Jimmy Tidwell. More disturbingly, the man was known to have short hair at the time, yet in the surveillance footage he is shown with long brown hair. The FBI speculated that rather than the wig, the man was wearing... Oh no, I just read ahead on that. He's wearing Jimmy Tidwell's scalp. Scalp. Dude. No. That's like wearing his face as a mask. That's some like Ed Gein right there. The man managed to rob $10,000 from the bank. Incidentally, Tidwell's body has never been found, but the FBI strongly suspect that, like Samantha Koenig, Tidwell is another one of this man's victims. Yeah, no shit, FBI. When you find the man who's missing his scalp, you'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, we know. Dude. That is not right. A macabre photo shoot. The kidnapper, murderer, rapist, burglar, arsonist, and bank robber returned. Oh yeah, he did arson as well. Dude, what is next? Genocide? He returned to Alaska on the weekend of February the 18th, 2012, and spent Saturday and Sunday with his daughter. Then on the following Monday, when his daughter was at school and his girlfriend was at work, the man went out to the shed. He pulled Samantha Koenig's frozen body out of the cabinet, unrolled it from the blood-soaked tarp, and proceeded to defrost the body with the 2 space heaters and a blow dryer. Oh no. No, I just get the feeling I know what he's going to do next. And I don't want to go there, because it's super fucked up. Oh, he did. Look, you know what happens. I don't need to say that. Yeah, okay. Let's just add necrophiliac to the list. And we're done. Then the man painted the body's face with thick globs of makeup to hide the pallid colour that came from freezing and exsanguination. He braided the corpse's hair, tried to superglue the eyelids open but failed. Instead, he sewed the eyelids open using a curved needle and fishing line. He placed a layer of duct tape over the mouth and around the back of the head to hold the now drooping, defrosted skin in place and to conceal the fact that the young woman was dead. The man held up a February 13th copy of the Anchorage Daily News and took a Polaroid of the girl, who he hoped the authorities would believe was still alive. This effectively gave the man an alibi since he was out of town from February the 2nd to February the 17th. As a point of interest, the FBI have never released the photograph, good, and the one which circulated around the internet is a mock-up from a true crime show that aired in the United States. I mentioned this in case the more morbid of you decide you want to look it up. If you're watching this right now, and you, while listening to this, Google that image. Check yourself. Or in case Jen decides to Google it and helpfully throw it up on screen. It's a fake, and lots of people apparently believe it's the real one. Not us on Casual Criminalist. That's why we rise above. That's right. That's right. Some self-praise. For David. It's not really my praise. I just read David's great words. Sorry. I was praising the show, not myself. Using an old typewriter, the man wrote a ransom note. He demanded $30,000 to be deposited. Where's a broke-ass family going to get $30,000, my dude? Be deposited into Samantha's bank account so he could withdraw the money. He mentioned that he may not use the debit card much in Alaska due to the fact that the state had a small population and thus a smaller pool of suspects, but wrote that he would be leaving soon and would use the card from multiple locations. As a form of misdirection, the killer mentioned that Samantha had tried to get away twice, once outside common grounds and again, quote, in the desert. Dude, you're in Alaska. It's the desert. I guess there's like winter deserts or snow deserts or whatever they're called. Like, I think Alaska. I think Antarctica is technically a desert, isn't it? Because it's so dry. But, dude, weird, man. Weird. Finally, the killer wrote that once the $30,000 had been fully withdrawn, between 6 months to a year later, the man would text the coordinates of an information packet which would contain all the details required to find Samantha's location. Dude, if you're getting $30,000 over a year, what's the point? Just go get a job that pays $30,000. I mean, does that sound super like privileged and how easy it is to find jobs? But is $30,000? That's not even a particularly well-paid job, is it? If we're honest. Is that right? I don't know. It's also America. It's slightly different. Like in the UK, I feel like that's, below average. I've got to look that up. It's been a while since I know what this is. What is average American salary? Wow, it's literally the first thing you look up when you search average American. Whoa, okay, my bad. It's 56,000. Oh wait, no, I was right. So that's not a good salary. Why are you spending a year doing this? Get a job, you lazy bum. Thereafter, the man dismembered Samantha Koenig's body, cut it into 5 pieces. He then went to Matanuska Lake, which was frozen over at that time of year. He built an ice fishing hut, drilled a hole in the ice, and spent 2 days dropping the pieces of the corpse into the water, uncovered, wrapped with cord, and sent down to the bottom with lead fishing weights. Thereafter, the man would fish at the exact same spot and take the fish home to cook and feed to his family. On Friday, February the 24th at 7:45 p.m., the man sent a text message to Samantha's father, which read, "Connor Park sign under pick of Albert, ain't she purdy?" The pic of Albert referred to a lost dog poster for Albert the Golden Doodle located in an Anchorage park. Under the poster on the ground was a Ziploc bag containing the ransom note and a black and white copy of Samantha's fake proof-of-life photo. There was some disagreement among Anchorage police and FBI investigators about whether Samantha was alive in the photo. Her blank stare and odd expression convinced a minority of investigators that they were looking at a corpse. An FBI snuff film analyst was called into the investigation, but they could not reach a conclusion based on the single black and white photograph. Follow the money. Police deposited the $30,000 ransom payment into Samantha's bank account. On February the 29th at nearly midnight, $500 was withdrawn from an ATM in Anchorage. Police arrived on the scene shortly after the culprit left the area. The ATM camera showed grainy footage of a masked man. Then, just after midnight on March the 3rd, another $500 was withdrawn from an Anchorage ATM. The small withdrawal amounts were due to the daily limit placed on the debit card. 4 days later, on March the 7th, $400 was withdrawn from an ATM over 3,500 miles to the south in Wilcox, Arizona at 9:57 p.m. That is a mega journey. A couple of hours later, near midnight, the man traveled to withdraw another $400 from an ATM in Lordsburg, New Mexico, but failed due to the daily limit, so wound up only taking out another $80. It was clear that the man was driving hundreds of miles to keep authorities off his scent. 2 days later, on March the 9th, 2012, at 11:23 p.m., again, I just got to wonder, you're driving hundreds of miles for $500. I mean, $500 is a decent amount of cash, but did you drive 3,500 miles? Isn't that expensive? I feel like petrol's not cheap, plus all the miles on the car, plus like snacks, plus you're in a car for bloody ever. 2 days later, on March the 9th, 2012, at 11:23 p.m., the man made a $483 withdrawal from a bank in Humble City, Texas. It's very specific. Can you choose? Normally when you go to the ATM, it's like, how much do you want? I don't know, pounds. I guess dollars work about similar. It's like, I don't know, $20, $50, $100. Is £100 still the most that you could get from a cash machine? I don't even know anymore. I pay with cards so much these days. This time, in the camera footage from the ATM, police identified a white Ford Focus as the man's vehicle. Texas authorities were immediately alerted to be on the lookout for such a vehicle in connection with the kidnapping. Meanwhile, Samantha's killer attended his sister's wedding in Wells, Texas. A few days later, at 11 a.m. on March the 13th, a highway patrolman spotted a white Ford Focus parked at a Quality Inn hotel in Lufkin, Texas. Police in Texas had already been alerted about a white Ford Focus in connection with a kidnapping in Anchorage, Alaska. I feel, when was this, 2012? Ford Focus is a ridiculous... It's ridiculously popular in Europe, and Ford is an American company. There must be Focuses everywhere. And I mean, white is hardly an unusual color. The highway patrolman observed the car from a distance, then noticed a tall man in his 30s get into the vehicle and depart. Either way, just be like, yo, let's go check that guy for a debit card. Can you just search someone? Probably not, right? You'd have to get... That's going to be tricky. You can't arrest someone because they drive a white Ford Focus and are in their 30s. It almost describes me, except I drive a white Volvo. At 11:45 a.m., the patrolman pulled the car over for going 2 miles over the speed limit. The officer inspected the man's driver's license. It was issued in Anchorage, Alaska. Oh boy, it's adding up. It was at this point that the patrolman felt fairly confident that they'd found their man. FBI agent Ganaway set out with the Texas Ranger towards Lufkin, Texas, to observe the arrest and inspect the vehicle. In the rental car, police found a pair of women's pink panties, a gun, and also a ski mask and white tennis shoes worn by the suspect on the ATM footage. Mate, you are busted. If this turns out to be just a wild coincidence, I mean, come on. There was also a batch of transgender porn, rolls of cash stained by a dye pack, and Samantha Koenig's ATM card and mobile phone. Well, that's it. Busted. Why are the rolls of cash stained by a dye? Oh, because he robbed a bank. Of course he did. You're the most terrible criminal ever. How did you actually manage to commit these crimes? You're so incompetent. I'm kind of amazed. The man was arrested. Upon questioning, he claimed that he was in Texas to attend his sister's wedding and was driving to see the Grand Canyon. Mate, yeah, but what about the debit card, the women's panties, the dye pack stained cash?
And not enjoy things in his privacy? And not allowed a little trans porn?
You're going to jail forever. Hopefully. Or maybe you'll, where is it? Texas? Anchorage? Alaska? I feel like these are places where they're definitely, you know, I feel like name American places that have the death penalty. Texas, absolutely number one place that enters my mind because it's, you know, yeehaw. And then Anchorage, Alaska, I just feel because there must be lots of criminals in Alaska, right? It's where they all go. I feel like it's just a trope, like where you're gonna head up to Alaska after committing crimes. They'll be, you know, they'll be executing up there.
Nothing else to do in Alaska except kill.
He asserted that the suspicious items in his possession were thrown in his car by an unknown individual. Oh, really? Along with the Anchorage, Alaska ID? Police in Alaska, meanwhile, paid a visit to the man's home in Anchorage where nobody answered the door. They matched a truck parked in the driveway to one captured on Home Depot camera footage pulling out of the same parking lot where Samantha Koenig had been abducted from common grounds on the evening of February the 1st. The truck was registered to a man named Israel Keys. Meet Israel Keys. Israel Keys was born on the 7th of January 1978 in the tiny Mormon community of Cove, Utah, to John and Heidi Keys, who, even by the standards of Mormonism, were quite eccentric religious zealots. David has underlined that. I guess they were really zealoty. With some unusual and perhaps even heretical views. Israel was the second of 10 children, all of whom were born at home and had no birth certificates. What? I mean, even if you're born at home, isn't that something you have to get? At some point in your life, you're going to need some shit, and someone's going to say, can I see your birth certificate? Like, to get a passport, or a driver's license, or something. Although I'm just thinking now, I only saw my birth certificate for the first time in my life when I got married, so maybe we don't actually need those. Also, I remember in the past, they used to be acceptable as forms of ID. It's like, but there's no picture on there, it's just a certificate. And mine looks all old school. Israel and his siblings were homeschooled. They acquired literacy by memorizing the Bible. Well, aside from theology, their education mainly consisted of practical skills involving hunting, carpentry, cooking, sewing, cleaning, along with advanced survival skills and wilderness skills. The emphasis was on God, family, and self-reliance. John and Heidi were transplants to Utah from Los Angeles, seeking a life away from the corruptions of civilization and the interference of the state. Essentially, John and Heidi were doing their best Dutch van der Linde impression. I mean, if I think of, we're talking about like places in America where you immediately think they're the death penalty. It's like, yeehaw, Texas, baby. I feel like the place, if you'd asked, name two more different places. Salt Lake City, Los Angeles. They are. I've been to both. Salt Lake City is flat. And I don't know. It just feels like, I don't know, just Mormon-y. And Los Angeles is like, no, Vegas is Sin City. Los Angeles is the city of angels. Now, why do I know this? Movies. Too many movies. Isn't there a movie called City of Angels starring Nick Cage? Legend. If you haven't seen that trailer for the unbearable weight of massive talent, do yourself a favor. Turn off this video. Go check out that new trailer for that Nick Cage movie and then come back to this. I'm very much looking forward to that. Actually, don't do that. Carry on watching my video. Try and be a good YouTuber or podcaster, fact boy. Come on. John and Heidi had a tense relationship with their community in Cove. On a few occasions, neighbors called the authorities to make welfare checks on what they perceived as strange goings-on at the Keys' family home. In 1983, John and Heidi rejected Mormonism and moved north to the top of Aladdin Mountain, Colville District in Washington State. The entire Colville District had a population of roughly 4,000 people and a landscape covered with forest connected by a network of narrow dirt roads. Here, John and Heidi rented an isolated one-bedroom cabin which did not have electricity or running water, while John took several years building a cabin of their own. Firmly clasped in Mother Nature's embrace, the Keys family could do as they pleased. It should be noted that in the one-bedroom cabin, John and Heidi conceived several more pregnancies while sleeping in the same room as their existing children. Is this... That's, I don't know, how old are those children? I mean, now, way too much insight into my personal life, but it is a question, like, because, you know, when do you, this is way too personal, but it's, I live in an apartment, it's like, yo, when do we have to be like, when do the kids become aware? Stop it, whistle, carry on. In order to make ends meet, John Keys, they're still in a different room. They're not in just felt I had to clarify that. Too much information. Oh my god. In order to make ends meet, John lent out his services and appliance repairmen. How are you an expert on appliances? You don't even have electricity in your house, John. You weirdo. All their neighbors, Simon being like, Simon, don't call people weird who don't want electricity in their house. That's not weird. That's just alternative living. And I'm like, yeah, but it's weird, isn't it? Subjectively weird. Because everyone else is like, you know what's great? Electricity. Sucks when the electric goes out. All their neighbors were of similar philosophical dispositions. They were devout Christians without traditional denominations. They homeschooled their kids. They preferred to live in nature, far removed from the interference of the United States government. Stupid government. What's it ever done for me? So whenever I hear that, it's like, I don't know, loads of shit. Like, literally, you're living in a country that is possible because of your government. I mean, I get it. Like, small government, I guess. Like, I get that. But when it's like, when you're like, no government, it's like, bro, do you have any idea how quickly things would go to with no government? Have you seen any disaster end of the world movie? Government is bad and it does all this stupid and wars and wasting money, and I get it. But it's like, no government? No government? That's even an argument? The neighborhood would regularly meet for potluck dinners, theology meetings, and play dates between the children of the different families. Lack of proper medical care and dentistry in the community left Israel with slightly crooked teeth and deformed toes from wearing second-hand shoes that were several sizes too small. From the age of 8, Israel helped out John's business and with the construction of the family cabin. By age 12, Israel had become a seasoned hunter and supplemented his family's diet by shooting, skinning, preparing, and sometimes even cooking the animals he bagged. I mean, this, on the other hand, like nature, I love nature. Like, I live in the city, but I have a small, like, country cottage in the middle of the forest. And it's got, like, electricity, obviously, because it's 2022. And it's got running water, but it comes from a well and stuff. You know, there's a pump that brings it all up. And I love it. I like my wife likes, she's more of a city girl. But I'm like, every weekend, I'm just like,
Hey, Baldy, don't say that. Don't say that, Baldy.
Let's go to the country. And I just want to hike in the forest and like cook on the barbecue and just do, because I grew up in the countryside and I love that. But then after a few days, I'm like, can we go home and order Chinese food? Have every meal delivered to the house. And I mean, it's just easier, isn't it? Not just the food thing, but life in general. It's like, oh no, I forgot something. In the country, it's like a half an hour drive to the store. In the city, it's like, cool. There's a shop literally downstairs. And if I don't want to go downstairs, like the 1 minute walk across the street to the shop, I can order it and someone will bring me milk for like a few dollars. Oh my God, we live in a ridiculous world, don't we? He had become a proficient marksman, gunsmith, and developed a hobby of repairing, restoring, and tinkering with old firearms. Because the Keys were a family of 10, and evidently because both John and Heidi were pretty useless as both carers and providers, the Keys family came to rely heavily on Israel to provide, to repair things, to cook, to clean, and even to braid his sister's hair. Imagine being upstaged in parental duties by a tween. Yeah, it'd be fairly embarrassing. And it would give me a strong reminder that I should get my parenting shit together. In 1990, the Keys family began attending the Ark Church. The Ark was a cultural supremacist organization which preached Anglo-Saxon Christian superiority. Oh my God, until now, I didn't even know that was a thing. And I'm depressed that exists. Isn't that, I feel like that's just another, wait, Anglo-Saxon. Isn't that like, that's white people, basically. So is this basically a white supremacist church just with a name that doesn't say white supremacist in the title? For obvious reasons. Although I feel like if you're in the middle of nowhere and you're like, fuck the government, they got doing nothing for me, then you'll be like, you'll be like, I'm a white supremacist. I love that shit. I feel like you've already fully embraced that, you know, alternative lifestyle of white supremacy. People that alternative lifestyles are okay. It's like, yeah, but not when they're white supremacy, is it? That's not okay. There is a slight difference here between the Ark and a full-blown white supremacist organization. Thank you, David. The latter of which would more likely preach that a genetic difference favors all Nordic European whites of any cultural backgrounds. What? Okay. Oh, okay. So it's just, well, that's just racism, isn't it? It's like, no, it's not racism. It's not racism. We're just genetically superior. It's like, mate, well, you're obviously not genetically superior in the intelligence department, because that is racism. Instead, according to the Ark's doctrines, the Anglo-Saxon Christian principles on which the United States were founded were betrayed by non-Christians, Catholics, communists, non-English Europeans, including Germans, Scandinavians, French and Scots, and of course all non-European immigrant cultures. While the church itself entertained the idea that any person could be assimilated into Anglo-Saxon Christian culture, its community was largely composed of white, predominantly those of English descent. It's like, no, we're not racist. We'll accept anyone into our group. It's just a coincidence that we're all super.
We'll accept anyone, but they gotta be one of the good ones. Accept anyone, though. Fuck it.
Super white. More bizarrely, the church preached that the Anglo-Saxons were descended from the original Israelites, and that ancient Jews were all converted to Christianity by the year 600 AD, and any Jewish people who exist in the world today were imposters, damned by Satan, who had nefarious purposes and sought to undermine Western civilization out of vengeance for past injustices. Oh, look, an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. That's unusual. That's sarcasm. So, at least in regard to rampant anti-Semitism, the Ark was indistinguishable from a typical US white supremacist Christian organization, while at the same time bizarrely preaching that English people were the original Jewish people. Feel free to pause the video and take about 2 minutes to 20 years to figure out the logic of that one. It is absolutely dumb. Oh, what a surprise, though. What a surprise. The racists are stupid. Shocking. And bear in mind, this wasn't some backwards hillbilly cult from the 1820s. This was 1990. The Keyes family doubled down on their community spirit and also attended the nearby Christian Israel Convent Church, which had a similar biblical interpretation, doctrines of belief, and an unorthodox historical perspective. Unorthodox historical perspective. Incorrect. There's another way of putting that. It's worth noting that both of these churches still exist, with some rebranding in Washington state today. At this second church, 12-year-old Israel Keyes met 17-year-old Chevy Kehoe and his younger brother, Shane. I mean, that is, David again provided me a spelling guide, a pronunciation guide for Shane.
What up, mob?
Because it's not spelt the traditional way. It's spelt Cheyne. Which is a bit weird, but okay. 6 years later, Chevy became a full-blown white supremacist, Aryan nation Nazi. Surprise! And he went on to murder a married couple and their 8-year-old daughter in 1996 during a home invasion and robbery, and in 1997 survived a vicious shootout with police before going on the run and eventually being captured. He was executed by lethal injection on the 14th of July 2020. And no tears were shed. By his brother Shane, except by his brother Shane, but no one cared. Was also involved in the 1997 shootout and got 24 years in prison. Good, which was reduced to 11 years. Before being rearrested in 2013 for illegally stockpiling firearms. That damn government! They'll never take my guns! Except they did, and you went to prison, didn't you? Because you were illegally stockpiling firearms. Don't do it. Israel himself dipped in the extreme opposite direction as Chevy Kehoe. Israel rejected all his family's religion and ideology completely by the mid-1990s, and instead of full-blown white supremacy, he gravitated towards a loose adherence to the principles of Satanism. Holy shit. I mean, anything's better than the crazy white supremacists living in the forest, I guess, but Satanism? Only the barest outlines of the belief system of his childhood, namely a violent disdain for the decadence of wider society and a hatred for modern America, remained. He's kind of sounding like a stupid version of the Unabomber. I mean, the Unabomber's just like... That thing, we should cover the Unabomber on this channel, but the industrial society and its decline or whatever... It's like, the Unabomber is a bad dude, but he's obviously very smart.
Shout out the Unabomber.
By the age of 14... Simon, don't be praising the Unabomber. By the age of 14, Israel would run with some of the local boys and his younger sisters and wreak havoc in the community. They'd set fires and torment wild animals. One of their favorite activities was to shoot BB guns at a house. If no outraged occupant came out, the kids would break inside and move around the furniture slightly to freak out the neighbors when they returned. I mean... This is, like, it's like just stupid kid behavior. Although I never broke in. We played with BB guns for sure. And, I don't know, I never broke into anyone's house, though. Other times during their break-ins, they'd...
Ain't really been doing nothing. I woke up a couple hours ago, made some food. Starting to turn into a pussy though. Picked up like 4 chicken tenders and I only ate 2 of them and now I don't want to eat anymore. And apparently I'm not anymore. Apparently I'm a little boy or something.
Still valuables and more frequently guns. Holy shit, I definitely didn't do that. Of which there was an unsurprising abundance in the area. It was during this time that Israel acquired a pistol, which he concealed and carried on his person at all
Wait, there's something I wanted to watch.
times.
Oh, I know what it was. It's this lady on TikTok. Where, like I said, I love drama, especially if it don't involve me. There's a lady on TikTok that discusses drama, but very niche drama. Like, she'll look at the, what is it? Drama in the, bird watching community. And shit. Or some stupid shit like that. And I was wanting to see what her,
Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about.
this is it. Tick.
Let me get a number 10. Let me get the peach lemonade mix. I need flats only, no drumsticks, because y'all gave me all drumsticks and flats next time. All flats, lemon pepper, extra wet, extra crispy. Let me get a number 10. Let me get the peach lemonade mix. I want the.
I forgot I uploaded that. I kept trying to find this, like the original video forever. And now anytime I try to find a video I can't find. Just, what is it? Just post on TikTok.
Hello and welcome back to Niche.
Got a playlist?
Okay, so there were a couple things going on. One, very drunk.
Niche. 1.
Hello and welcome to.
Oh yeah, she started this when Dream was getting called
Hello,
out
and
for
welcome
being a
back to
pedophile. Shocker, he was. Still is. What? Why you say bruh?
One of Niche Tea, where I talk about drama happening in communities that you may not be a part of. Today's topic is the reason I decided. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening.
Alright, see now this is. The other ones were like basic shit we all knew. Now, like I said, I'm autistic. I just want to see a couple episodes to see what it's about. Because this looks like drama in the Warhammer 40k community.
In communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about the nearly 10-year-old ongoing feud between Azzyland and SS Sniper Wolf over on YouTube. This time we're going to go way more niche than that and talk about drama in the tabletop gaming community, specifically Warhammer 40k. What is Warhammer 40k? The top line.
Well, no. The other ones were... I mean, you want to watch the other ones? I mean, they were just like main YouTube... It was like Dream versus Gumball. You know what I mean? It's like we watched that. Or everybody knows about that. I was just skipping the first 3 because it was like basic ones we already knew. This playlist is starting from when she first started doing this series.
One summary is it's a tabletop battling game where you build, paint, and then battle your individual
You build paint. Alright, I'm not watching her. Bitch retarded.
army, which comes from a whole host of potential races and factions in this incredibly dark, horrific future where literally everyone's life is horrible. The lore on 40K is insane. I cannot possibly even describe it. Just the darkest, bleakest future that could ever exist. No one's having a good time. Game is made by a company called Games Workshop, and Games Workshop puts on a number of different tournaments throughout the US every year. And the World Championship of Warhammer 40K was held in
Can you hear good, or do I need to turn it up at all?
Atlanta earlier in November. The T comes from the actual championship match. I'm going to try and give you some background at a high level. The two guys who went into the championship were a guy named Manny and a guy named John. Not only are both of these guys master players, they are both part of different coaching organizations, so it is quite literally their job to be good at this game. So their status coming out of these tournaments is really important to them. It adds credibility to the organizations that they work for. The tournament style was called double elimination. It means that you have to lose twice to be kicked out. John and Manny play in round one, John wins. Afterwards, it comes out that a judge found out that earlier in the game, John made a move that he was not legally able to make, and it just wasn't caught at the time. And the judges did catch it, and now they're saying, this is what happens. John is known to be a very upstanding guy. He immediately goes over to Manny and concedes the game. Both continue to play. Neither of them loses again. They meet up in the final championship game. Now, since it's double elimination, John has to win twice if he wants to win the entire tournament. Manny has not lost a single game yet. Then it turned out that the judge was actually wrong before, and partially wrong. So John could have won, but John wouldn't necessarily definitely have won. So they didn't really know what to do about that previous win, which shouldn't matter because they both made it to the finals anyway. But it does matter because John has to get Manny out twice and Manny only has to get John out once because of that previous win. This whole thing had been streamed on Twitch, this entire tournament. So this also starts kicking off a bunch of drama between their two coaching companies that they come from. Because people were saying they saw Manny's teammates in the Twitch chat of the live feed coming from that Games Workshop was hosting, calling out that this thing had been done incorrectly, which was not actually 100% true. And so that they're the reasons that the judge went over and did this in the first place and set this whole thing up. And then Manny denied an offer John made to say, hey, since we don't really know the outcome of what should have happened coming out of that game, why don't we just make it so it's one and done? We're both on our final elimination instead of 2 games. And Manny said no to that, even despite everything. And everybody already hates Manny because Manny has been caught on stream cheating before. So immediately they're throwing back and forth at each other. These two guys are playing fine, but their teams are talking absolute trash at each other this whole time. Then it goes exactly as you would expect. John wins the first game, does not win the second. Manny has been given the championship. And
yeah. I don't like the way his face looks. That smugness. I'm like, oh, he's a loser. I don't like the way he looks, I'm gonna be real.
And these coaching groups that these guys come from have been fighting about it on and off ever since. Official statements had to be given by the two players. This is for Warhammer Tabletop Gaming. But these guys' teams have been going back and forth at each other on Twitter and Reddit and a bunch of places for days now. And it's dying down, but let me tell you, it is going to happen again. The next tournament's going to bring a new thing. Something like this will always be happening.
I will say, if there ended up being an inconclusive thing, I would just null and void the other decision and just make it the same thing. You have to defeat the person twice. Yeah, that Manny person seemed like a dickhead.
Because when I tell you the anger management is not the best in these environments, especially the really competitive players.
Oh Lord, let me fuck around and watch one of these games. I want to be there the moment somebody goes and breaks everything. Just goes over the other person's table and just start breaking all their shit. Oh, that would be a dream.
Boy drama. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of.
Oh, on. Oops. Auto scroll on.
Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about drama in the tabletop gaming community, specifically surrounding the Warhammer 40K competitive championships this past month. This time we're going to go a bit meta and we're going to talk about drama in the drama community. It's tea about tea. TT. Chai tea! So what is the drama community? Put simply, it's people who report on drama, not unsimilar to this. Jolly Good Ginger is a really good example of a TikTok-based drama channel. His focus is on TikTok stuff. There is a whole community of people who on YouTube, that's their whole thing, is YouTube-based drama. Drama content has gotten really big.
Who the fuck were two of those people? Time out. The fuck was two of them? I know the gnome, but
over the last like 5 years or so. It really picked up during lockdowns when people were so hungry for entertainment and connection. On to the tea. Disclaimer. This is messy. I'm going to piece together what it seems like happened based on the correspondence between the people involved, but none of us were actually in between the stuff that happened. This is obviously my best recounting of the situation. I will show you everything that I'm referencing as I reference it, as I do. So who all is involved? We're going to start with the main parties. There are two distinct YouTube drama creators and channels. Those two guys, Dustin and Nick, are actually a couple now. They weren't originally, and when I first started following them, they weren't. And they've gotten together since then. It's actually really cute. And they have a couple 100,000 subscribers each. They together represent one primary side of this debacle. On the other side, we have Jen Gerard. Put simply, Jen Gerard is a beauty guru. She is the CEO of a company called Gerard Cosmetics. She has a few other businesses as well, but this is the main one people associate with her. Those are the main people, but I'll reference a couple others as we go. Okay, so setting the scene. Jen Gerard, Nick and Dustin. Over the last few years, I'm not sure when, they became friends to the point where Nick and Dustin moved into Jen Gerard's house. They moved in as her roommates and they were paying her rent. All seems like it's going well, and then seemingly out of
I ought to do that one day and just be like, nothing like a diet Dr. Thunder. Immediately lose every viewer I have.
nowhere in September, Nick drops a very concerning tweet. He says that he and Dustin are fleeing both the house and the state for their safety. He heavily implies that this is the direct result of something that went down between them and Jen. These tweets basically kick off a shitstorm on Twitter for the next several days. What it seems like happened is a couple weeks beforehand, Jen started dating this new guy. His name's Charles. During those 3 weeks, at some point, Nick and Dustin come to Jen about doing a background check on Charles. Jen doesn't seem super interested, but says it's fine. Then, according to Jen, Nick and Dustin went way beyond that and were contacting his ex-wife and potentially other members of his family and were asking for like financial documents and legal documents, stuff along those lines. She put a stop to this and was like, this is unnecessary. This creates tension because obviously Jen's dating this guy and, you know, Nick and Dustin live in her house. So she's gonna have her boyfriend over to the house. Nick and Dustin aren't comfortable with that because they also live there and they don't trust this guy. At some point, this tension culminates in Charles sending a series of messages to Nick and supposedly leaving a few different comments on some of Dustin's videos, though I can't find this. This appears to have been the breaking point for Nick. This is the thing that led him to want to leave and led them to feel very truly unsafe and targeted. At this point, both sides have blocked each other, and I'm pretty sure Nick and Dustin had moved out, so you would think that would be the end, but they continue to fight on Twitter. Jen gives a very large account of how she saw things go down from her perspective and starts throwing in comments about how the guys weren't paying for like rent or utilities or any of the stuff they needed to do and were instead spending their money on DoorDash. Nick sends a whole flurry of responses to this, talking about how there was an agreement related to some of the rent, and for utilities, they need a total estimate from Jen or a bill or something for them to reference so that they can pay her back, so they're still waiting on those totals. So really it's Jen's fault that she hasn't gotten paid, not their fault, and proving that they've paid her a whole bunch before. Then Charles went on Reddit and wrote this whole dissertation about all the things that he saw happening in the house between Dustin and Nick, and like including illegal activities, and made all these allegations. This man has been with Jen for less than a month. Dustin and Nick are not wrong that it looks sketchy. In response to those allegations, then Nick goes on Twitter and posts a video of him taking a pee test to prove that he's sober. Nick is not the one. They continue to beef on Twitter about this man, with Nick and Dustin saying, we were looking out for her and we care about her, and Jen saying, you guys are just trying to get into my life in a way that I didn't want. Then, in part of the back and forth, we get a new player who is Paige Christie. Paige Christie is another, I would say, former drama YouTuber who turned into a commentary YouTuber. Those sound the same, but they're not. Paige has known both Dustin and Nick for a really long time, and she jumps into the conversation to say back to Jen, your man is the one that started this. Charles is the one who brought this into the public by posting all of those harassing comments under Dustin's videos, allegedly. Again, I can't find those comments anywhere. I don't know what he supposedly said, but that's what started the public version of this. And up until this point, everyone on Twitter and Reddit were pretty much like, hey, besties, maybe go talk about it. Basically just begging them to figure it out, not on the internet. But then, since Paige is so squarely on the side of Nick and Dustin, she chooses to completely disconnect herself from Gerard Cosmetics Jen's cosmetic brand. Nick, Dustin, and Paige all had affiliate codes for Gerard Cosmetics. They all promoted her brand, etc., and tried to help her because they were previously friends. Nick and Dustin had already distanced themselves, or at least Nick did for sure. But for Paige, it was a little bit more involved because on Jen's website, there are pictures of Paige's aunt used to help model the products, basically. Paige's aunt has unfortunately since passed away, and Paige claims that she has requested multiple times as of this point in the timeline for Jen to take down the pictures of her aunt from the website. Paige has messaged, emailed, tweeted, everything she can think of, and does really look like Jen is making her jump through hoops for some reason. This brought it very much into the public sphere because people were very upset with Jen and Gerard Cosmetics as a whole for doing something like this. Regardless of how you feel, this is an easy thing to fix, and even if you think it's being weaponized against you, which I assume Jen does think that,
I try to decide who I'm gonna side with when I'm watching these. I immediately was against the white gays. White gay people have nothing good. A white gay is not going to do anything good. I'm sorry. I don't trust them. I'm like, you be saying the N-word. I know you do. Do you think you allowed to because you're rapping along Nicki Minaj?
it's still in bad form, I think, anyway. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where I talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Mexico Birthday Edition. Last time we talked about the falling out between drama YouTubers Nick Snyder and Dustin Daly and beauty guru Jen Gerard. This time we're going to go very, very niche again and talk about Book Talk versus the NHL. I know that despite this being niche, it did get a ton of mainstream news coverage, so a lot of you may have heard it already, but there was no way I could not cover this.
How I know that? Because whenever I used to party and shit, I used to be around... Like, I'd sometimes go to, like, queer-centric events, or even, like, gay bars. My thing is, that's why I've never really dated, like... I've only dated one white gay person. Now, I've obviously have fucked a couple, but... That's not the point. Every white gay person I've personally met sounds like an iteration of a black woman. And it's so obvious. It's like, there's no way you've been speaking like that. Like, you came out and then you're like, yes, like, bitch, like, what? And, personally for me, I'd rather just date a black woman than listen to a white twink say those. Or talk like that. They also, a lot of them had an obsession with Nicki Minaj, which I fucking hated. Like, I like Nicki Minaj and her older stuff, but like a Nicki Minaj like stan, they're terrible.
As always, before we start, this is me recounting the situation to the best of my ability based on what I remember and what I was able to find. I will include any and all relevant screenshots as I go. Starting with high-level background, Book Talk is a subgenre of TikTok for people who like books. Reviews, recommendations, general discussion, etc. It all falls under Book Talk. There are a bunch of sub-niches within Book Talk. Today's story specifically centers on the section of Book Talk which focuses on hockey romance novel, which, yes, is a thing. The main creator...
If you want Book Talk, that's just... basically, a woman, or let me ask you this, Mob. With you and your girlfriend, do y'all consider porn to be cheating or wrong in any sense? Like, obviously, I think the big difference is, like, wait, y'all do believe that? Why so? I'm talking about going to a free porn website and just jacking off. I'm not talking about, like, you going on OnlyFans and paying people. I'm just talking about, like, a regular, like, I'm home alone, quit crank. That's it. Y'all consider that cheating? Because that person might not want to fuck all the time. There are plenty of people, like, there are a lot of people that have lower sex drives than their partner. I would agree with you, Mobbed. And one thing I will tell you, what is it? Once you finish up college and you get like a 40+ hour work week schedule, I'm gonna tell you right now, that shit's gonna be way different. I can tell you right now, there have been some times I was dating people and lived with them. I came home from a shift at work. They wanted to fuck. I'm like, leave me the fuck alone. Don't touch me.
I guess we differ in that sense, because I'm like, who cares? Just because I'm like, I said, it don't really matter to me. Like I said, the issue becomes like if they're jacking off multiple times a day, or like they're paying it. I mean, obviously, yeah, if you're able to, but I mean, sometimes there's gonna be things where it's like, man, I really need to, but there's also another thing, like y'all live really close together, or wait, no, y'all are living together. Never mind. Like I said, it just must be for different people, because clearly you haven't watched a VR porn video and your girl doing the same things as the girl in the video. Clearly you haven't reached that stage yet.
Creator from the book talk side of this who is involved is a woman named Kiera Lewis. On the other side, we have the NHL, the National Hockey League of America, specifically the Seattle Kraken, which is a newer NHL team which was established in 2021.
I mean, for me in general, I'm just like, porn, I don't know. Might be because I'm just a fucked up person and I got exposed to porn way too early as a kid. You know what I mean? Like, the fact I was able to have a Tumblr account when I was 10 is, like, I should be able to file a lawsuit against Tumblr. But anyway, what I was saying in relation to this, though, is like, what is it? Women that say porn is cheating, and then they'll go and read a book that all it is just written porn. That's all it is. That's what this part of TikTok is. It's just horny middle-aged women reading books, getting turned on. Bitches ain't know how to act since 50 Shades of Grey.
The Kraken as an organization is a key player in this, but also a specific player named Alex Wenberg. So, what?
Like I said, if that's something y'all in a relationship like set for, shout out to y'all. That's dope. I'm not gonna hate on somebody because we're different like that. Now let me, like, not watching porn in general. Do y'all care about jacking off in general? There's been some times where I was stressed and I didn't even watch porn. I just jacked off just to lower stress. Quick. Like, let's just say your girl sent you a video of her, right? Do y'all care about jacking off to that? Or
what happened. Without getting into too much detail, at some point I believe...
Okay. Well, that's different. I thought you just meant no jacking off in general. I'm like, you're going to hell. Pretty sure in the Bible it says y'all gotta jack off.
Last year, Kiera got into hockey romance.
She's autistic a little, so her shit is way off than a normal person. That's how it is with me. That's my biggest thing, is because, like, I'll be so ready to be with someone. That's why whenever I went through my party phase, I literally was just on, I was either taking Adderall or I was taking Blue Chew, funny enough, that shit that 85 South show advertised. Because I would just have an issue where I was like, "Stop my knee, ow." What is it? I mean, like I said, the only strict way I would say porn might be terrible is like if they do it multiple times. Yeah. Like if you pay for somebody's OnlyFans, I think that's wrong. If you do it multiple times a day, I think that's wrong. There's one time I had to have a conversation with the guy I was with, right? He only dated a couple months. And I remember seeing his history, and like the only porn he watched was like his race, but with a black man fucking them instead. I'm like, hey, we gotta have a little talk about it. Hey, why you only watch porn with black people in it? Like, what's going on here? Is there something you need to tell me?
Novels in a big way. Somebody then suggested she actually watch an NHL game, and she did, and had a really good time. People in this community were then starting to make jokes and, you know, thirst traps and stuff around actual NHL players. And Kiera had a number that she liked, but I've seen a couple accounts saying that she was the first person to really focus on Alex Wenberg on the Seattle Kraken. The reason that it ended up kicking off in a really big way, specifically with Alex, is because the Seattle Kraken...
Yeah, that was the biggest thing. But that one, I'm like, alright, what's going on here? I'd be a little ticked off. Like, I was ticked off. I'm like, hey, we gotta have a conversation. Because I'm like, this clearly isn't me. It would be the same, like, your girlfriend, not saying she is, obviously, but, like, she had small chest, small butt, and white, and you watching big booty, big titty Latina girls. I feel like that would be cause to be like, hey, what's going on here? Why? Why are you doing that?
Kraken, their social teams very much leaned into this. They made edits and all this stuff, and they went back and forth with Kiera specifically a number of times. They leaned so much into this that they invited Kiera to a game and gave her a customized jersey. Had to break for a pedicure, but we're back. So this back and forth between Book Talk and the Seattle Kraken, and specifically with Felicia at the center of the Book Talk piece of it.
Ooh. How you get Felicia out of... Yeah, that bitch very...
Continued on for a long time, like I heard almost a year, until July of 2023, when Alex's wife Felicia posted a message to her.
Oh. Why the fuck were they doing that? Nah, that's not cool at all. Why the fuck was his team leaning into it if he had a whole wife? Nah, that ain't cool.
In this post, she says that, you know, she understands that her husband's attractive. She really thinks so too, and she doesn't have a problem with people finding him attractive or expressing that in a respectful way, but that over the last months, it's gotten more and more intense.
This definitely wouldn't be... Like, I understand the wife, but I would... Dog, do you know how much my wife wouldn't be able to tell me shit if she's like, you don't do nothing. Hey, see how many bitches on the internet want me? I can go grab one of them right now instead. Want me to do that? Couldn't tell me shit.
to the point where now people are leaving, frankly, very inappropriate comments on their personal account. And she points out that there are a lot of behaviors that are being treated as acceptable when it comes to her husband, which would not be acceptable were a woman in that position. She then posted a second story saying largely the same type of thing and showing some of the comments on videos of Alex that have started to pop up now as a result of this big fascination from Book Talk. And in that particular screenshot, she doesn't call out Kiera specifically, but the screenshot shows that it is Kiera's video. Kiera was really thrown off by this because no one had said anything to her about this beforehand, and obviously the Kraken as an institution and Alex as part of the Kraken had been leaning into this up until now. So she DMs Felicia and basically says, I'm sorry, I'll delete it. I didn't mean to do any of this. I'm not sure whether or not Felicia ever responded, but as of the time Kiera talked about it, she had not. And basically this kicks off a shitstorm. There are a ton of people saying, like, obviously these are human beings just because they're men, just because they're hockey players. Like, they're not here to be your sexual idols. They're not here to be sexualized by you, etc., etc. You need to leave these people alone. To which Book Talk is like, the Kraken played into it for so long. Why is it an issue now? Like, why are they making such a big deal? She also sexualizes him, which is admittedly a really weird thing to say about somebody's wife. Obviously, she's his wife. The Kraken ended up deleting all of their videos and social posts related to Book Talk or Kiera specifically. They've not made any type of statement on it. They completely distanced themselves. Alex did make a follow-up post to his wife's Instagram post, aligning himself with her and saying, like, yeah, it would be nice if you guys could chill out. Basically, this has gotten a little intense. Kiera felt very, very targeted in this and made a number of posts defending herself, most specifically directed at the Seattle Kraken, who completely ghosted her. Not saying she didn't understand why they felt this way. She just said, no one told me, I thought it was okay. I feel like I'm being very vilified right now for something that I did not intend any harm. Book Talk came very strongly to Kiera's defense, pointing out things like she's a very large Black creator on the TikTok app and what the dynamics around that look like, but also making some kind of silly claims like the idea that the Kraken didn't have any fans or needed Book Talk to do, which, you know, it's a major NHL team. They don't need that. There was a good amount of back and forth for a while, but both parties have pretty much distanced themselves from one another. Ultimately, to me, the people who handled this worse were the Kraken as an organization. There's no way this was brought to be public without Alex and or his wife going to the organization first to say, hey, we're not comfortable with this. They literally made custom thirst traps of him for Book Talk multiple times. And yeah, Kiera and Book Talk went hard. There's definitely this aspect of like not remembering these are real human beings with real feelings. But the Kraken was actively encouraging this and co-signing it and telling her, it's fine. We love this. So I completely understand why she felt very confused.
Yeah, I think that situation, nobody was in the wrong except that sports team. You know your player has a whole wife, and you on there interacting with a girl that clearly is infatuated. Nah, that whole social media team got to get fired. That ain't cool at all.
Confused. And especially the way she immediately responded to Felicia after Felicia's post leads me to believe that, like, if someone had said something to her early on, like, hey, we're not super comfortable, she probably would have backed off. But that's my opinion. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about the breakup between Book Talk and the NHL Kraken in Seattle. This time we're going to talk about drama in the cosplay community.
Oh, please let this be about that Has-Been Hotel cosplay. I beg you.
Specifically competitive cosplay. For those unfamiliar, cosplay can be summarized
What?
to the uninitiated as really, 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 really good dress up. Like, instead of I want to dress up as this person, it's I want to be this person. Probably how I would explain it. It takes a ton of planning, a ton of technique, and just work. So many hours of work to do. Most of the time, all or the majority of the actual costume itself is completely handmade. That also includes accessories. You also have to do makeup and hair and like wig maintenance in some cases. Like, there's a lot. So there's a whole community who really likes to do this, and then there's a subset of them who compete at different conventions throughout the year.
Oh, I thought it was like competitive, like a race to get into cosplay as fast as you can.
There isn't just one winner for the entire contest. It's broken out by categories based on skill level and other things as well. And there are different types of awards that you can get. So like you can get best in your category or a particular call out for a particular thing or best overall, etc. So what happened? Recently there was a cosplay contest. I believe it was at Fan Expo. A particular cosplayer by the name of Mike Evil Fett entered the competition at Fan Expo.
What's his old ass know about cosplay?
Expo and did not win. Afterward, he joined a podcast of 4 other men. All 5 of them seem to be somewhere between their 30s and 50s. They talk about their experiences at the expo, and then they talk about the cosplay competition. Mike makes it very clear that he is very upset that he didn't win, and he considers that to be a misjudgment. They all then collectively, I want to make it clear, like Mike is the one who lost and is the one who's most upset, but all 5 of them are either actively participating or co-signing everything being said. So this is on all of them. But they proceed to talk about how the judges panel was entirely 22-year-old college girls and that they were too young to be able to have enough experience to properly judge a cosplay contest. They were friends with one another and they weren't taking it seriously. They were only looking to judge well the young, hot guys and or their friends. Kind of contradictory, but okay. One of them went even so far as to say that the reason Mike didn't win, or at least part of the reason, was because he, the guy speaking, was sitting right behind the judges and he had been a dick to one of the judges. So then she was mad at him, and then when Mike came out and he stood up and cheered for him, that judge just went, no, I'm not gonna judge that guy well. But then he proceeds to pull out his phone, show the judge's contact information, and literally tell people to harass them. Which one of the other guys goes, no, don't do that, man. But then proceeds to not blur out their contact information before you uploaded the video. That is so shitty. Anyway, this video went up a couple days ago. It's gotten a ton of attention, but the guys' responses have all been to just double and triple down. People have been right.
I need to see the cosplay. That's how I know who the true winner is. Because that man's cosplay was dope as fuck. I mean, sorry about your shit getting leaked, gang, but he right.
Rightly pointing out that this is a big no-no in the community. Like, being a really sore loser like this will get you banned, and not just from the convention you were a sore loser about. Like, you could get banned from all of them. People also came to the defense of the other cosplayers at this particular contest because these guys had been shitting on so many of them. Whoever manages the channel, I don't believe that that's Mike, is liking every critical comment, so they're clearly not taking it that seriously. There have been a few videos made on TikTok about it that have gotten pretty big, and Mike has sent harassment to at least one TikToker, I'll tag below, who has a lot of really good insight on the whole thing. Her initial video is the first one I saw, and it's a really good summary. And if you happen to be Mike specifically watching this, instead of sending me an angry DM, why don't you go ahead and think about some of the criticisms and feedback that you've been given, and think about how you and your friends approach your hobbies, because you guys are the exact type of guys who keep women out of these spaces because of how insanely toxic y'all are.
What would, I can't find anything, but like his he's old as fuck. I don't know what he was specifically doing as cosplay, but it couldn't have been that good.
Try and be better. Truly. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities that you may not be a part of. And you are probably not a part of this one, because we're talking about Neopets today.
Oh Lord, don't even get me started on these. First, when I was younger, I went from collecting Webkins to collecting Neopets. And I even had a Neopet that I bought off of eBay. I don't know how much it is now because I ended up selling all that shit, but basically it was a 1 in 2,000. Like, they only made 2,000 of them and I bought it.
Today. There is so much background, but I'm going to try and keep it to the key points. Neopets is one of the first online games to ever get popularity in the late 90s. I remember when Neopets came out. What I did not realize until quite literally a few days ago is that it is still being played.
1.5 million active players? I don't think that's necessarily... I mean, that's good for Neopets, absolutely, but I'm not sure if that's even enough to keep up the server.
In mass. A really rough comparison seems like it would be like a Pokemon plus more type of game. It's collection and you've got your little guys and stuff, but you also go and you can, I think, fight them, but then also there's games you can play to get money in the game, which can be used to then buy items, and you can trade from each other to each other back and forth. That's important. Any game that is set up in such a way that it is possible theoretically, either in or out of game, to sell things from person to person creates an economy in that game. This happened in Neopets, but I want to emphasize that is not at all the only case. Almost every MMORPG has this problem. Even like Diablo 2 had this problem. So now that there's a Neopets economy, and because it just kind of never died, that economy lives on a separate, also incredibly old-looking website that's amazing. Then on the accelerated timeline that it's on in this little microcosm, the economy goes through what you inevitably see as like a late-stage capitalistic collapse. The way this actualized for Neopets was there was a group of people who, for various reasons, had stronger connections to like the inside Neopets team compared to the rest of the players. Through those connections, they were able to get what they needed to identify and hoard all of the best possible items that would be either the rarest or the strongest or whatever. And then once you own them all, you can set whatever price you want. So in doing this, they were able to functionally break the economy because they had such unfathomable wealth compared to the other players. What makes this even funnier is that people can't even, if they wanted to try to make the money to buy one of your ridiculously expensive items, the game is so broken because the website hasn't been properly maintained that it would be almost impossible to do. But then December comes. To celebrate the season, the Neopets team released on December 1st an advent calendar. My high-level understanding is it's like any other advent calendar. You get one thing a day and there's a random chance it's any one of a certain number of items that they've pre-selected to be as part of the event. But what fucked everything up was because this cute little attack pea. Look at this little guy. This little cutie patootie is also the second best battle support item, apparently. So, because it was one of the items that the connected group of players had hoarded, and people could start getting it in the advent calendar, it's fucked up their whole economy. So what most people were doing is if they couldn't use it, they knew they could get money for it, and so they would sell theirs immediately on that website. As regular players are selling them, the rich guys are buying them up as fast as they can at really, really high bids to make sure they get it, all of them. So like if it was being sold for 20 million something, they'd bid like 80 million. And there had been rumors going around supposedly that the rich people were trying to have the P removed from the advent calendar. Then someone posted on that separate selling website that someone in this rich group who were connected had confirmed that it was going to be removed or had been removed from the advent calendars. That causes the price of the attack P to skyrocket again, and the rich guys then all sell it at like a huge, huge profit. Then that post gets pulled down, and it turns out people are still getting the attack P in their advent calendars. And my understanding of this is that the timeline for this whole thing from when the post went up to when it was pulled, we're talking hours. And like a good number of these rich guys are directly connected to this separate site too. And it looks like they got away with it. Like nothing seems to be coming out of it. Supposedly the Neopets dev team is trying to find a way to fix the effed up economy or put in some kind of regulation, but I haven't heard anything else. If you listen to this whole thing, congratulations, you now understand how the stock market works.
By the age of 14, Israel had grown
Ah!
to a scrawny but substantial
Baldy!
6 feet tall. In that same year,
Shut up. That scared the fuck out of me.
A niche tea where we
I will say that shit is funny. Never thought I'd hear the words. Hello, how are you? Never I thought I would hear the words drama in the Neopets game.
we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about the insider trading happening within the Neopets community, and I do have something I need to address about that post. In that video, I used a piece of art which I thought was official art for the game. It is not. Their name is Sophie Scruggs. I'll tag them below. They also have a website where they sell really cute stuff from a bunch of different fandoms. Please go check it out. I bought some stuff myself, and I was gonna wait until I got it to be able to show it to you as well so you could see what their work looks like, but their shop is actually, I think, closing for the season the 10th, so you still have time. Really good for like stocking stuffers and stuff, so go check them out, please. I have obviously not been as rigorous as I need to be and will be going forward so that this does not happen again. I'm so sorry to Sophie for doing this. My husband's an artist, I completely understand, and it's not acceptable. And generally, if I do fuck shit, please call me out on it. I want to be doing things the right way, and if I've done something...
I'm glad I'm not like this. I understand because they actually have a bigger platform, but I'm not having to be... having to give an explanation. I'd be like, oh shit, my bad. Sorry. This is the artist. Show him some love. Alright, time for the video.
Something wrong, I want to do whatever I can to make it right. Now back into T-World. The Neopets drama can pretty much be summarized as, your Neopets are still alive. Hoping you'll come back. You lost the login some time ago or just fell out of love with the game, but they still love you.
And fuck them Neopets. Matter of fact, fuck them Puffles on Club Penguin too.
They're not like Tamagotchis, they never die. The website's still there, they're still there. They're still starving. They've been starving. And they'll keep starving. Today we're going back into the book land, but not book talk this time, book Twitter, where it has been alleged with a good amount of evidence that debut author Kate Corain has made a ton of fake accounts on Goodreads to completely review bomb other writers, a good number of whom are also debut authors, is my understanding. And of course, the majority of the victims are POC authors, where Kate is white. This allegation was broken on Twitter by another author, Shiran J. Zhao.
You know how they could solve that? You know what Rotten Tomatoes did recently that I think is a really good fucking idea? So they could probably make it a little better. They made it to where, you know how Rotten Tomatoes has a critic score and then a audience score? So, obviously there's a lot of cases of fucking review bombing, right? So, Rotten Tomatoes made it to where you have to make an account and you have to send a picture of your ticket to the movie to be able to give it an audience score. I did. I said hi. Hi, Mira. I said that immediately. So, yeah, they made it to where if you, like, you have to show a picture. And obviously the people on Twitter that review bombs, like, well, it's not really the audience anymore. Like, who? Like, oh, so you want to review bomb something. Now you can't. Sorry, retard.
Who I will tag below. They have a video about this with every possible detail on their page. Please go watch that. But here's what I understand to have happened at a high level over the last week or so. Recounting to the best of my ability with screenshots that I have, as always. It seems that generally a lot of these authors had a Slack channel where they all talked together and they'd all been in contact getting ready for their debut. It seems maybe over the last few weeks, these authors had started to notice that there were weird reviews coming in and putting the pieces together that there were fake accounts doing this. The way they were able to make the connection to Kate specifically was that all of the accounts that were giving bad reviews to all of their books were also giving 5-star reviews to Kate's book in a bunch of different lists. You would have to really go out.
Reason I gotta shout out to haters like this that make so many accounts. I gotta give them props because, first off, how the fuck they make that many emails to make so many accounts? Making a lot of emails was so easy back in the day. Now you have to have a phone number. Each account.
Out of your way to do this, is my understanding. So Shiran goes to Twitter, vague tweets about it. They didn't want to ruin this person's career. But then, as conversation starts about it, Kate shows up and starts tweeting as though she's one of the victims. That was apparently the straw for Shiran because she didn't drop a Google Doc with 31 pages of screenshots. And we start seeing screenshots from that Slack that they're all in, where Kate is denying doing this, saying she has no idea what's going on, she's trying to figure out, and then comes in saying that she found out that it was actually a friend of hers. Someone that she knew from the Raylo community, which is where she started, I think, who was a huge fan of hers and apparently just decided to do this to support her debut. Kate then shares screenshots of a supposed Discord conversation between her and Lily where Lily admits to doing this. But you can immediately tell that something's been doctored because the timestamps don't make any sense in the Discord messages. And when people asked if they could talk to Lily and get her information, she said her Discord and Twitter were both deactivated and there was no way to contact her. And Kate's former Raylo community friends allegedly came forward and were like, we never knew anyone named Lily. This then, of course, blows up on Twitter. Kate locks down her accounts, and the authors affected, who are very rightly upset, start talking about it. One of whom is a POC author by the name of Bethany Baptiste, and she made a tweet basically telling everybody, like, we're trying to figure out what we want to do here, in which she refers to Kate as an albino snake in the henhouse. My understanding is this is a common Southern Black culture term, obviously taking snake in the henhouse, but then albino snake, white snake in the henhouse. You get it. But then another author named Meredith came forward, who was friends with Kate, and accused Bethany of being ableist because of the term albino.
I love that new meme on Twitter where it's a picture of this lady and she looking weirded out and it says, "Your friend that's too woke." Like, that's too woke. I don't think no person.
Snake. Meredith herself has albinism, and it is a disability. For example, it can cause blindness. To which Bethany responds, I was obviously talking about Kate, who is the person who is accused of doing this, not you. And again, this is a common Southern Black phrase for people who are snakes but white. It's not referring to
It don't even matter. It's like, y'all both black anyway. Who cares?
anyone who actually has albinism, which I tend
Albinism.
to agree. Meredith claims that this is unrelated to what's going on with Kate, like her response to this, but it really just seems like she's defending Kate and trying to redirect the conversation away from Kate, which is working, by the way. There are now already articles talking about both Kate and Bethany as part of this whole thing, when Bethany is a victim of Kate's. As of now, it also seems that Goodreads is limiting the ability to give certain reviews to Kate's book, though I don't believe they've done anything to rectify yet what's happened to the victims. And Kate's agency, which also represents at least some of the victims, has not said anything yet. Here are the authors affected. Please, if you can, take the time and go give them a follow. Check out their books. Any way you can support them, I'm sure would be hugely appreciated. More important than going after Kate is making sure these authors get the recognition they deserve. And again, go check out Sharon's video for even more juicy detail than this, because damn. Hello.
Being a true hater. Oh. You might have seen this one. I watched the entire video on this drama.
And welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about the Goodreads review bombing scandal that's still going on and has not been resolved over on Book Twitter. Today we're going to talk about drama in the history community. Starting from the top, what is the history community? This refers to the group of creators across any and all social media, really, who predominantly post about history-based content. Pretty much anyone who's repackaging historical content for educational and entertainment purposes. Because this type of content can be so meaty, the biggest presence of this community is on YouTube. There are dozens and dozens of different channels where you can learn about all kinds of historical stuff. It's very cool. Now, the drama is happening in the history community, but it did not start there. It started about a week ago when a 4-hour expose video was dropped by one of my absolute favorite YouTubers of all time, H-Bomber Guy. I cannot possibly explain how much I love this man's content. His videos are so entertaining and thoughtful and well-structured and funny.
Do you cure the plague? You can't. Fuck you. Don't catch the plague, shithead.
You don't need to know what he's talking about. You're gonna have a good time.
That video's, his content's incredible. I hate him though because he only uploads once a year, but it's always like a 4 or like a multi-hour video.
And I can hear you through the screen saying, that sounds great, Caroline. I love really long videos from entertaining people. How would you describe the type of content that he makes in terms of the topics? And
That's an excellent question. I have no idea.
the only way I could think of to summarize it would be like hyperfixation deep dives. You truly have no clue what's coming until it comes. But clearly he'd been thinking about H1 for a very long time. There's so much thought and detail that goes into it. Anyway, I'll stop. Go subscribe to him. So, H-Bomber Guy drops a video. 4 hours long, as I mentioned, and it's about plagiarism, specifically in the YouTube space. So this video would fall under the commentary genre. And the video really is just chapter after chapter of grueling, in-depth takedown of different YouTubers for what looks to be repeated blatant plagiarism. But specifically, I'm literally looking at the video right now, the entire back half of this 4-hour video, 2 out of 4 hours were about one person. And that person is James Somerton. James Somerton is a history YouTuber.
And there's nothing more I love than white gay slander.
Specifically one that focuses on LGBT history. And not only does H-Bomber Guy go through and do a very thorough account of every time he's plagiarized that he can find, but he also details the harm it caused to the original creators of that content who were also LGBT. Now, this video on its own kind of dropped like a bomb, right? Looking at it now, it was 8 days ago and it's at 8.9 million views. Not uncommon for him, honestly. And that sucks by itself. But then, the next day, another video specifically focusing on James Somerton was dropped by, of all people, Todd in the Shadows. Todd in the Shadows is another sizable YouTuber and he does create long-form content, but it is almost exclusively about music. That is his whole deal. He is very squarely in the music genre. This video about James Somerton was called "I Fact-Checked the Worst Video Essayist on YouTube," which means that James pissed him off enough that he made a 1 hour and 42-minute video specifically calling out all the places that he lied. He also talks about in the video how he and H-Bomber Guy were working on this at the same time, obviously, and how they worked it out so that Todd would post his second, and that he doesn't cover the plagiarism at all. This is just lies on top of the stuff H-Bomber Guy already said. And then, remember how I said that H-Bomber Guy's video was taking down a bunch of different YouTubers? One of those was another commentary YouTuber named Illuminati. Illuminati is somebody who's been in the spotlight recently for a lot of fuck shit, like being accused of trying to start a company town, or weaponizing their partners on a live note against them. Awesome. All alleged, but convincingly so. So she's been in the spotlight a lot. That's a whole separate topic. So, because she was included in it, the entire commentary community came and wanted to have a take on it as well. They probably would have come anyway. But then they get exposed to the James Somerton stuff and now they all want to talk about it. I'm literally in the middle of watching a 2+ hour Hassan reaction to it.
Ew.
This type of never-ending...
I'm not a hater of Hassan, but I feel like people that are overly, like, that actually watch content from those type of political social media stars is weird.
Content spiral is the stuff of my nightmares. But then also, there's a lot more interesting conversation happening among history YouTubers about plagiarism in general. There's a really interesting video by a creator named Veritas et Caritas, I'm probably butchering that, who is also a history YouTuber and says that this is a widespread problem. There are tons of people out there like James Somerton. In their video, they talk about how there are tons and tons of channels that are functionally just using history content as content farm material. And that as a whole, viewers especially are very forgiving of plagiarism when it comes to history-based content because history is seen as belonging to all of us. Apparently, a somewhat common tactic is to make a new channel, go to Wikipedia, pick a topic, take the Wikipedia page, put it into ChatGPT, it'll generate a script for you. You then read the script or even have AI do the script, and you can have AI build the visuals or do just lazy visuals with it, and then you can generate videos constantly. And you copy the sources from Wikipedia into your video, and ta-da! Or you don't source it at all. People, again, don't seem to really care. And beyond major things like that, it still just seems to be a problem. They mentioned in their video there's a Slack group they belong to for history YouTubers to talk about plagiarism and citing sources and etiquette and stuff like that. And it's been significantly more active in the last few days since the H-Bomber Guy video dropped. As of now, James Somerton has thrown a smoke bomb and disappeared into the woods. All of his content on his YouTube channel is gone. All of his social media seems to be deactivated. He did reportedly post a message to his Patreon to his supporters apologizing and saying he'll provide more details.
Like, that's a 2-hour video on you? Like, how the fuck, like, there's really no, like, arguing, be like, see, this is where he's wrong. Then you gotta go through 2 hours. Then he said he was killing himself, and then he just didn't.
When his emotions are brought back down. He's not trying to deny anything that I can see, and he does seem to be at least somewhat remorseful, but I don't know how you come back from this, to be honest. Please go watch the videos that I mentioned on the topic. I'll put them up here again for your reference. And go subscribe to H-Bomber Guy, for the love of God. Okay, let's do it. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about drama in the history community.
I just saw a video on Twitter where a guy was at a drug test facility and somebody in the lobby waiting to get a drug test had their container of fake pee, like, explode. Now this dumbass looked like he pissed his pants.
where basically a YouTuber named James Somerton was functionally hit by the hammer of dawn. Today we're going to talk about the commentary / anti-MLM community and do a high-level recap of what has happened to date in the ongoing situation around creator Illuminati. Now, before we start, Miss Illuminati is known to be quite litigious, so everything I am about to cover are allegations which have come out against Illuminati as I have seen them. It is my summary understanding of the situation. Everything is alleged, nothing has been proven that I'm aware of. If I get a cease and desist, I swear to God. And again, just because there is so much, I'm going to cover as much as I can at a very high level, and then I will direct you at the end to where to go to get more details, should you wish to learn more. Starting at the top, who is Illuminati? Illuminati, aka Blair, is a YouTube video.
Bitch, you know you dead wrong for posting that picture. I'm calling you out. That was not cool. That was fucked up what you just did, ma'am. You know damn well there are other pictures of that bitch.
Video essayist whose content I would say broadly has been predominantly focused on like bad business practices. It used to be more specifically anti-MLM, but it's expanded since then to be more about like any bad company or bad charity, etc. But then more recently, because she uploads so frequently, the topics are a lot more broad. I guess it's like commentary / investigation at this point. Up until now, it's been pretty successful. I literally took a break so I could think about how I want to talk about the actual bullshit that goes down. All of this starts because Blair goes on Twitter one day accusing another YouTube account, Legal Eagle, of copying her. Specifically copying what seemed to be universally used.
This was one of the funniest things against this bitch to me. How the fuck are you gonna accuse, out of every single person on YouTube, the lawyer YouTuber, of doing shit like copyright? Or copying you? That is one of the most insane things ever. Like, out of everybody on YouTube, I think the person that would least copyright or use somebody else's shit is a fucking lawyer.
And easily available like editing techniques. And this particular act of fucking around has led to 3 different lanes of finding out she will then experience. The first and hilariously least interesting of these is everyone coming back and being like, yeah, we all use those. Those are free, you don't own those. And Legal Eagle actually responded to her and was like, not only that, we used it before you. So that was a quick and dirty L for Blair there. But then also we get find out number 2 happening, which was H Bomber Guy replying to Blair's tweet saying, hey bestie, you're actually the one that steals things. This was where he first showed the evidence that Blair plagiarized her anti-vax video, which he would then further investigate across her other videos, all culminating in the very large video we talked about in the last episode. So that's L number 2. And then this also instigated find out lane number 3 to kick off, which was Sad Milk. Sad Milk was a collaboration YouTube channel that existed for a period of time between Blair herself as well as a number of other YouTubers. The people from Sad Milk we're going to talk about today are specifically named One Topic, The Click, Wonderstruck, and Oz Media. Sad Milk had ended a little bit before this. However, I guess with the Legal Eagle stuff popping off and people giving Blair more scrutiny at the time, One Topic was like, fuck it, we ball, and posted a very intense and long Twitter thread detailing all the mistreatment that apparently he and the other Sad Milk members suffered at Blair's hands, allegedly. This, of course, being very ironic given that Blair's main channel, Illuminati, focuses very heavily on company mismanagement and employee mistreatment. And quickly after One Topic came out, so did the other 3. And when I tell you these guys have details and receipts at a very, very high level, they outlined that Blair was very manipulative, very controlling. They alleged that she was just very mean. She had very bad temper. She had overwhelmingly more clout, power, followers.
Have we had a non-white person be the biggest issue in any of these videos yet? I don't think so, right? I think every issue's been a white person.
All that stuff, but also more money than them. And she used this very intentionally to her advantage. She was emotionally manipulative to them. She would create infighting. She would use her following and like vague tweeting and doing stuff and use like alt accounts and drop stuff about other people and share secrets. Very Colleen Ballinger, very creepshow art, just a lot of that. Overall, very, very toxic. And according to these 4, the reason that Sad Milk ended up falling apart. She was also allegedly financially very controlling over them to whatever extent she could be. This includes not getting paid on the cadence that was expected or the amounts that were expected, but also she would convince them that it made more sense instead of them getting their own car or moving in with someone else. She's like, no, I'll buy a car and you can lease it from me, or I'll buy a house and you can stay with me. I'm going to buy another house so you can just stay there. Creating situations such that she controlled almost every aspect of their life. This is what I meant when I said the company town thing. For me, though, the biggest thing is the weaponizing of personal trauma that is alleged against her. And I know I brought up the weaponizing the unalive note thing, and people called out that that wasn't her partner because you're thinking of Wonderstruck. I actually wasn't thinking of Wonderstruck. I got them confused. She's done it twice, allegedly. One of the 4 members of Sad Milk Oz Media was previously her partner. At some point before that, there was another guy named Azothan. YouTuber Swoop made a documentary. She spoke to Azothan about this, and he said to her that at some point they had an argument and Blair called him like mediocre and that she was above him or above the situation or something, and that he claims that was directly referencing an unalive note that he had made in the past, referring to himself as mediocre and a burden. And then separately from that, in a video that Blair made, she made one large video in response to all the tweets from the Sad Milk guys, which was, those tweets were in response to all the Legal Eagle stuff happening. So that's, now we're at a video that Blair made in response to that, which was largely regarded to be absolute trash, because she basically just tries to find any personal issue with any person, that anything they've ever done wrong in their whole life, and weaponize it against them without really addressing like the specific things as much. And also she just doesn't really seem to have a leg to stand on, in my opinion. But in that, she tries to weaponize Wonderstruck's mental health against him, including, I believe, weaponizing his unalive note in that video. Then in response to Blair's video, One Topic, Wonderstruck, and now Oz Media have all put out very in-depth, well-structured, articulate videos with a lot of screenshots showing everything they possibly can about what they've had to dealing with Blair. And then Oz claims in his video another instance of Blair weaponizing trauma against them, specifically that he and Blair, who were partners at the time, had some sort of situation where she gave him money for something that he needed, and then she came to him later and said that she took the money illegally out of her business when she shouldn't have, and just didn't tell him at the time, and because of that she had committed embezzlement. And she used that to manipulate him because he, in his past, had had his mother sent to prison for embezzlement, and it deeply traumatized him. I have not even scratched the surface of the details of this, and look at the timestamp we're at. Since the Sad Milk's response videos came out, I think all of them have been sent cease and desist, and a few other people, again, she's very litigious, and she has not commented on it further that I'm aware of. She has also turned off comments on all of her videos and is trying to just keep going with her life. She's posted, like somebody said, 60 videos since all this went down. Definitely go watch each of the individual guys' videos. Go read their Twitter threads if you like, and go watch the Swoop documentary, and that should get you in the right content spiral to get all the details. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about the ongoing fallout YouTuber Illuminati has been facing from a misguided tweet allegation she made against Legal Eagle. Today we're going to talk about a situation that's been unfolding for the last couple of weeks in the gaming community. I say situation because this really goes beyond tea drama. At best, this is really sad and disappointing. And at worst, this has legal implications. As always, we'll cover background first. The gaming community, predominantly existing on YouTube, is the collection of YouTubers who do pretty much any content related to games. This can be Let's Plays, this can be speedruns, gaming reviews, gaming commentary, anything along those lines. It's a very large community with a lot of really big players. For example, PewDiePie is part of the gaming community, so is Markiplier. The situation we'll be talking about today centers on a creator named The Completionist, also known as Gerard. He is a gaming YouTuber, predominantly known for his gaming reviews, and he has been very wholesome, loved, unproblematic up until this point that I'm aware of. The two other primary players in this are also gaming YouTubers. The first is named Mudahar. He's also known as Some Ordinary Gamers on YouTube.
I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't know, it just seems something off is about him. Something's off.
And the other is named Carl Jobst, and he, I believe, is a speedrunner. So what happened? Several weeks back, Carl and Mudahar both posted videos on their respective channels talking about an investigation that they did together into a charity organization run by The Completionist called Open Hands. The background on that is that The Completionist, Gerard, his mother was diagnosed with a form of dementia when he was very young. She battled it and lost her life to it as he was growing up over a period of like 15 years. But this is a cause that is very close and dear to him and his family. And he wanted to be able, as he got bigger on YouTube, to do something to support research in the dementia field. His family created the Open Hands organization as a way to gather funds through charity events, which they would then partner with different dementia research organizations to donate the funds to. One of the primary sources of donations that Open Hands gets every year come from a charity event that Gerard the Completionist hosts called Indieland. This is I believe, several-day event where indie games are highlighted and played. It gives good exposure to these indie developers who it can be very hard for them to get funding, etc., and get traction. But also then all of the money, everything from sponsors, donated money, you can donate like bits on Twitch, like literally anything, it's supposed to go into Open Hands. And he says this repeatedly. He also repeatedly talks about the organizations that Open Hands works with. He names a number of different organizations. And he does this consistently every time he talks about Open Hands, not just for Indieland, generally. In Carl and Mudahar's videos, they both go through the fact that they investigated the tax returns for Open Hand, which are publicly available. And basically what they can see through that is that none of the money had actually been donated. It's not that anything had been taken out, at least not from Indieland that they can see. There's no allegation that Indieland money was being pocketed. However, they say it's just been sitting there. And Open Hands has been active for years, like a decade. So this money never actually got to the organizations that everyone thought it was getting to, and that, more importantly, Gerard was making a point to say it was going to. Now, Gerard's family manages the organization. He claims in a call that Mudahar and Carl had with him that he did not know that the money was sitting there and hadn't actually been donated until 2022. However, Indieland 2023 continued as expected, and he continued to say, we're working with these organizations, and very much implying that the money had gone, is going, will go to these organizations. It hasn't, and that potentially constitutes fraud. Now, Gerard had reasons related to like high fees and wanting to make sure they restricted the money to be used in certain ways for why this money hadn't been moved yet and that they were still talking to different people. However, again, it has been a decade. So beyond even the fact that what Gerard was telling people was not the truth of what was happening and the fact that that could constitute charity fraud. 10 years is a huge amount of time where research has not been done using money that was intended for that research. And because of inflation, the money is literally worth less now than it was when it was initially donated. So Mudahar and Carl put out their videos. The completionist took a good amount of time to respond, and the response was not super well received. For me personally, he's way too focused on this idea that he was never intending to steal the money. But nobody said that. Not about Indieland anyway. And he clearly just doesn't think it's that big of a deal. He thinks it's okay that it's been this long because he was going to give the money in the end anyway, and he just wanted to make sure they were making the right decision. And in that video, where it sounds to me like he's trying to excuse why this money hasn't gone anywhere, he's talking to the people whose money he took. And it doesn't come off well, in my opinion. The video was rough for me. He sounded very defensive, very angry, spent a good amount of time talking
Shit, it ain't their money anymore, it's mine. Fuck y'all.
about the hate he's getting and how inappropriate that is. Don't talk about that in your apology or acknowledgement videos. Don't do that. Address it separately. This video is meant to be toward the people whom you have theoretically wronged. Don't bring it back to you and how you've been wronged. Make a separate post. He also spoke about some potential legal action, assumedly against Mudahar and Carl. I don't believe anything specifically has come of that. Now, I want to say since that video came out, Mudahar and Carl continued to investigate and make new videos with new things that they found, and a bigger thing had come out regarding another event which advertised itself as supporting the Open Hands Foundation, and that is a golf tournament, I believe managed by Gerard's father. The problem there is that in going through the IRS filings, Mudahar and Carl allege that they cannot tie any of the revenue from the golf tournaments to anything actually donated to Open Hands. They're basically saying Open Hands didn't get this money, so this money is unaccounted for, at least to some extent. I haven't heard anything additional yet regarding the golf tournament. However, since Mudahar and Carl's videos have come out, $600,000 has been donated by the Open Hands Foundation. So that money is now in the hands of the actual researchers. Gerard has said that he is stepping down from the board of the Open Hands Foundation, but it is managed by his family. That's also another thing that's been brought up, is that potentially Some of the reasons that Gerard's responses have been so confusing and not what we would expect from him is because he may be covering for his family. Gerard has also said he wants to continue to move forward with Indieland in 2024 because it does benefit the actual indie game designers, but that there will not be a charity component associated, and he will no longer associate with Open Hands. As far as Fallout goes, Gerard's subscriber count has been going down, as you would probably expect. He's also been removed. He had a cameo in the new Sea of Stars game. That is being patched out. It's a really cute game, by the way. If you like Chrono Trigger, play it. The Completionist subreddit is also private now for some reason. I don't know. Definitely go check out Mudahar and Carl's videos. They have videos covering this as it continues, including updated details. I'll put the visuals of the first ones here for you to reference. Fingers crossed the golf tournament money shows up. You got it. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about the really unfortunate charity debacle going on with the Completionist in the gaming community. Today we're going to go really niche and talk about some developments in competitive Splatoons.
Splatoon's still a thing? Oh, I don't know, I guess. I didn't even know it was still a thing.
Splatoon is a team-based competitive game made by Nintendo. You've probably seen it before, or at least visuals from it. The goal of the game is you and your teammates enter an arena against another team. You have an assigned color, the other team has an assigned color. All of your weapons are based around paint. You're splattering paint everywhere around the arena with the goal of getting as much of the arena covered in your color of paint as possible by the end, which I believe determines the winner. There's other mechanics involved, but this is all that really matters for what we're going to talk about today. Now, because it is paint-based, the colors that you're assigned are really, really bright. So you're
You good.
able to differentiate between your color and your opponent.
Shit, I'd be talking like this to myself if nobody was here. My own white man.
It's also just the aesthetic of the game. Now, the game itself has gone through a bunch of different iterations. They're on Splatoon 3 right now, and it gets continually updated by the Nintendo team to add more dynamics to the game. This includes new weapons, new maps, etc. There are also what are called special weapons. My understanding is special weapons can be thought of as like charge moves. So, the whole situation we're about to talk about kicked off because several weeks back, Nintendo released a new special weapon called the Splatter Color Screen. The way this works is when you activate it, a big screen comes out in front of you and moves forward into your opponents, and if they get hit by it, it has effects on them for a number of seconds. There are two primary effects that happen to you, the player, if you get hit with someone else's splatter color screen. The first is that the colors are muted, so you can no longer as easily distinguish between your own paint color and a competitive paint color. And the other is that this like kind of noise plays on top of everything. The goal of it is to be disorienting, and when you describe it the way I just did, it sounds like it's probably fine and it does what it's intended to do. However, the problem has arisen that when people use it in-game, because of the specific combination of things that it does and the way it alters the color, it's actually causing a lot of actual health problems for people. There have been all kinds of reports from the most common being like people getting migraines from this to also dizziness and nausea. There's been claims of epilepsy being triggered by this, but also vision impairment because the way it's grayscaling the color, it's bringing down the saturation, but it's not affecting the value of the color. And so it just makes it incredibly bright. And the combination of the enhanced brightness alongside this weird like staticky sound that they chose with the intention of being disorienting is so disorienting that it's disproportionately affecting certain players, especially those who already have audio-visual or like neurological disorders. Lots of people have come forward, both with and without some type of disability, saying this has made me not able to play this game. And it's of course kicked off a ton of back and forth within the competitive Splatoon community because there are a ton of people being frankly very ableist and just kind of like saying, well, it doesn't affect me, so get over it. That's not how a game should be made. Like, there is a meaningful difference between seeing bright saturated colors and bright non-saturated colors, and people acting like they don't understand this concept is truly confusing to me. Like, a good example of this in day-to-day life is when it's a really overcast day, it can still still be incredibly bright. If you look up at the sky, it will hurt your eyes. Like, try and take nice photographs on an overcast day. It sucks. And my understanding is this isn't a very good special weapon anyway compared to the other ones available, so like, why would anybody be riding this hard for it except to be a dick? But you know, competitive gaming. It seems a number of people have made updated demo versions of what the splatter color screen could be in a way that is more accessible. And in the meantime, it seems like a lot of competitive spaces are banning it or finding ways around it, which of course is sparking more trolling. As of the most recent patch update that I saw come out from Nintendo, it does not look like this has been patched out yet or fixed in any way. And I haven't seen them address it at all, and I really just don't understand why. Like, you're saying that people who truly love this game have put it down forever until this is removed. If it's that disruptive to even a minority of your players, remove it. I hope they do soon, because that sucks. He sure did. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Today we're continuing to talk about the history community in the first follow-up video that I've made in this series yet, and I'm only really doing that in situations where there's a lot to say, and there is a lot to say. Because James Somerton, the YouTube video essayist who has been, I think at this point we can say, proven to have both plagiarized and lied a significant amount in his videos over the last several years, has issued an apology video. For more in-depth detail and background, you can follow this comment back to the previous video, and it goes through the whole thing. It's too much to try and summarize again here. Now, he did immediately take the video down, probably like the same day, and that is because it's very bad. And we're gonna talk about why at a high level. So Tipster on YouTube is a drama/news channel, has the full video and has a video going through it, so you can see the entirety of it there. I'm going to link their TikTok below and you can get to their YouTube from there. And there's one clip from Tipster's YouTube video covering this that I think fully and perfectly encompasses just the whole vibe of it. And before I play it, just take a minute, look at my username, and you'll understand why this sent me into orbit.
I never ever intended to hurt anybody. I never thought that's what I was doing. Before I went to the hospital, I read a lot of—
It's fine, we're fine. So what made this video bad? There's another TikTok creator I'm actually going to link below as well. Her name is Molly McPherson PR. She's somebody who talks about apologies from people who are in the spotlight who have done things wrong and the way that they've addressed them. She really likes to break down how those apologies do and don't work. She's really great. I really like her content. So please go check her out if you find this to be interesting. The reason I want to bring her into this specifically, and I don't know that she's covered this, but I think about her as I look at apology videos now, because there's some core do's and don'ts when it comes to these types of things, and James Somerton's video pretty much goes against any recommendation anybody would ever give. Real fast, a trigger warning for mental health / talk of SH. Very high level, won't be descriptive, but just in case. When the video starts, it is immediately Laura Lee vibes, and it stays that way the entire time. Very woe is me. And right off the bat, the first thing that he brings up is the fact that the reason he has not responded fully until now is because he's been in the hospital, because he almost made a terrible mistake, obviously alluding to either SH or an attempt or both, which in conjunction with how emotional he is in this video is not the way you want to be doing this. I've mentioned before with the Gerard thing, I think talking about the impact of your bad actions on yourself is something that you should talk about outside of any type of accountability or apology video entirely, but at the very least, opening with that is very bad form.
Also, you shouldn't mention it anyway. Like, just because you attempted to kill yourself doesn't mean you need to bring it up. The only reason that seems like you would bring it up is to gain sympathy.
You're setting the stage as, let's talk about me and how bad this is for me and not what I've done to you. That's one thing that Molly talks about. Another one is that you're always supposed to very directly speak about what you have done, the harm that you've caused, that you understand the impact of what you've done, and then apologize and say how you're going to fix it, how you're going to change going forward, etc. And he pretty much does none of this. He minimizes the plagiarism entirely to just like not crediting people, which would not change that. It's pretty funny actually, because H-Bomber Guy's video, he specifically talked in the Illuminati section about how just crediting doesn't change the fact that you lifted entire parts of other people's stuff and just put it in yours. That's still plagiarism. And truly, the longer this video goes on, the worse it gets and the less
sympathy you have. I started writing down my favorite quotes because some of them were so absurd. I didn't realize I was hurting people. I never thought anyone thought I was doing journalism. I should have been more diligent about fact-checking and stuff. The part that was lazy was the copy and paste part. Great, thanks James, thanks so much. He also laments for several minutes about him and Nick no longer being friends, but then proceeds to also talk about how he's definitely not throwing Nick under the bus, but simultaneously he says over and over again that he didn't write those parts. What else, what does that mean? But the worst part is when he talks about what he wants to do to make it right. He thanks H Bomber Guy for setting up a fund to support the creators from whom James plagiarized, and says, not, I'm just gonna give money to that, not, I'm gonna double whatever, not, I'm gonna give all the revenue from those videos to it. No, he said, I'll make those videos where I stole stuff public again, and I'll give the future revenue to this fund H Bomber Guy set up. That's not how this is gonna, no. So yeah, that's why it was pulled down so fast. The comments on that immediately came for him. There was even a comment from Folding Ideas. He's another pretty big video essayist on YouTube. He's the one who made that viral NFT video last year. And something else that was in Tipster's video that I didn't even realize was when this all first went down, James had a Patreon. One of the people he stole from was actually one of his Patreon supporters. Fuck. But he obviously shut that down in the middle of everything. Well, apparently he just like really quietly put it back up at some point, and it was charging people who didn't realize, like until it was already done. Like every shady thing a person can do, every misstep a person can make, he's making it. He claims he's gonna come back with a proper apology later. Just stop doing shady things. That's all we want at this point. There's way more detail, so go check out Tipster's video for like the full breakdown. And go check out Molly McPherson's page too. She's got really interesting breakdowns for this type of stuff from a PR standpoint. I wasn't going to cover this because I thought she deleted her Twitter and this was over, but Miss Girl is back with a vengeance, so here we go. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about the really unfortunate, what I'm going to call apology attempt by James Somerton, who was recently outed for repeated and egregious plagiarism of other LGBT content creators in his YouTube video essays. Today we're going back over to book Twitter, and specifically I'm starting to think of this as just author Twitter, because authors seem to have a lot of beef on Twitter. Like the fact that this happened so quickly after the Kate Corain thing is insane to me. That video is in the playlist. I think it's episode 9. So again, at a high level, when I say book Twitter, I specifically mean authors interacting with one another on Twitter. I'm not gonna say X. This all started when author Marvelous Michael Anson, who goes by Marv with an E on Twitter, posted about their upcoming book, Firstborn of the Sun. The post seemed to be a pretty standard promotion for upcoming work. Then another author named Lauren M. Davis comes in and comments below it saying, oh, your main character wouldn't happen to have the ability to control the sun, would she? To which Marv is like, yeah, obviously. And then Lauren says they're gonna send Marv a DM. Turns out Lauren thinks that because she wrote a book that was, I believe, released in 2020, which included a main character who could control the sun, that is somehow now protected under copyright as her property intellectually. And basically since then, Lauren has been, I think, trying to prevent the book from coming out, but also just trying to drag Marv's name through the mud for plagiarizing. This is already so dumb and bad, but when I tell you it gets so much worse the more you learn. As I mentioned in the beginning, at one point Lauren does delete one of her Twitter accounts where she initially started this beef. So because of that, some of the screenshots and some of the information I got from other TikToks. So I'm gonna tag the creators below whose videos I reference. I'm also gonna show their faces and their tags, but you know, please go check them out and get more information there. The timeline for this after this initial kickoff within this tweet thread is pretty much that Lauren sends DMs to Marv, which I think Marv ignores. Marv kind of clowns on this whole idea, as they should, frankly, because it is absurd, and this brings more attention to it, which then causes Lauren to double, triple, quadruple, quintuple down at every chance she possibly gets. Lauren explains that no, it is not just sun-based powers, but also both the characters are Black, and they're both named Nova, you know, that really unique name for somebody who has sun powers. On top of the absurdity of this, there are also two immediate problems that become apparent. As one creator already pointed out, and as you can easily see on Lauren's new active Twitter, her Nova is not Black at all. Why are you lying?
Why the fuck you lying?
But also there's another stickling point that I have here that nobody's really talked about that's been really bothering me. Lauren says in her description that everyone in the kingdom of Oru is born with Agbara, the ability to draw magic from the sun. That is not the same thing as controlling the sun. Superman gets his powers from the sun. The sun makes him stronger. Solar, deep pull, actually controls the sun. Kind of nitpicky, but like that's the thing that set you off. That's what started this whole thing, and it's not even the thing you're saying it is. People continue to tell Lauren that she's being absurd because she is. And at some point, for some reason, Lauren, who is a southern white cop, by the way.
Oh, see, I was just about to say, let me guess, this is another white woman doing it.
Decides to put this tweet out about Nigeria.
Reference to those, and there's
Nigerians, which golly gosh, just so happens that Marv is Nigerian. When she is immediately called out for this, she goes on an absolute unhinged tirade, tweeting over and over again all the things she's done for the African American community. It is insane. She also revealed that she contacted Marv's agent, assumedly to get the book stopped at this point, and I'm gonna give all the actual props in the world to Marv's agent because they came back like a boss. They quickly responded, they quickly publicly responded and addressed it and basically said, this is BS, you are full of it, leave my client alone. Imagine if K-pop agencies were this good. Now, again, I wasn't gonna cover this because I thought Lauren had deleted her Twitter and that she had just kind of run away, but no. As of today, she's still very much on Twitter, just under a different handle, and she's deleted all of the initial tweets, but she's still coming at like literally anybody who says anything to her. She's like replying to people's tweets and being haughty and passive aggressive and like double, tripling, quadrupling down yet again constantly. She will not let this go. Thankfully, this really doesn't seem to have affected Marv at all. They've gotten a good number of new Twitter followers. I highly recommend you go follow them. If you like fantasy, they seem to have some really cool stuff coming out, and Marv is an Amazon best-selling author. They've been really thankful for the positivity they've received throughout this whole thing because I'm sure it was really frustrating and scary to an extent. So please go give them some support and, look into their books to see if there's anything you might consider adding to your reading list.
Oh no.
Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. I hope everyone is enjoying.
Oh my god. Wait. Because I read the captions, like I can see before. Please say this is the one I think it is.
The last days of 2023, I can tell you who is not though, and that would be today's topic, which is the chess community. When I tell you this community is so messy, as I've looked into what we're going to talk about today and everything else going on, because there's like multiple things going on at the same time, I've come to realize that the chess community is where like apex boy drama happens. And that's not to say that there aren't tons of women in the space. It's just literally women are just trying to fight the organizations to play in the first place. Meanwhile, the boys, and by boys I do mean anywhere up to like 50-year-old men, are getting into just absolute squabbles constantly. And these are grandmasters or like master players we're talking about. It's insane. Like a damn near 50-year-old man got his chess.com blog privileges taken away because he was shitting on a 12-year-old. Like, I can't make this up. But today we're going to talk about something that is still happening. Like, my most recent updates are as of 5 hours ago, and that is related to the 2023 championships. First, as always though, we're going to set some foundations. So I assume most people know what chess is. I'm not going to explain how the game works. There are obviously tons and tons of people who play chess throughout the world, and there is a governing body of chess called FIDE, which is the acronym for the French title of the organization, but in English it's the World Chess Federation. They oversee tournaments, rules of play, how people are ranked, stuff like that. Now, when we talk about rankings, these are determined based on a unit called ELO points. These are officially monitored and tracked by FIDE, and you earn or lose points based on your performance in like FIDE recognized matches. How many points you win or lose in a match with someone else is based on how many points you had going in compared to theirs. So if theirs were much higher than yours going in and you win, you get a bigger bump in points than you would have if you went in against somebody who had the exact same ranking as you. And same thing in reverse. If that person who has a much higher rank loses to you with a much lower rank, they lose more points than they would if they played against somebody with the same rank as them or someone higher ranked than them. So in the simplest terms, theoretically, the higher your point score is, the better chess player you are. So as I mentioned in the beginning, this is about the championships for 2023, which that championship tournament will happen next year. And before that tournament, there is a championship candidates tournament that is also happening next year. And right now, everyone's fighting to get into this candidates tournament so that they can potentially win the candidates tournament to get to the actual final championships. There are 8 spots open for the candidates tournament. 6 of them are actually not open. They're actually filled already based on tournaments that have already happened earlier in the year. And there are 2 spots left open. We're focusing on one of them because there's one player who is specifically gunning right now to take the last spot, which will be given to the person with the highest number of ELO points as of the end of 2023. Now this gets a little bit confusing, so I'm going to try and simplify. I believe the person who was on top was a player named Wesley So. And it looked like Wesley was probably going to be the person to take that last candidate spot for that tournament next year. But there is another player named Alireza Firouzja who is an Iranian French champion. Firouzja would obviously like to be in the championships and thus would like to be in the candidates tournament. So my understanding is, and I'm not sure exactly how this is happening, but there are jobber tournaments being set up for him so that he can inflate his score in time for the end of the year so that he can overtake Wesley So and get that last spot. This seems to be a thing that no one is contesting. Like, that is what is happening. But as this has progressed, it's kicked off a lot of scrutiny. These tournaments are all Masters tournaments, but there's a lot of different point differentials between the rankings, like once you get to Master. Most of the guys he was going up against seem to have several hundred points below him, which means he gets fewer points from playing against them, but he's more likely to win. So the idea being like he'll get these tiny little bumps and bumps and bumps until he overtakes Wesley. People who support Firouzja bring up that, A, this has been done before. Another year previously, this was done to get a candidate into the tournament, and everyone kind of agreed that it was fine. And B, that Wesley So can do the same thing if he'd like to. There's nothing stopping him. The counter arguments to that, though, have been that for the player that did it previously, they had the ranking. It was just they didn't have like a minimum number of games that had to be played, very specifically, I believe, due to COVID restrictions. So that was a different circumstance, and it wasn't as though he was like trying to inflate his score, which is somewhat what it looks like you're doing here. And Wesley has come out himself and said, like, yeah, I could do that, but I'm not going to do that. That sucks. So everyone's just been watching Firouzja as he goes to see if he can get the points that he needs to overtake Wesley before the end of the year. But then, literally on Christmas, FIDE came out with a new set of rules that were like, if you make a tournament that's like a Masters tournament, we're not going to count it unless there's at least one player that has over a 2,700 score, which I believe would discount some of the stuff that Firouzja has already done, which would then put Wesley back on top. But then people are like, well, if you're going to do that, won't you take away the guy's championship from before when he won, as a result of doing the same thing? Because I don't think his made that qualification. And then they came back and clarified that, no, this is like a going forward thing, so it actually doesn't affect the stuff that Firouzja has already done. So then he is still on top. But then also a few days before that, the U.S. chess president issued this letter on behalf of the U.S. chess organization to FIDE and the world, basically being like, this French tournament, at least one of the ones that Firouzja has done, shouldn't be counted at all because of, the way it was set up and what its clear intentions were. Wesley So is American, so that's part of the reason. But FIDE hasn't decided on that, so those points could still be taken away from him, which would put him back below Wesley So. Also, I'm getting the impression for at least a couple of games, he, did not perform the level that he needed to get the points that he needed, and, these were set up for you. That's a little embarrassing. Anyway, he's still going. He's still got, I don't know, a couple days. The tea is hot. It is happening right now. Hello.
I thought it was gonna be about the, what is it? Fucking, the chest butt plug drama. Not that, but...
And welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about what I am now definitively convinced is the messiest community to ever exist, which is the chess community, and the drama surrounding the race to the candidates tournament.
Do you know about that, Mob, or no? Long story short, there is a national... I don't know what it was specifically. I believe it was something like it was a very, very high-ranking chess tournament. And there were 16 people that were competing, I believe. And the guy that was number 1 seed in the tournament and the guy that was number 16th, the very bottom seed, they ended up going against each other. He ended up getting the finals, and the 16th seed ended up winning. And so the first seed guy, obviously, he's pissed trying to think of any excuse under the sun. So he comes up, and they start actually going out there and saying that he and another person were working, where the guy that won wore a butt plug, and the friend that was helping him would make it vibrate whenever he needed to do a certain move. I'm like, dog, if that's true, he deserves to win. Okay, first off, if he did that to cheat, he deserves to win. I can't lie. You put a butt plug up your ass to win, you fair game. Like, honestly, I can't hate on that. That's like, you know what, big dog, you clearly wanted this more. Yeah, that was the butt plugins.
Tournament for the 2024 championships. Today we're going to talk about something I have had just the best time looking into, and that is a Scientology dupe that exists in Final Fantasy XIV. That was a lot of words, so let's start from the top. Final Fantasy XIV is a massive multiplayer online.
All my friends, like all my PlayStation friends, because those are the first people those are the people I grew up with. I met them when I was in like 6th, 7th. They all play this game. I tried playing it, I can't play it. It's basically World of Warcraft, but more weeby, and it's on console.
Role-playing game, aka an MMORPG, or an MMO more commonly called, or a MMORPG. If you're not super familiar with MMO,
I heard that wrong, right? No, but see, it's available on console. You can play Final Fantasy XIV on console. That's the big difference. So they all play it on PlayStation 5. But what the fuck did this bitch just say? I'm out.
all you really need to know is it's a game where you and a bunch of other people come together into the game online and interact with each other and the game. You can go on
Hold on, before you go, tell me if I'm tripping real quick. Listen real quick.
Together and hunt stuff together and all kinds of stuff. Popular ones you may have heard of are like Elder Scrolls, EVE Online, World of Warcraft, etc. Now, I believe in all of these. You can build and join clubs, basically. The idea being that you
Wait, no, never mind.
guys band together in a club.
Okay, never mind. She said, what is it? These are all MMORPGs. Like, MMORPG. Said they're all MMORPGs. I don't think that.
And you support each other in doing really hard quests or fighting really hard bosses and stuff like that. It's fun, it builds community, it helps you meet new people, etc. These clubs are usually called guilds. In Final Fantasy XIV, they are called free companies, or FCs. Now, in Final Fantasy XIV, there is a free company called Azure Infinitum, which I have come to learn is basically like, again, trying to be a Scientology dupe. And when I say that, I mean that in a very specific way. I don't mean that it has any religious implications at all. What I mean is specifically in the way that it is trying to be a cult. And trying is the word. And that's what makes this so funny. The primary person who's basically upstanding this entire thing is a character in the game named Reika Fujishima. Now, Reika, the character, is the leader of Azure Infinitum in Final Fantasy XIV. But this is where it already gets confusing. I have two people who made Reika. One is a person named Erika, and the other is a person named Hikaru Kazushime. Reika seems to be an OC made by Erika. However, in all of the accounts that I found about Final Fantasy XIV specifically, it looks like Hikaru is the one that's actually Reika in those instances. And so people do refer to Reika as he, so I'm going to refer to Reika as he. Of note, both Erika and Hikaru list themselves as CEO/owners of Azure Infinitum. They're treating this like an IP, like a company. That's important for later. So, Reiko runs this guild, we'll call it, actively within the Final Fantasy XIV universe and actively recruits. I do want to call out here that a mass...
What you talking about? What you mean?
chunk of what I'm going to show you does come from a very specific YouTube video uploaded by a user whose name is Na, and I realized that this is the only video that they've put up on their channel. Please go watch that for more of the details. I'm gonna call out the things that I think are particularly funny, but they have so many details there. All the Discord screenshots you see here, I'm not in Discord. They're not posted anywhere. They loaded them from that video, so I'm sourcing it from there, and they have way, way more, so please go check it out. So first up, something that Na brings up in their video is that the terms of service to join Azure Infinitum are insanely long, like nearly twice as long as the actual terms of service for Final Fantasy XIV. It is insane. And I did go through them at a...
Yeah, a lot of like, you could have a clear, like, fucking, like, direct answer, and they're a bit, huh? Like I said, with this game, you're just gonna have to realize, like, I've already go on knowing, like, people are gonna be more retarded in this game than Skyblock. But they do, I will say, for basement macros, they did not include, what is it? Oh wait, never mind. It used to not, like, clearly say 1080, by the way. That was my one criticism. It used to not clearly say 1080. It used to not say that at all. I can say that very much, so.
A high level, and more than half of it seems to purely be about, like, dispute settlements. We have a no drama policy, over and over and over again. There is also some really sketchy language around, like, oh, don't, get mad and leave because then you'll regret it, and don't listen to people. You'll be surprised how much people will say bad things about us. Like, okay. Then once you get into it, the role playing is intense. Reika himself has, like, an entire website dedicated to lore of the character that goes across a bunch of different games, and my understanding is that people are expected to be, like, active and present and doing things with the guild in, like, a routine way, and specifically ideally in ways that will add to Azure's lore, which is actively tracked, and, like, the way you get promotions in rank within the guild, because there are ranks, would be by doing things that will add to guild lore. Doing things together in game is normal. That's the point of a guild. It's not that big of a deal. The lore piece is kind of weird, but it's whatever. But they've also done some, for lack of a better term, culty shit, like doing a parade through the world where the whole guild just, like, walked through and were spamming as free as the Azure sky over and over again. But the really, really big part is just the toxicity around anybody who shows disloyalty or leaves. There are numerous accounts of people getting harassed intensely by Reika specific for leaving under any circumstance. There's a ton of very loaded terminology utilized, which is similar to what is done in cults, like calling people traitors, treasonous. Reika even made a custom term, Skyfallen, for people who have left the guild, again, under any circumstance. One time a bunch of people left altogether, and it has been henceforth named the Sundering. Reika will have everyone ice the people out, including people that they were friends with. They're no longer allowed to be anywhere near them. Reika will absolutely shit talk them in their Discord. I've definitely seen proof that Reika themselves has violated their anti-harassment and hate speech policies in their own rules. But the absolute worst thing you can do is leave and join any other guild for any other reason. This causes Reika to lose his shit. Those are the situations where Reika starts to escalate, and this includes even if you, like, start your own guild of just yourself, because there are some benefits to doing so. Everything is immediately like a threat from the outside, and the rhetoric goes insane, and then Reika finds ways to escalate. But again, they want to stay in character as they do this, so, like, one time they and a couple of their lieutenants, like, walked over to another guild that they thought were, like, actively poaching against them, and they, like, stood outside of their guild headquarter doors and just kept asking to talk to them in character for, like, hours, allegedly. They then started mocking up cease and desist to send to the other guild leaders, and what I have on screen right now is exactly how it was delivered, by the way. Also, you see that, like, California code in the middle that this is referencing? I think I understand, based on what I'm showing you now, why Reika used that particular code. However, if you look at the macro, like, what the code is talking about, it is in reference to drilling oil. Do not think that that applies. But again, it's that Scientology-based approach where you treat your organization as a company, and thus anybody who says anything bad about it, who does anything you don't like, they're liable for the damages you incur as a result of that, which also might include even, like, other people leaving. But in addition to how silly this whole thing is, and the fact that someone would even try and do this, the funniest part is that no one cares. Absolutely no one takes this guy seriously. I have seen so many screenshots again from that YouTube video, please go watch it, of Reika just going and going and going and saying the most insane shit, and people are like, okay, bro. Like, they do not care. It is amazing. The only material harm that he is continuously causing is hurting what I assume are a lot of teenagers' feelings. I found a post on Reddit from years ago detailing like 4 different people's bad experiences where basically they were like, this made me really sad. Literally people who just want to play the game, make friends, and have fun, and you're pissing in their Cheerios. Imagine going through all that work just so you could be a run-of-the-mill MMO bully.
Are you not ashamed of yourself? Are you not embarrassed? This is really embarrassing.
Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about what you guys are telling me is potentially very common cult-like behavior from guilds in Final Fantasy XIV, specifically with the guild Azure Infinitum. Today we're going to talk about a situation which I'm going to say is in the animation community, though it covers a couple different genres. It centers on a specific creator whose name is JoeCat. This is kind of a bummer story, so heads up, but I do think there's some good that we can do here if you can stick around. So who is JoeCat? He is a YouTuber with 1.15 million subscribers currently, and he is an animator. His animations are usually related to role-playing games. He also does live streams, let's plays, things along those lines. I didn't actually realize that I had already watched his stuff until I went to look him up because of this. He has a series of videos that I watched a while ago called A Crap Guide to D&D, and they're truly great. If you have no idea what D&D is and you're interested in learning about it in like a not too over-the-top way, they're a perfect way to get into that. And even if you do, I think you'd find them really cute.
You like hitting things? What am I saying? Of course you do. Everybody does. I most certainly do. All the time. Like now. And hitting things is the best thing about D&D. You can hit literally anything you want.
His animations are cute, his script writing and voiceovers are really, really funny, and he's a really entertaining guy. I really like his content. He's also very unproblematic, little things here and there, but nothing real that I can find. So what happened? 2 weeks ago, JoeCat went onto Twitter and posted a link to a larger in-depth statement, but basically said that the summary was that he's going to finish up the projects he's working on now and then would be officially leaving the internet and no longer creating content. The statement itself goes into this a little bit more in depth and calls back to some flack he got for a video he made a while back. The summary of the whole thing is that after Lizzo's Boys came out, a lot of people made riffs on it, right? Different versions of the song. During a live stream he was doing, he did his own version called Girls. Obviously he had written this beforehand, but he set it up to make it look like he just did it on the fly. It was cute. He then took that audio and did an animation around it. We're talking a 30-second video. It's literally a match of that song. It's a mix of characteristics of somebody like liking big girls or itty-bitty girls, but also things that they do, like singing ditty girls. That video has like 11 million views now and has an overwhelmingly positive response from his fan base. Now, since then, it ended up on some side of Twitter that had a huge problem with it. And when I tell you I have been searching for any kind of like real criticism of this video, and I cannot find it. The absolute closest is people saying like, oh, well, it's objectifying women, but it's not. It's not. Remember that woman who said that she liked sitting on her porch and drinking coffee and then got absolutely destroyed on Twitter? That's what this is. The only other feedback that I can find is quite simply just that people think it's cringe or too horny. The video very much has like a millennial style of humor to it, especially because it's also like a guy with cat ears. But come to find out through the statement that JoeCat made, this exploded on Twitter in a way that apparently people did see. It was a while ago, but it has continued and continued and continued to escalate. And he hasn't been addressing it because he doesn't want to feed into it, but he's being doxxed. He's being sent packages, unhinged shit. And in his statement, he basically says, look, if this is what it means to be a content creator, is to be able to do this, then I just don't think I can. So I'm gonna go. He continues to not say anything about who or what as far as the harassment coming toward him, but he has over 1 million subscribers. This is a significant source of money, very likely for his family. I believe that it's very bad and that this has created real fear in him and the people he loves. Now, just to be clear,
You don't have to like anything. And if something makes you uncomfortable for any reason, you do not have to watch it. But there is a major difference between something making you personally uncomfortable and being objectively problematic. And trying to convince others that it's problematic because you don't like it is fucked up. I'm seeing a lot in the conversation around this, the phrasing around like, well, it's gonna be like that. There are gonna be people that do this and who escalate things and who make things terrible, who sends you tons of hate, who dox you. Can we stop saying that? I know that not saying it won't make it not happen, but we're treating it like the internet, as though the internet isn't people, the internet isn't us. By saying things like, yeah, it's gonna happen, it's just what it is, da-da-da, it's the internet, we're creating a permissive culture for this type of thing. Just like how harmful purity culture is. The series of functionally harmless actions which create an environment that is permissive of harm. While trying to find actual, like, real reasons why people dislike this video so much, because it is hard to find. I did continue to find people being, like, shitty and hateful toward him, although very much, again, it's, this is a you problem. The one thing I did find that had, like, a little bit more to it were people saying that this is karma for him because of the way he acted in another situation which happened earlier. Because when Hogwarts Legacy came out, there were creators who were playing the game, making content around it, and they were receiving harassment and I believe in some instances being doxxed. And there's a screenshot of tweets from Joe Cat which seemed to be in response to someone else complaining about people who played Hogwarts Legacy getting harassment and him saying you're using this to take the topic of conversation away from the actual harm being done to trans folks. Assumedly related to the fact that even though J.K. Rowling didn't work on Hogwarts Legacy directly, she still owns the IP. She makes millions every year in royalties. So you are, yes, supporting her and her views by supporting that game. However, this was seen by some as to be permissive of the doxing that was happening to others. So now those same people are like, well, you got it now. And I will say personally, I do believe I understand what he's saying, and I don't read it at all as it's okay to dox or harass people. And even since he's made his announcement that he's leaving, he's made several follow-up tweets specifically saying not to harass people, and he didn't name anybody. Anyway, here's what you can do. Joe Cat's YouTube channel will continue to be monetized for at least 6 months after his last upload. So at least through May. The absolute nicest material thing we can do for him right now is watch the shit out of all of his stuff. If you like Joe Cat and you remember watching his stuff and having a great time, go do it now. And if you haven't yet, please go check him out. If you enjoyed this series, I think you will very much enjoy him. I'm putting up playlists on his channel. Please go check them out. The more you watch, the more money he'll be able to make before he loses that monetization. People have been sending him tons of positivity, and I'm sure he appreciates that, but reminder that we do also need to eat, and this is a significant portion of his household's income that is going to be lost. It's win-win. Go do it. Hello, and welcome back to episode 19 of Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about the really sad situation in the animation community where creator Joe Cat was functionally run off the internet. Today we're going to move over to what is known as Goral World to talk about the recent situation that happened between YouTube creator Chantal, aka Foodie Beauty, and her husband Salah. As always, first up, what is Goral World? Goral World is a term, it's hard to say. It refers to a community of both creators and critics of those creators. The community started around creators who had initially started channels or started making content around some sort of weight loss journey. And that's sort of still there, I guess, for some of them, some of the time, but like they themselves are basically just like, what if the real world were made of like random people? They're just drama generators at this point. They make money by getting very emotional, being very reactionary, reacting to each other and getting fights in each other. And then there are people that criticize them. They'll fight with them and they'll fight with each other. And it's just become this self-perpetuating cycle of messiness. If you want to know more about Goral World in general, I'm going to point you to a mutual of mine named Mika SF on YouTube. She has a playlist where she specifically goes through kind of all of it from different angles and different stuff that's happened. Her channel in general, I would highly recommend. She has a degree in like rhetoric analysis basically, and she talks about a lot of social and YouTube stuff from that perspective. It's very, very interesting. Before we go any further, I want to be very, very clear and specific here. Nothing we are about to talk about, nothing about this specific situation has anything to do with the shape of or changing shape of anyone's flesh prison. This is also not your opportunity to be taking out any built-up resentment over the fact that some girl who weighed more than you in high school stole your boyfriend or rejected you. I will be looking at comments, I will be deleting, I will be blocking. Keep your shit in line. The creator we'll be specifically talking about today is named Foodie Beauty, aka Chantal. She is a member of Goral World, so again, just very messy, very emotional, on live all the time, posting several times a day or at least every day. It's that same type of thing. Very much drama generation. She's also like not a good person. She lies constantly, including about really important things like criminal allegations. Seen allegations that she's been very racist and bigoted, been, we'll say, not nice to animals. You get the point. Her life is set up almost like seasons of a show. They call them arcs. Usually these arcs are related to her being in a relationship with a particular person. Currently she is in what is called the Kuwait arc because she married a man named Salah and converted to Islam and moved with him to Kuwait. There's of course all kinds of drama around this all the time related to like whether or not she's actually Islam and whether this relationship is real. Is he clout chasing? She has had problems with that in the past. So what happened? This time, 1 or 2 weeks ago, screenshots came out from a woman who claimed that she was having very inappropriate conversations with Chantal's husband, Salah. Immediately, these were confirmed to be true. Now that sucks, 1000%. Fuck that guy. But I wouldn't normally consider talking about this just by itself. However, turns out the girl that he cheated with was a member of Chantal's fan base. Oh. AKA a beezer, which is just like a term she made.
Okay. You just
made up for her followers. And she was one who had a little bit of clout, which is why people think Salah was interested. You can see in screenshots between them that he was kind of like, I'm not going to say anything because you're a big creator and I'm a good creator. Like he thought he could get away with it because of this. So that's rough. But also the screenshots that the girl, her name's Kay Bella, has been putting all over Twitter, God, she planned this, are so wild. Now look, I am not here to kink shame. Do what you like. I'm gonna put some of these up here without comment. Trigger warning for everything. This is me not commenting. I have nothing to say. You can pause to read. I'm censoring these as best I can, so good luck, but they're pretty rough. Go to Twitter for more. Now, when these came out, Chantal immediately went on live because that's what she does. She happened to be back in Canada at the time when she did that, so she went live in her car, and she sounded, honestly, pretty devastated. I felt really bad for her because I don't know better because I'm not in the community. He was like texting her during the live and like saying all these mean things to her. I'm gonna put up here a good video that has like all the screenshots and then that initial live so you can see what I'm talking about if you want to see it all. She even says in the beginning of the live that the Kuwait arc is over. Like she knows what she's doing to an extent. But I did think she was devastated. She sounded really sad. She was fighting with Salah. She was saying it was over and she was leaving him and that she wasn't going to fall for this again because this sort of thing happened again with another guy that she had dated where he strung her along and he, I guess, was cheating on her. And she talks about how the girl who did this presumably to try and get back into the good graces of another Goro World creator named FFG, literally was kicked out of a live because FFG was already annoyed at Kay Bella for supporting Chantal in the past. This community is insane. So Chantal is like, ride the clout, you know, that's all you're trying to do this for, which it does seem like it is. Like she is on Twitter and it's funny, don't get me wrong. It's real funny. But like, why? Why do this? She claims that she's doing it because she found out what a horrible person Chantal is, all the stuff I mentioned before and more probably. Which sure, but like this seems a little far. Not to put the blame on her. Salah is a whole
Yeah, that's what I do. Like when I first wake up, I'll take a full shower where I like wash my hair, wash my entire body, brush my teeth, that shit. But a lot of times during the day, especially when it's hot outside, I'll go in the shower and I'll take like a 3-minute shower or just go in, just rinse myself off of any sweat I have, run soap across myself real quick and then get out.
a whole ass man. He can make his own choices. And he made bad ones. But then, of course, as I should have seen coming, a couple days later, Chantal put up a video, and I think then even another video, literally saying, I don't give a fuck, where she says how she now knows everything and she's seen everything and that he's just really repressed because he was brought up in a really restrictive religious environment, and so he hasn't had the ability to like express these kinks that he has, and obviously he doesn't value her, he values Chantal as his wife, and so that's why he said all these like disgusting things to Kay Bella, and how she's choosing to forgive him, that it's her decision in her marriage, which it is, but also very much trying to give Salah every excuse imaginable and putting it entirely on Kay Bella, which, like, come on. People had a lot of feelings about that, obviously.
I'm gonna just assume that's a fat white girl. So, We still have the strong streak of just white people being the issue.
Again, this is very much par for the course. I don't think people should be surprised. Makes emotional decisions, lies, then comes back on them, and then tells everyone to go away, and she does this constantly. However, that video that she posted saying she doesn't care has already come down, so I don't know what that means. I'll be real. People are having a field day with this. It's been an exciting couple of weeks in Goro World. You truly will find just hours and hours of content relating to all these various people. Amberlynn Reed is another really big one in the community. So if you want that type of messiness, it's everyday people drama, but it's just so crazy. But if that's your jam, enjoy. There's an absolute black hole of content for you there. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about the latest event in the never-ending saga that is Goro World, specifically how Foodie Booty's husband Salah was cheating on her with a fan. Today we're diving into what I would guess to be the largest community we've discussed to date, but I still consider it to be niche because for me, niche is about the specificity of the topic more than the size of the community, and I'm honestly shocked it took us 20 episodes to get here. We're talking about BTS Army versus Tidal Wave Comics. So who are we talking about? BTS is...
Are you new here?
BTS, a South Korean boy band, you could call them.
They ain't better than Faker on League of Legends, though. Faker got a presidential pardon from having to do military service. BTS is going to the military.
Them popular. The members aren't directly involved in this, so I'm not going to talk about them too much. What I am going to talk about are BTS Army. Army is the official fandom name for BTS. Almost every K-pop group has an official fandom name. It's usually a big deal when it's announced. And traditionally, ages ago, being in the fandom meant that you literally applied and it was like a club that you joined. And being part of that club, you had to act in certain ways. You were expected to do certain things. You had specific rules you had to abide by, but you were also more likely to be able to, for example, get into the music shows when they were performing. It's a very interesting dynamic in South Korea when it comes to like the very official nature of some fan clubs. Since K-pop has gotten a lot bigger and a lot of these have gone international, I would say outside of South Korea, it is less intense of a meaning. In the US, it's predominantly used as a way to just signify you really like them more than just as a casual listener. For example, I like BTS, I would not consider myself an ARMY. I would potentially say that I'm a blackjack and a VIP and a hitting card.
God would execute you if any of these words were said in the Bible.
You get it. Now, these fandoms skew very young and they're all very passionate. The same way Swifties are passionate, the same way the Beehive is passionate, so is ARMY. But a little bit more so because they do, again, skew younger than those groups. The most this usually ever amounts to, though, is online conversation and potentially not great concert etiquette. On the other side, we have Tidal Wave Comics, which is a comic book production studio. They have a number of different series, but specifically today we're going to be talking about a new issue of their Fame series, which is a series of unauthorized biographies. Last week, Tidal Wave Comics announced that they would be releasing the first ever biographical comic book for BTS called Fame BTS on January 10th, which is today as I'm filming this. Now again, this isn't the first one that they've put out in this series, however, it is the first K-pop one. And I don't think they did a lot of research into whether or not this sort of thing would be appreciated by BTS fans. Because almost immediately there was a lot of pushback. The immediate reaction was ARMY's calling out that as an unauthorized product, this is something that won't benefit BTS in any way for them to
God, how do I get my men more money?
Since none of the profits go back to BTS or their agency in any way. So from ARMY's perspective, Tidal Wave is taking advantage of their love of BTS in a way that won't in any way benefit the actual boys themselves. Made worse by the fact that the group is on hiatus while they finish up their military service. Because it's like Tidal Wave is like, oh, let's strike while
Macro bags. Just do. Didn't I already tell you? Use polar auto clicker. Maybe it breaks. So I'm gonna tell you what you did wrong. I already know what you did wrong. First, make sure the shit was set to Why would you right click? Set it to always, and every time you do it, it left click and it opens that. That's why. Yeah, don't have it on right click. Just only have it on left click. That's how. I set it the other thing, like I said. And then I put a polar click right here, a polar click right there, and let it go. Yeah.
Well, the iron's hot and they can't get anything from the actual guy, so they'll be more likely to buy this, I guess. Then on top of that, it doesn't look that great. I haven't bought it, but I've seen a few panels, and there's definitely been a lot of clowning on the art and the writing. There's a panel I saw that was saying that like fans were excited they were in the military because they could make different and better fanfics about them. One panel actually has their name spelled wrong, and that's embarrassing. So all to say, Army has been expressing their displeasure at this, both at title.
Hey, who gives a fuck about them retarded kids? Matter of fact, I would keep doing more just to off.
Wave Comics directly, as well as at the writer of this specific BTS comic, a man named Eric Esquivel. What makes this interesting is the back and forth that has spawned out of this, mostly with Eric. Tidal Wave has pretty much responded the way I would have expected. They put out a statement saying that, yes, this is an unauthorized biography, but that's legal and they're allowed to do that. They mentioned that fandoms usually appreciate these when they make them about their favorite artists, but again, this kind of just speaks to the fact that they didn't really do enough research on K-pop as a genre, given that they're trying to sell this to fans. And then they have a statement saying that they'll report harassment, but other than that, they're continuing to promote the book. Eric, however.
We've been over this. I swear to God I've told you this already. I might be tripping, but I swear on everything I love, we've had this exact combo, and you cursed me out too. Or something else. You that motherfucker. No. The last time it happened, you did have it on action. It's just you left the shit on right click. I remember. Because you cursed me out. Called me retarded. Fuck you. I shouldn't have even helped you, to be honest.
Has been on Twitter just talking absolute trash. He seems to be thinking this is a really fun time to try and like dunk on what he considers to be or is trying to paint as the crazy BTS fans. He keeps saying this is like for normal BTS fans and that the regular ones are great and that the people giving him criticisms are all too obsessive and cult-like. It's a weird move on.
I did. I had it fully set up. I had it fully set up where if you had this certain program, you could see emotes. But what ended up happening is with that app, like with the application or whatever, whenever I do that, other people wouldn't see it. So I'm like, well, what's the fucking point? Or like, not even that, it's just that if you use the app and then another person joined stream and they didn't use the same thing, like, the app is called Truffle. Truffle, basically, it's made by Ludwig, the streamer. He made it to where whenever he switched over to, what is it, YouTube, you could still use Twitch emotes. It wasn't ass. It was good. Because y'all are retarded. Fuck y'all.
Honestly, and I say that as somebody who works in marketing. Again.
Well, yeah, which is fine, but then, like, that issue I didn't care about, right? I'm like, who cares? You can't. I really don't care. If you don't have it and you don't see emotes, fuck you. Like, legitimately, I don't care. But what was pissing me off was people being like, or the thing was, whenever people did that, though, or like, I had that available and shit, people weren't able to see other people's chats. So eventually, I'm just like, fuck it, man. Fuck it, we're moving it. Everybody's been complaining too much, fuck y'all. I very much will just say, fuck it, on shit like that. I'm like, I don't care, fuck it. Nobody's getting shit now, fuck y'all. Because I'm like, my thing personally is like, I don't give a fuck about emotes. Because I'm not usually... I don't watch streams. Like I said, I like streaming, but I don't watch people that stream. So for me, I don't understand the whole, like, I've always said it. I said it way before when I started streaming. I'm like, how the fuck y'all watch Twitch streams? And I remember even whenever, like, whenever I used to raid someone and I didn't follow them, I followed them. They're like, wow, we've known each other for like 6 months and you didn't follow me? Like, yeah, who the fuck watches Twitch streams? See, my autism, I can't do that. That's the only issue with me, is that I can't do that. In my head, like I said, if I was not streaming, I wouldn't even have I wouldn't have a video on, and none of that. I wouldn't even be on, like, I wouldn't have volume on at all for anything. I prefer silence. But, no. I've gotten better with that since I started streaming. Because I remember, that was another thing I should have realized when I had autism. I always played games growing up on mute. And whenever I'd ask my friends, I'm like, is this normal? They're like, no. What's wrong? Oh, okay, my bad.
These are the people that you're selling this to. And by responding to them this way, you are just creating more content for them and people.
Like I said, I definitely wouldn't have noticed it before, and honestly, it would have been really good to get fully diagnosed, because even now, situations I'm dealing with in regards to, like, finding jobs and shit, my mother doesn't understand. She's just like, he's a lazy piece of shit. It's like, that is so true. I have so much fun sitting in bed all day. Like, we cracked the code. Good shit. Good looks. Finally understand now. I just like, not only that, but I also like not, what is it? I also like not eating much. I can't afford it. Like, wow, I really went crazy with this banger idea. Like, the fact so many people genuinely believe I haven't found one on purpose. Like, I don't like argue with them because I'm like, I don't know what to even say to them. They're just dumb. You think I'm purposely wanting to do that? Like, is sitting home playing video games cool? Yeah. But after a while, it isn't fucking fun anymore. It's like, damn. This is all I'm doing. But see, people don't believe that. You want to know what it is? My mom, I want you to keep in mind, my mom has been on multiple times where she hasn't had a job. Like, I remember whenever my mom and her were getting divorced, she didn't have a job for 5 or 6 years. Minute she gets a job, or like, said nothing. Minute I don't have a job for like a week, they're like, holy shit, you're lazy. Like, oh, I don't get grace? My bad. I thought I'd get some leniency. No, I'm just a dumb fucking retard, I guess. A pizza. And Lord, like, the biggest issue is like all the adults in my life, right? My mom, dad had me whenever my mom was 31 or 30, and my dad was like 34. My mom, my dad has been at the same job the past 35 years. My mom has been at multiple jobs for close to that amount too. and just, like, they don't understand. Like, my mother can't wrap around her head that I can't go into a store and give them an application. Like, Mom, they will shoot me if I did that. You know that, right? Like, they will shoot me in the head if I try to come in with a paper application. Oh no, why the fuck? Okay. And then not only that, another issue a lot of people don't realize is everybody made money from COVID because of PPP loans, right? So now, yeah, you just don't, like, that's entirely been a thing for a while. They're like, you just, another one that pisses me off when they're like, you just gotta keep inquiring and inquiring. I'm like, oh yeah. You know what's really gonna make somebody wanna hire me? If I don't leave them the fuck alone about hiring me. I'm like, Mom, you not hear how retarded that is? They're like, it shows motivation. Like, no. Oh. Shit. Wait, am I not friends with them? Oh. I remember, like I said, I don't know, my, it's just very weird. And, like I said, I just genuinely don't understand why. Like, I try to explain it, and they either don't get it, or they don't want to get it. And I'm just like, dude. They're hiring, but they aren't. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, everybody during COVID went crazy with the PPP loans. Now the government's asking for their money back. And so what happens? The government is asking for their fucking money back. And now, like with people that are on unemployment, they have to continually show. Well, it's more so become more recent of a white people thing, because one thing I've learned growing up, people of color, this is not an issue with them. This is not like a lot of people of color, it's normal that you live with your family for like a long, decent bit of time. Or you actually move out. It's just I don't know, a lot of white Americans feel like, yep, this fucker's 19. He needs to learn responsibility. Yeah, a lot of people, like a lot of people of color, it's not, like I said, it's just white people. It's a custom thing where it's like, yep, I'll move out, or kick them out when they're 18. Yeah, it's not a thing a lot of people and other, like, specifically other races, where it's like a thing that happens. Mostly just white people. Thankfully, I wasn't unlucky and had that happen to me. That would have definitely been atrocious, but oh, I should probably bring this one. Yeah, a lot of people of color, they leave whenever they're like 24, 25. And even with me right now, I haven't moved out. And, I mean, I've already said, I don't plan on moving out. Yeah, people, like, one false fantasy, I'ma just, like, cut that shit out, is people trying to make it seem like it's dope as fuck being out on your own so early. Like, I have all this, like, freedom, responsibility. I'm like, yeah, I don't have a light bill. But that's cool. I'm glad you able to, you know, have a bunch of people over to fuck. whenever you want or do drugs. That's really cool. Congrats to you on that, low key. But you know, I'm gonna have fun not having a lot of responsibilities like that yet. But I never understood that either. Like I said, just people bragging about being able to, like, about moving out. I'm like, that's not a flex, that's sad. I don't know a single friend of mine that had to move out that early that's happy. Because, see, the thing is, I've always said this, and I was even this way whenever I first moved in my grandma. I'm not moving in, or I'm not moving out, or I wasn't going to move out until my grandma passed away. But even then, that was then after, or then afterwards, I found out, oh wait, my grandma's giving me and my sister her house when she passed away. Like, oh, I guess I don't gotta move out anyway. And the house is fully paid for, too. Like, no, all we have to worry about is, like, light bills and shit. I wouldn't mind living with roommates, but that's just probably because I never had. Actually, no, I wouldn't want to. I remember I had my friend, it was right after high school. He asked me if he could, stay at my place with me and my mom. We're like, yeah. That boy, he was fucking terrible. Like, he'd come home drunk. We weren't even, like, 21 yet. This was before I lost weight. Shit. Couldn't have a key. Just be late. I hated him living with me. Shit happened like that recently with my aunt. Like I said, my aunt got killed in a head-on collision and shit. My mom's trying to sue them because my aunt and my mom didn't really get along, and my aunt didn't have children. So basically, what she had in her will was that whenever my aunt died, her best friend and her kids would get her house and possessions, and vice versa, I believe, or something. And when she passed away, that's exactly what happened. Her friend got all the shit, which I'm not hating on. Like I said, fuck it, get a bag. Don't matter to me. I wasn't expecting anything from that bitch. I hated her. Not very nice at the end of her life anyway. One thing that pissed me off about her is her drunk calling my mom, telling her that I'm taking advantage of my grandma living with her. Like, how fucking dare you? What, I live here, help take care of her? She lets me live here for free? Like, you have not been one at 3 a.m. in the morning had to go help pick her up because she fell and couldn't get up. Like, how fucking dare you? Said I ain't do nothing to me, so.
Like me to start talking about. Yeah, you're going to get more marketing and attention on the book, which I assume is what his goal is here. What do you think casual BTS fans are going to think of you and supporting your product when they see how you are treating the fandom. Especially with the criticism of the art and writing that already exists for the book. Like, if it was really, really good, then maybe, but like, doesn't seem like it is, bestie. And if there's one thing to know about ARMY, they do not play. Since this all started, they've been actively encouraging the rest of the fandom to not buy this book, and anybody who likes BTS to not buy this book. They're flooding it with negative reviews in any place that they can, which is mostly the Barnes & Noble website, it looks like right now. In response to this, Eric continued to double down and basically said, thank you for your review bombing, because it's actually pushing out the book to more people on the Barnes & Noble website. It doesn't matter that it's negative engagement, it's just engagement, so we're actually selling more. Both he and Tidal Wave Comics also posted screenshots showing that the book was a #1 Amazon bestseller before it was even released. And in this case, it was like teen biographies about musicians, the way it was #1. Outside of that, I think of all biographies, I saw it at number 18, only of the new releases, not of all books, just new releases. And outside of that, it's not ranking at all in the top 100 on any other list that I can find. There's no way to know at this point other than them telling us how much it's actually sold. However, on top of that, ARMY have also now started to pull back up some essay allegations that were levied against Eric a number of years back, which actually led to the cancellation of a DC comic that he was working on at the time called Border Town. To be clear, I do not see any evidence that Eric was ever arrested, let alone convicted for anything related to these allegations. However,
thing you don't want to mess with is a bunch of loser ass little girls or gay boys that have freedom on the internet. Those people have nothing else better to do and live for nothing more than just being a fucking loser. Like I said, they'll pull up like a tweet from 15 years ago and be like, see, they're racist. Actually, I will say, like, even though I agree, like, generally the most part where people are like, what is it? Old tweets and shit, like, it shouldn't even really matter if it was years ago. But there was one recently with this bitch named Brooke Schofield or something, where that bitch was on, whenever she was younger, she was on, Twitter and shit, saying that Trayvon Martin deserved to have been killed. And I'm like, oh. Oh. I'm like, yeah, I'm glad your ass is getting canceled for old tweet. Because there's just like saying, and like one thing I hate when white people apologize about old racist tweets is they say, that's not the type of person I was. Do you know what I think people of color would probably more appreciate an apology? Being like if I had old tweets where I said the N-word, if I went out and said, hey, I want to apologize for these tweets, this was back in the day, this was when I was a racist person. It's how I was brought up. I had a mindset of a racist person. Obviously, after years of expanding views, I do not hold those same things, but yes, back then I was racist. Meanwhile, all these bitches are like, I'm not racist in any way. I'm like, you are racist. Or you at least were. Like, what are you talking about? Did we not see the same tweets? Because I think, like, tweeting, like, a soft N-I-G-G-A, like, people like that, or things like that, obviously, I don't get a full say because I'm white as well. But those people, like, it's a lot different than saying Trayvon Martin, quite literally an innocent teenage black boy. Like, that case, that's when I truly realized there was racism in America, because I don't know how anybody saw the Trayvon Martin case and was in support of George Zimmerman at all. Like, 0 instant. I don't care. I'll argue with anyone. There was 0 reason why that needed to happen. like I said, I remember watching on TV these people show pictures of Trayvon Martin smoking weed and holding a firearm in a picture and showing them in ways that like made it seem like it was okay to kill him. That one I remember. That was my first time in my life I reevaluate, because back in the day I probably had very prejudice because of my family. Maybe not even me realizing it until I got older. But like I said, I don't mind admitting that. Guess what? It's not me today. Because guess what? I also used to have very homophobic views. I remember, matter of fact, back whenever I used to run Facebook pages, I remember one time I went viral. There's a news company that did a lot of satire, which I didn't realize. And there is an article they wrote where it said senators are trying to LGBTQ senators. This was right around when, I don't remember, it was like 2013, 2012, whenever, like before I started online school, where they said that LGBTQ senators are trying to pass a bill, make it where the American flag would instead be a pride flag. And I remember posting that news article. I'm like, this is fucking disgusting. And it got 150,000 shares on Facebook. My post. I'm like, thinking back now, I'm like, oops. I'm like, I probably started. I spread a lot of homophobia with that one. But yeah, I remember that. Like, I definitely was very anti-gay. Like, I had like 25 likes on the post total, and 150,000 shares. I'm like, oh god. Like, thinking back now, I'm like, who the fuck shared it? Like, what big place shared it to where 100,000 people shared that post? But yeah, I just don't understand why. Like, why would you come out and try to defend yourself? Saying, like, I'm not racist anymore, that wasn't the type of person I was. Just say you had very bigoted views and you were racist back then. Instead of trying to defend yourself. Actually, that, like I said, that bitch saying that shit about Trayvon Martin, there is nothing to defend. Like, that was a disgusting fucking post, bitch.
His collaborators on Bordertown did drop from the project specifically because of these allegations and because of not wanting to further associate with him, and that is what led to the comic being discontinued by DC. Now again, these are allegations only. It's never gone any further than that. However, his responses to this being brought up were really distasteful in my opinion. In one tweet specifically, he like low-key shits on his previous collaborators for Bordertown because they didn't stand by him. Like, what? Just really left a bad taste in my mouth, to be honest. So yeah, it seems like he's doing this just to be mean-spirited, but also to drum up more controversy to hopefully get more press and organic growth for the book itself and hopefully drive more sales. I don't know how well that's going to work. I guess we shall see. He's kind of hoping that there will be enough of a reaction from other more casual fans of saying, well, I want to separate myself from these crazy fans that I'll go ahead and support this guy. And I don't know that that's going to happen, to be frank with you. Good luck! Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Don't mind the filter.
Oh, this is an anime one. Ugh.
I look like crap right now, but I had to make this right now. Last time we talked about the K-pop community, summary being, if you want to sell things to the K-pop community, do a little research into what they actually want first. Today's is a little bit of a quick and dirty one, and there's not exactly a ton of back and forth, but this just happened literally like 19 hours ago, and it is so funny. I can't not talk about it. Today we're talking about the anime community, specifically for the anime Jujutsu Kaisen. Jujutsu Kaisen, or JJK, is an anime which has...
Oh, so you can pronounce that right. This bitch in that other episode about Final Fantasy 14 that you didn't hear before you went to a shower said, it's like World of Warcraft and like all these other. They're basically all memorpagas. Like, in MMORPGs? Why the fuck would you try to say it? They're all memorpagas. Like, that's not what that is. Matter of fact, I want to find it real quick.
Hello, and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about what I am now definitively convinced is the messiest community to ever exist, which is the chess community, and the drama surrounding the race to the candidates tournament for the 2024 championships. Today we're going to talk about something I have had just the best time looking into, and that is a Scientology dupe that exists in Final Fantasy 14. That was a lot of words, so let's start from the top. Final Fantasy 14 is a massive multiplayer online role-playing game, aka an MMORPG, or an MMO more commonly called, or a memorpaga. If you're not super familiar,
Bitch, it's not called memorpaga. You see what I mean?
Familiar with MMOs. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you
Hold on, one more time.
Last time we talked about what I am now definitively convinced is the messiest community to ever exist, which is the chess community, and the drama surrounding the race to the candidates tournament for the 2024 championships. Today we're going to talk about something I have had just the best time looking into, and that is a Scientology dupe that exists in Final Fantasy 14. That was a lot of words, so let's start from the top. Final Fantasy 14 is a massive multiplayer online role-playing game, aka an MMORPG, or an MMO more commonly called, or a memorpaga. If you're not super familiar with MMOs, all you really need to know is it's a game where you and a bunch of other people come together into the game online and interact with each other and the game. You can go on quests together and hunt stuff together and all kinds of. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about what I am definitively convinced is the messiest community to ever exist, which is the chess community, and the drama surrounding the race to the candidate. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama. Hello and welcome back to episode 19. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Don't mind the filter, I look like.
AKA, Doc, you could just stop the MMORPG. Also known as a memorpaga. Skyblock's my favorite memorpaga.
Like crap right now, but I had to make this right now. Last time we talked about the K-pop community, summary being, if you want to sell things to the K-pop community, do a little research into what they actually want first. Today's is a little bit of a quick and dirty one, and there's not exactly a ton of back and forth, but this just happened literally like 19 hours ago, and it is so funny. I can't not talk about it. Today we're talking about the anime community, specifically for the anime Jujutsu Kaisen. Jujutsu Kaisen, or JJK, is an anime which has 2 seasons currently out, as well as a movie, and the movie is a bit of a prequel. I'm not going to talk about the plot of the anime itself because it really isn't that relevant specifically, other than to say that it's really good, and I highly recommend that if you've been getting into anime and you haven't checked it out yet, I really think you should. Something that is important to know, though, is the relationship between anime and manga. If you're not into anime, the thing you may not realize is that the majority of anime shows are based on existing manga. And manga are just graphic novels or comic books. So the way the process normally works is there are people called mangaka who are usually in charge of both writing and doing the illustration and artwork for their particular manga story. Then they make weekly issues of their manga / comic, and if it gets popular enough, the goal would be for it to be picked up by a production studio to be converted into an anime. The relationship between manga and anime is very similar to the relationship between like DC and Marvel comic books versus the movies, the shows, etc. It's just a much more current production cycle in Japan, whereas when it comes to the stuff we have here, it's more like established IPs that become the big stuff. But the thing to keep in mind about this is that that naturally creates a delay between these two things. The mangaka doesn't stop writing the manga in order to work on the anime and switch over to that. They continue to move the story forward toward its completion in a written format, and then a separate studio takes chunks of it and adapts it in seasons into shows. And especially because anime is so popular now, there's a much faster pipeline from manga to anime, which means it's more likely for an anime to be based off of a manga that hasn't completed yet. This can lead to a whole host of different annoying things for the person who's only watching the anime, which are a lot of people. Some really common things that happen is the anime catches up to the manga and then either has to take a massive hiatus until there's enough material to make a new season on, which is frustrating. Or even worse, in the old days, what they used to do is the anime would split off and just start making up its own plot and just go do its own thing while the manga did whatever. That absolutely sucked. And almost every time they did that, it was bad. Thankfully, it doesn't seem to be a big practice anymore. But the most common thing to happen, and what we're talking about today, is that people who only watch the anime, aka anime onlys, are far more likely to get spoilers from people who read the manga, because it takes so long for the next season of the anime to come out, and a bunch of manga will have come out by then. Especially these days with YouTube and TikTok, and people want to make content on the most recent stuff, it is really hard, if you're somebody that cares about spoilers, to avoid it. So that's what makes what happened yesterday just so much funnier, because it's so brutal. Because apparently, it turns out that Usher, the musical artist Usher, just did a collaboration with Jungkook. Usher is a big fan of JJK, and he, like so many, really likes this one character. So much so that he decided he was gonna do a cosplay of it. Awesome, we love that. It's fun.
Usher, don't touch that cosplay, you gonna get bumps.
It shows he's playful, he's connecting to different communities, awesome. Except, his caption showed a massive manga spoiler that no one who just watches the anime would know if they've been actively trying to avoid spoilers from the manga. And I'll say, this wasn't like a super well-kept secret, but I'm just picturing a situation where you're an anime only and you're like trying to keep your, spoilers free and trying to keep your situation safe, and then Usher is the one who tells you. And he clearly
Well, that clearly ain't his fault, because I don't think the correlation of Usher fans and anime fans is, like neck and neck. Matter of fact, I would say a lot of anime fans wouldn't like Usher because he's black. They hated Jesus too.
clearly doesn't care he hasn't reposted it. That's so cold, man.
I think, even though this is kind of like a little bit of drama, I think that's the funniest fucking thing ever. Even thinking, I couldn't fucking imagine. I'm trying to dodge spoilers for a show, and goddamn Usher posts a cosplay and ruins part of the show for me. I don't know if I'd even be mad, really. I would just be like, of course it'd be my fucking luck. I keep forgetting because I didn't actually watch the movies. But what was it? Did you ever watch Infinity Wars? Or Endgame, I mean? If you did, who was the person that died at the end that was like a big thing? Hey Siri. Who died at the end of Avengers Endgame? Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. It was Iron Man. Yeah, that's what I remember. Spoiler? That is the top grossing movie of all time. If you don't know anything about that, is your fucking fault. It's been 5 years. Boo-hoo. But yeah, this was around the time I was playing League. And so I would just join every game and be like, yo, good luck to everybody, and good luck everybody, hope everybody has fun. Iron Man dies at the end of Endgame. I won so many matches doing that. Because people would just leave because they got so goddamn pissed. I got banned for it too. Funny enough, I finally got banned for it. Because League of Legends had to implement a thing where people that were doing it were getting banned. Because I wasn't the only one. There were so many goddamn people playing League that would just get pissed at somebody on the other team and just spoil the game. Or spoil the movie. Those were good, simpler times. I feel like if you get... I'm a victim blame. If you see a spoiler and if you're trying to avoid spoilers and you get spoiled, that is your own fault. Because clearly you weren't trying hard enough not to see spoilers. I can't tell you a single time. Yeah, it is your fault. I'm victim blaming. There's not been a single time where I didn't want spoilers for something. Because, spoiler for you, I'm not retarded. Whenever a big thing comes out, I'm gonna wait. Attack on Titan? What? That Majori Taylor Greene's a Titan? That bitch in Congress? Is that your thing? Probably, because I might not remember it because I don't watch, anime. But I probably did see it just from, like, people getting pissed that it got spoiled somehow. My thing was, like, how did it get spoiled? Or, like, was it, like, something where you didn't watch? Oh. Oh, yeah, I definitely saw that. I do remember seeing that. Oh. Wait, before the season came out. So how... That isn't spoilers, though. It was before the season came... Oh, wait. Oh, it was in the manga. Oh, I remember that, too. I remember. Okay, never mind. I do remember that. I do remember that. I remember seeing that. Like, I don't understand what this is, but it's probably fucked up.
The reactions I've seen so far think it's really funny because it is, or are just completely in shock to the point that they're not mad, at least not yet. But for the record, that is not good etiquette. Don't do that. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about the Jujutsu Kaisen anime community being spoiled by, of all people, Usher, which I still can't say without laughing. Like, I could see if it was a real anime fan. Like, if you got your anime spoiled by Michael B. Jordan, I'd be like, it's Michael B. Jordan. But Usher? Today we're talking about a situation that is very niche, but I have no idea what niche you would call this. But it centers around a veteran and very popular YouTuber by the name of Verbal Ace. And
Yes! Yes! I love this. Oh my god, I love this. I love this. Oh my god, I love this. I remember when this happened, this was the funniest shit ever. Oh my god. I don't know how much detail this bitch is gonna get into. But basically, there's an anime, or not an anime. There's there's an adult show called Has Been Hotel, right? And there's a character in there, and what is it? The person was working on an animation and put it out, and it's like a 3-minute music video-esque type of thing with this guy cartoonized in there with like the girl chasing him. It's like sexual undertones, right? And it came out, and everybody's like, what the fuck? Because it came out that he has been claiming he He's been claiming he was gonna claim bankruptcy because he had no money and actually didn't have money to pay his editors. Then it came out that the animation he paid for that 3-minute animation cost like $50,000. It's like, what the fuck?
And it also involves an upcoming cartoon show that's premiering next month on Amazon Prime called A Has Been Hotel. Stay with me. First up, background. Verbal Ace, as I mentioned, is a YouTuber.
You might remember him because he does beatboxes.
He's been on the platform, I think, since like 2006. He's OG. He started getting attention mostly in like 2016. He's the guy that does those cartoon beatbox battle videos. Now, because he's been popular and because he's been around for such a long time, he has nearly 5.5 million subscribers on YouTube, plus another 2 million on Instagram. And that's kind of all you need to know about him. Like, the videos are fine, the content's fine. I'm hearing he said some problematic things and maybe has had some problematic views in the past. I don't know how much of that holds up currently, but he has not, that I can find, done anything like egregiously terrible. The cartoon show, again, is called Has Been Hotel. And actually, I hadn't heard about this before, so I'm excited that I found something I think would be really interesting because it looks really cool. Now, even though the show hasn't premiered yet, it's based on a pilot that was put on YouTube by the original creator. And it got a lot of positive traction from that, which is how it ended up getting onto Amazon Prime. So there's already a strong fan base for it who are really excited, in addition to the new people who are going to be checking it out. Quick heads up, it is an adult-themed show. It is not for children. Other than that, the only thing you need to know about the show is that the main character is the Princess of Hell, and her name is Charlie Morningstar. So, what happened? I've been having a hard time getting like an actual confirmation of the original source of this particular leak, but I believe it is a Twitter user by the name of The Start of Luck. On January 11th of this year, it looks like they made the decision to start talking about this and release Discord screenshots of conversations that Verbal Ace was having within, I assume, his fan Discord about an anime music video that he had custom commissioned, depicting a cartoon version of himself and Charlie from Has Been Hotel. Now, to be super clear, I cannot verify these screenshots. I'm not in the Discord, and I haven't seen anyone else verify them. However, the music video does exist and was leaked. The video pretty much depicts Verbal Ace himself being chased around some city by Charlie. They end up at a hotel and they fool around a bit. It is not explicit. I've watched the whole thing. There's nothing shown. It's obviously very suggestive. I would call it PG-13 in nature. Now, since this has come out, the video itself has obviously drawn a lot of thoughts, but also there are tons of details around it that are just making it insane. Now, again, Verbal Ace has not said a single thing about this. The only original source we have is this one Twitter account, The Start of Luck. So given that, and all the other conversation going on about this, I'm going to go through the different things that I've heard about this, starting with things that we know, to things that I believe, to things that I don't believe. Starting with things that we know, the only thing we know to be 1000% true is that this video exists and it's Verbal Ace in the video. It's too uncanny to not be him. Outside of those facts, everything else is either a strong assumption all the way down to complete bullshit. So let's talk about things I believe to be true. I believe that Verbal Ace had this made. I just can't see a situation where someone else would commission this. Next up, I do believe that he paid $47,000 to have this made. That number was originally sourced from the Discord screenshots. I believe it because you're talking about a nearly 3-minute fully animated.
Yeah, a lot of people at first were like, how the fuck is that much? I'm like, dog. And the video was not bad. I'm talking about art-wise. It was not a bad video. It was really good. So yeah, fucking course I could see someone charging that much. That was, like, the person that made it could clearly work at a studio and get paid way less for slave wages. Or they sell it to a guy like that. And even inherently, I think it's a little, it's not my thing, but I don't see a big issue with, commissioning this if you have the money.
Music video. I tried to look up in a bunch of different places how much something like that might cost. The estimates were pretty wide, but they range from anywhere from $7,000 to $100,000 per minute. So for a 3-minute video, depending on if he's working with a production studio, which it seems like he is based on the Discord, I could easily run you $47,000. And lastly, I believe it's real funny. Don't get me wrong, I feel real bad for what he's probably going through. But two things can be true at the same time. Now, onto the things that I do not think are true. One, I feel very confident about and I think is very important, so listen to me. A minor was not commissioned to make this. I repeat, there is a rumor going around that a 15-year-old was the person who animated this for him.
I'm gonna be real, if a 15-year-old animated that, they need to be kept secret because some, like, that is an incredible generational artist.
Him that is not true. Even the person who originally leaked this denies that. Whoever made that up, go fuck yourself. That could really fuck up Verbalace's life. The second thing that I do not believe to be true is that he has been financially bankrupted by this commission. The person I believe is the original leaker of this information does claim this to be true, saying that Verbalace's YouTube channel was basically tanked by a massive delay in uploads for his cartoon beatbox series, which is his most popular series, and says because at one point in 2021 there was a 6-month delay between the first video and the next video that completely tanked his view count. I'm not denying any of that. I'm just saying that from what I can see, he does not appear to be financially destitute in any way. And also, people have run with the phrase financially bankrupt to mean he filed for bankruptcy. I see no evidence of that, and it is public record. I don't have his social security number though, so I can only look up based on his name, but I was not able to find that. Now, there are two primary reasons why I don't believe him to be financially destitute. The first is that I looked up his actual net worth in a number of different places, and I cannot find a single source reporting his net worth under $1 million. Now, net worth does not mean cash in hand, right? It is the combined worth of your assets, your house, your cars.
Yeah, but the thing is, he is a nerd in video game and gaming as a whole without a girlfriend. Those motherfuckers have extra money.
Your investment accounts, your retirement accounts, plus any cash you may have on hand. But the point is, you are not financially destitute just because you do not have liquid cash. If you have assets with which you can leverage to get liquid cash, it's not ideal, but you're fine. So I'm not saying he doesn't need to sell his house. I'm just saying he can. The other reason is because when I look up the amount of views he's been getting over the past several years, even at its lowest point, his channel looks to be getting at least 1 million views a week. On the conservative end, 1 million views a week is gonna give you $5,000 every week. Obviously, that's pre-tax and everything, but like still, it's significantly beyond anything that anyone else is making. There are single weeks in that time frame where he's made $50,000. And I forgot to mention this earlier, we're seeing the video now. The video was made, it looks like, in November of 21. And he has made a significant amount of money since then. Obviously, he has other costs. He may have other debts I don't know about. I'm just telling you that this is why I don't believe that he is financially bankrupt. Now, the response to this has been tremendous. People are going absolutely crazy about this, which I get. It's really cringe. It sucks. It's an absolutely devastating L to take on Maine. The primary response has been a ton of clowning. Even in the last 24 hours, I've seen now there's an entire new meme template based on this video. Brutal shit.
I don't think you have any idea how fast I really am. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
People don't like the animation. They're shocked that he would spend this kind of money on this. There is criticism about the fact that Charlie in the show is a lesbian, so him making her straight with himself for this is a little weird. And allegedly he said homophobic shit in the past, and that's like, Plus side, the song from the AMV completely slaps. It's called Hideaway by Synapse, and you should go check it out. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about the, I'm gonna just say YouTuber drama involving YouTuber Verbalace, who did the functionally harmless thing of spending about $50,000 reportedly on a custom self-insert spicy video between him and the main character of the Has Been Hotel animated series.
See, he didn't even pick the wrong character. He picked the wrong character to do that with. I would have done it with Luna.
Which again harms no one, but people had feelings. Today we're going to talk about something that TikTok brought me organically for once, and that so rarely happens.
I did not say 3. I said I just want to see. No, I said I skipped the first 3. Jafet. I said I was going to skip the first 3. No, I was gonna say today I was gonna want to watch a lot of this because I saw this on TikTok and I'm like, yeah, this is something I want to watch on. 23, do you not want to watch it? Is it boring you?
Happens these days that I have to jump on it. I promise I will talk about OhioCon next, but today's incident is happening within the stand-up comedy community, centering around an ongoing beef.
If you don't know this is Jafet, basically this woman is talking about drama in communities that you don't really know about. Like there's like drama happening in the Neopets community and shit like that. It's like different communities that aren't well known.
Beef that has been kicking off between two specific stand-up comedians named KDK and Mojo Brooks. Quickly, who are these people? As mentioned, they are both stand-up comedians. Of the two, Mojo Brooks is much more established in the field. I believe he's based out of Chicago, and he's built a pretty considerable online fan base across a number of different social media networks. That includes over 1 million here on TikTok.
Oh, and also, wait, this would be perfect for you, Jafet. You watch Jujutsu Kaisen, like, right? Or however you pronounce it. Well, one of the dramas, I don't even know if you knew this, but obviously you know how the manga is ahead of the anime. Well, apparently the artist Usher, yes, Usher, is a big JJK fan, and he dressed as a character, and in his Instagram caption, he fucking he spoiled something in the anime because he read the manga. That type of shit.
It seems like from what I can find, he's been doing this for at least over 10 years. KDK is a stand-up comedian based in LA who's been working for about 8 years.
Which a lot of people weren't even mad just because of the fact it's like, dog, how did I get part of the show spoiled for me from fucking Usher?
According to one of the videos. Both of them do travel work, meaning they travel across the US and they go to clubs and they'll do different stand-ups there. That's very common among comedians. So what happened? This past Thursday, Mojo Brooks performed at a club in San Diego. Now, when comedians travel, they don't always have a set opener. A lot of times they'll work with the club or potentially their management to find an opener for them that might be local to the area or another traveling comedian, something along those lines. So they don't necessarily know their opener. On this particular night at this show, KDK ended up being the opener. Then, 2 days ago, Katie comes on TikTok and makes a video that explodes. She says that she was treated really unprofessionally by Mojo Brooks. She claims that, first of all, he was very late to his own show, and that's hard for her because as the opener, that means she has to just kind of keep going. She's got to keep the energy high, she's got to keep the mood right, so that when he does arrive, she's able to transition over without things getting dull. And she says that when he does finally arrive, he walks out on stage, doesn't look her in the eye, doesn't shake her hand, and then proceeds to basically shit on her for like 10 or 15 minutes, taking advantage of the fact that she was like struggling in that time to kind of fill that space. She said overall, though, she had a really good set. It's something she pays really good attention to. She's been in the business for a long time. She knows how to read energy of a room. She kept everyone hyped despite the delay, and when he finally came on, it was a really good transition. So she was really surprised and hurt that he would like come on and immediately start dunking on her and not even like acknowledge her in any way, and she thought it was really rude and unprofessional, so she left. She did not name Brooks, and she did not name the club or the location or anything, but this video, like I said, exploded. I think it's got like 3.8 million views or something right now. And it sounds unprofessional. It really does. And people were on her side.
See, the last video was the first video in the series of all these episodes we watched where it wasn't a white person at the center of the controversy. Seems like it's gonna be that in this episode. Again, we're going back to
Until, pretty quickly, I would say, Mojo Brooks posted his own response to this because despite her not mentioning him specifically, it was quickly found out that it was about him. And he provided a completely different account, plus he had screenshots. He claimed that he was not late. He was there before she even went on, and you can see there was a live feed into the green room and back. He was on it, and people saw him on it, so that's literally verifiable. He claims that the reason the start time of his set was pushed back was because the club was fully sold out, and so the venue owners made the decision to push back so that they could ensure as many people were there as possible before the show started. I don't see anything specifically confirming this piece, but like if he was there, which he can show it looks like, then I don't see any other reason why the show would be delayed. It was not due to him being late. Now I could see that being very frustrating for Katie if nobody told her, but like that's still not his fault. The second thing was that apparently her set was not as well received as she thought it was. I'm not going to get into any kind of thing here, objectively trying to criticize somebody's comedy. Comedy is extremely subjective. What I can say is that there was video of the whole thing. There almost always is. And he immediately posted video of her set, at least part of it, and part of his set, and you can see a meaningful difference in the response. And she nodded to this a bit in her first video, but there's like a meaningful difference in approach and style between the guy from Chicago and the girl from LA. And he does come out in that transition, kind of making jokes at like, maybe this was a mismatch. He refers to her as a substitute teacher. He says like, he wanted to make sure people knew they were at the right show and he wasn't going to be giving anyone refunds. It was pretty funny to me. It was funny to me. And again, I can see her feeling very like, well, shit. That maybe didn't go as great as it could have. Maybe not the type of humor these guys are looking for. But my understanding is like, if you're gonna be a stand-up comic, you know you're gonna bomb sometimes and you have to just take it on the chin and go. And yes, he did riff off of her to transition into his set. He was making a joke about the difference in their comedic approaches and how hers didn't really match the vibe of the room. And it didn't seem to. Also, she said he went on for like 10-15 minutes. He timed it, which king shit right there. He was like, it was 1 minute and 15 seconds. And then he transitioned into his normal set. Also, as these videos have been picking up traction, people who were at the show have started to come out of the woodworks and comment and say like, yeah, she wasn't doing well. She was getting like the courtesy laughs. So even beyond the video, if you think maybe it isn't capturing the correct energy of the room, people who were there seem to be agreeing, and I haven't seen anybody come out and say, I was there and I thought Katie did great. At this point, it's clear to everyone that Katie is in the wrong here. This is a person.
If she's single, I laughed at every joke and everybody is bitches. And ma'am, can I have your number?
Who has a really deeply wounded pride in a moment, and instead of sitting and processing those emotions with herself, she decided to make a video disparaging and completely mischaracterizing another comedian in her field. At this point, I think people were expecting she would probably post some kind of apology or like at worst just ignore it and not say anything ever again. She did not do that. She posts a second video basically, in summary, saying, if you don't think he was late, fine, I know he was. If you think that the clips he posted were accurate, then that's fine, I know what really happened. If you think me saying, get buck wild was silly, because he made fun of her for that, then I'm from Arkansas, I don't know what to tell you. Then somehow, to make this even worse, she starts to talk about the supposed lack of racial dynamics in this, because he is a black man and she is a white woman who started this. Multiple people have accused her of doing the white woman tears thing as a result of this, to which her response
Never mind. Her set was fucking terrible. She stank. Set stank. Saw her face, sorry.
I didn't scream or cry or anything in that video, so I don't understand why this would be white woman tears. I didn't talk about the fact that he was black at all. I didn't bring race or gender into it. Y'all are doing that. If you don't understand enough about our society, about our history, about what these things mean, what the term white woman tears means, then I certainly don't believe that you have the ability to read a room and know whether or not you are bombing. Because yes, a white woman coming out and accusing a black man of doing something that did not happen, what she was the victim of, is the white woman tears phenomenon, whether you were crying or not. And it doesn't matter you didn't name him, people found him. It doesn't matter that you didn't bring up the fact that he was black. The dynamic exists regardless. The whole second video, which is
There's a low-key mid video?
shockingly still up, is really childish, really condescending, and embarrassing, frankly. Mojo did post a response to this and was basically just like, okay, fine, I will show more of your set, and I will just leave that to speak for itself. I've said this before, I'll say it again, the way people respond to negative feedback and criticism will tell you far, far more about them than the mistake or misstep they made in the first place. Every time. Anyway, Mojo Books is continuing to tour. I believe his most recent show is in Detroit. Check out his page. I'm sure he'll tell you where he's going next if you want to check him out. Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may not be a part of. Last time we talked about why if you want to lie about something happening online, make sure that there isn't recording of it. Today in the long-awaited post, we are going to talk about the anime community specifically related to the Ohio-based anime convention called Ohio.
Yeah, is this better for you? Beep.
First, very quickly, an anime convention is similar to other types of conventions you may have heard of. It is a large, usually multi-day event comprised of a whole host of different sub-events related to, in this case, anime. One I used to go to was Otakon on the East Coast. I went for 10 years straight from high school through grad school. These conventions will have special guests like voice actors and manga writers. They'll have screenings of new movies and shows, and they'll almost always have a dealer's room where merchants can sell products, as well as an artist alley separately where artists can sell their original works. They're very cool overall. I highly recommend, if you like anime, check out a con near you. So as I mentioned, the name of the con that we're talking about today is called OhioCon. It's a really clever name because it takes place in Ohio, and Ohio is a way to say hello in Japanese. This is a very large anime convention that's been around for a long, long time. Last year, for example, I saw reports that about 14,000 people came. Now, 2024 OhioCon was this past weekend. And for the past 3 or 4 months leading up, things have been insane. I'm going to say right now, there is a ton of detail in this. I'm going to cover it at a very high level. I tried to find everything the best that I can. It's very detailed. The 2 best sources that I have are an Anime News Network article that I'm going to show a picture of here so you can look it up if you want, as well as a playlist from another TikToker named Hack who was keeping track of everything as it was happening. I will tag them below. Please go check out their page. They primarily do cosplay content. So first, who are the primary people involved? First up, we have the owner of OhioCon, who has owned it for, I think, a pretty long time, named Melissa. Now, a few years
see? White woman's the problem again.
ago, Melissa wanted to turn OhioCon into a non-profit organization. This has not been done. It is still wholly owned by her, is my understanding. However, in order to help facilitate this process, she put together a board of directors functionally. But because she still owns it, like, they don't actually have power the way a board of directors should, but they are involved in this as well, and they are called SESI. On the other hand, we have the staff, the people who are actually in the trenches doing the work for the convention. These people are almost entirely, if not entirely, volunteer. It's something I continue to hate about anime conventions is their insistence on relying on unpaid labor.
Well, yeah. Fuck, I wouldn't want to get paid to go set up anime shit.
To be clear, in this group, the senior leadership staff is also included, and they might be paid, I'm not entirely sure. But this group is called Coven. So we've got the owners and we've got the staff. Earlier in 2023, the staff kind of formed Coven. They can't form a union because they are predominantly volunteer and you have to be paid laborers to form an official union. But either way, this is an organization of workers allowing them to collectively bargain. They went to the board with a list of demands. These demands were, in summary, related to their own treatment being improved, financial transparency from the board and Melissa, and that there should be restrictions on how much Melissa gets to pay herself for this event. Again, that's a very high summary. My understanding is these were not unreasonable things to ask. Based on historically how the con had been run, these had been issues. People
See, that's why I couldn't be a con owner like this. I'd be like, you know what? I'm about to get a fat bag from this convention. You know what? If you don't like that, we can go set it up at one of you fucking stanky losers' backyard. Hey, brain nourishment. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Maybe if Net Spend was playing in the background, you'd want to watch.
People had really not been treated well in a number of different ways. There'd been a lot of problems related to understanding where money was going and what it was being allocated to. There's also allegedly been an issue of things being promised as far as changes or improvements and then those promises not being followed through on. All of these things collectively led to the volunteers deciding to organize. So that happens earlier in the year, like March. Then, I believe in June, PyoCon leadership gets a note from the Red Cross informing them that they are in violation of the Geneva Convention.
You think maybe some logic too? Oh my god. There's a TikTok I saw earlier. Let me try to find it. I'm gonna send it to myself and then I'm gonna show. Or I found this one's funny. It's just y'all remember Big Nick, that dwarf from David's vlogs or whatever? He's like this deep, hardcore, conservative Christian now. And I follow him on TikTok just because I'm like, yep, with the glasses. I'm like, I want to see what this guy does, right? And he posted, like, he's still trying to do music. And his, songs are terrible, obviously. But the caption for the video he had on screen was POV. Nav gave his life to Jesus Christ. Like, okay. First off, you ain't gonna do my boy Nav like that. He ain't that small. Okay? First off, you ain't doing my boy Nav like that. But, alright, let me show you this. Or...
I'm the best contender to ever.
So, I saw this video, right?
Right now, to the state.
No.
I'm the best contender to ever enter with the flow so clever. Was my endeavor to impress the experts with
3 seconds left and we gotta get a field goal. 2-point game and I can really be the hero. 1 kick for the game, sweat dripping all the way down my steep.
Once a time upon when a sad boy finally met his queen bling, give Cupid an arrow and he fully drawn like a lottery, but the jackpot's drawn, and by the time they hook to each other like they're fishing, you'd be so smart to think they have the wherewithal to see they're bad for each other, but they haven't seen. But it's psychology, just ask the close peep.
See, this guy on TikTok I follow, he only follows, like, shitty white rappers. And that showed up. And that first guy... And I'm like, oh. And so then I went on his page, and I saw this. When all Eminem, NF, and Hobson fans gather in one place... Holy. Boy. Yo, if all NF fans, Eminem fans, and Hobson fans gather in one place, which fan base gonna say the N-word first? Y'all not see what I'm showing? Oh, y'all can.
And hurts to stay submerged in my hideout. A mistake I've learned not to wait my turn. Never patient hurt. It's my time now. When the faced with hurt, with a painful verse, will it make it worse? I'ma find out. Wait, gotta stay alert. If the pain returns, have to face it first. So it's lights out. I'm not done. Swore to myself, my time has come. Know who it is that I'll become, but the journey seen is a frightening one.
It's like white rappers can be cool. Like I like. Shit, I fuck with, I don't care what anybody says. I do, even though I did make the joke, I do fuck with some, net spend. I don't mind saying that. I really don't. His shit cool. Like, there can be good white rappers. It's just when you lean, when you're clearly, like, a Eminem clone, it's like...
I'm fucking with you.
I don't care about. Wait. Hold on.
Hello and welcome back to Niche Tea, where we talk about drama happening in communities you may.
Good. I'm trying to see what I have here that I. Where's that other video I watched by that other dude? Oh yeah. Press me. Let's see what it shows. Oh, why has he not done a new video yet? Damn, man.
Dictators are some real freaky fellas.
What the f does that even mean?
They lie.
Do you have nuclear weapons?
What was the question?
Cheat, steal, and yes, occasionally eat people. So today, let's talk about some of the weirdest, wildest, and most inhumane things that these terrible totalitarians have got up to, starting with Fidel Castro. Some dictators use their immense godlike power for women, wealth, and warfare. And others just, well, they just really want some milk.
He needs some milk.
And the former dictator of Cuba, Fidel Castro, fell into the latter camp. And probably the former also, but milk as well. He was a milky boy, certified. And you'd be very well aware of just how milky this boy was. In fact, if you've ever seen this masterpiece of a video from top-tier YouTuber Sam O'Nella, that I will absolutely be using clips and info from throughout this segment, so please don't hurt me, Sam. I love you, okay? Please acknowledge my existence already. I can't keep making new emails to spam you with anymore. Castro was what you could call a maniacal milk maniac, a devious dairy dictator, a cow juice connoisseur of the highest order, and he used his power over the Caribbean nation of Cuba to try and achieve some pretty lofty lactose-based goals. Castro appears to have always had this almost fetish-like fascination with the good white stuff. No, not that white stuff, okay? He wasn't dictator of Colombia. I mean this white stuff. Milk. Long before Castro seized power over Cuba and became a dairy-loving dictator, he was just a humble, dairy-loving communist guerrilla resistance fighter, and his loyal supporters within Cuba, being well aware of the bearded Batista haters' proclivity for all things dairy, would send an ice cream cake to Castro every year on his birthday while he was fighting the Cuban capitalists deep within the jungle. How did the ice cream cake not turn into an ice cream puddle from melting in the tropical Caribbean jungles that Castro was fighting in? Well, there's actually a very interesting answer to that question, I would assume. I don't actually know how the hell they did that. If you do, for some reason, know that very specific information, please let me know down in the comments. I'm sure it's necessary. Once Castro did seize power through a siege on Havana, he celebrated in his customary fashion with a nice, hearty milkshake, something that he loved almost as much as his famous cigars. So, naturally, the CIA tried numerous times to poison his very frequently consumed milkshakes, and naturally, failed at this task every single goddamn time, given that they are, well, okay, let me put it this way. If killing Fidel Castro was football, the CIA would be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, okay? They suck so f***ing hard at that, not limiting his dairy desires to just standard milk and shaked milk. Castro was also an avid consumer of iced cream, and once reportedly ate 18 scoops of the stuff in one sitting, which is more than 2 full pints, and he did this after already having finished a full meal. So, I don't know if the diabetes fairy was just really rooting for Fidel's particular goals toward a Caribbean communist utopia or what, but for whatever reason, she did spare him from immediately going into an insulin coma like any normal person would in that situation. Castro enjoyed ice cream so much, in fact, that he created an entire ice cream complex called Copelia that took up an entire city block and has been described as, quote, Cuba's communist ice cream cathedral because of its immense size and intricate architecture, which definitely stands out against the, well, rest of Cuba. Now, not only did Castro enjoy milk, shaked milk, and icy milk-based cream, he also enjoyed the solid, savory milk that the U.S. government stores 1.3 billion pounds of in underground caves cheese. Castro was so fond of Cuban cheese, in fact, that he once boasted it was better than that of the nation that's famous for literally 3 things. And cheese is one of them. It's sex, wine, and cheese, which is, of course, the very stinky nation of France. All right, now that I think about it, I guess we can throw in, being stinky, striped shirts, and eating frogs to that list. But cheese is... France has good cheese, okay? It's a well-known fact, certainly more so than Cuba. When Castro was once hosting a French diplomat in the country, he offered the stinky Frenchman some similarly stinky Cuban-made camembert cheese, and the Frenchman was actually quite impressed with this, saying, well, you know what, I'll just let Sam speak on this one directly.
So, I don't know, I just found a video about dictators. See if this one's good or not. Maybe. I don't fucking. Yeah, fuck it.
French guy was like, hey, not bad. It's almost as good as the French kind. Try it again. I think you'll find it's even better than the French. Alright, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, I consumed enough of that other lady's videos today.
I'm sorry, are you disrespecting my cheese? In my house? On my island? No, I mean, it's good. I just said the French kind is better. Maybe if you froggy f***s bathed once in a while, you'd be able to taste the cheese instead of your own B.O. Listen, you've got your cigars, we've got our cheese, live with it. Fine. Fuck him, it's good cheese.
But to produce all of that glorious Cuban camembert cheese, Castro still needs...
I'm out. Hold on. Alright, sorry about that. Is that new? This one right... What? Never seen that huge. Is that new? Or is that like a really, really fucking old one? Is it? What is it called? Wait, really? No, that is not Punksky. No, that is not Punksky. No, that is not a Punksky. Nope. That is not Punksky. I can tell you because this is Punksky. Let's see. Look, that cat has goggles. This is Punksky. What the fuck is that? See? That is not Punksky. It might be new or it's like a really old one. Also, I didn't know you could have booth history now. I know they might have added that, but I didn't know.
Needed milk, and a whole lot of it, in fact, to feed his insatiable dairy death drive. But Castro, he had a bit of a problem in that domain, as while Cuba did have cows, they weren't exactly the top-tier mommy milkers that Castro would have hoped for. You see, Cuba had two...
How I manually grind it? Yeah. The top 3 accounts I didn't cheat. Why would I cheat? I've never gotten banned for cheating. Do I really not have more booth slot vouchers? Oh no, I had a cheat. No, don't get it twisted. I cheated. Literally, I had a cheat that would teleport me across the map and make me fly. Okay, trust, I cheated. No. No, I used the cheat client. That would literally have me floating above. What do you want? You just go on a tangent, buddy. I didn't macro, I cheated. Hey, you stank cheater.
Varieties of cow at this time. The Lorenas.
But like, no, on my first account, like I said, my first account, I've been playing the game. I played the game whenever it first came out, and whenever I got back into it, the max rank was 15 or 16. So all right. Does anybody have any? No. When you went live that one day, you're typing something else. What are you talking about? Oh. I guess so. Oh yeah. I don't care what anyone said. I enjoyed the Backrooms event because instead of like, you know, like I said, instead of just sitting down the entire time doing nothing, it actively had us like searching, which I thought was very fun. I don't care what anyone. That shit was awesome sauce. I liked the event. I don't care. Please don't say that's okay. Oh, I did. Probably because you didn't do the glitch where you could spawn in a hoverboard in the Backrooms. Probably why. I was essentially a noob then too, don't worry. I mean, I wasn't a noob fully, but like, I was definitely, you know, I still didn't really get the game at that point. I just know I had good items, and the AFK, I didn't really know what else to do. Alright, first it smelled like pizza, now it smells like burgers. What the fuck's going on in that kitchen? Oh, nice. Thank you for letting me... Thank you for saying put in a diamond amount and then just closing out the menu. Certified banger you got going on. Alright, what else did I have to sell? I don't think that's... I think that's it. Time being. Shit. I assume that's good. Not really too sure, to be honest. Keep this like this, and oh, hell no. Hell no. Apparently you can use keybinds here. Hell no. Started.
Introduced from Spain during their rule over the country, and zebus, which came over from India somehow, and have a very funny name that I like to say, zebu, zebu, zebu. It's fun. Now, both of these varieties of cow were well equipped to handle the hot, humid Cuban climate, but not exactly equipped to handle the hot, humid Cuban dick.
I need to, That thing is, I can't even buy shit I need right now because I gotta buy goddamn 2 super magnet books for the gay ass account.
Dictators lust for their luscious udder juice, which is to say that they didn't produce much milk at all compared to other varieties of cow, and were mainly bred for their meat. On the flip side, the classic white and black spotted cows that everyone pictures in their heads when they think cow, known as Holsteins, are total milk-making machines, just absolute dairy-dumping units. And even though they are mostly bred for cold weather, Castro thought, you know what, f*** nature, okay, I want milkshake, and imported thousands of Holsteins from Canada, of all places. Now, while Canada and Cuba both start with C, I think that that's about as much as they have in common. They are not, when you think of Canada, you probably don't imagine warm, sunny beaches and impeccably tanned yet polite locals, okay? You think Seth Rogen, poutine, and most importantly in this context, snowy, cold weather. And Drake, I guess, but f*** that guy, Kendrick's winning.
Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably A minor.
So all of Castro's imported Canadian cows that were accustomed to cold weather and Tim Hortons show up in hot-ass Cuba and were kind of freaked the fuck out about experiencing sweat and seeing a brown person for the first time in their lives, and consequently were apparently too stressed out to produce milk in the volumes that Castro demanded. So obviously, the only solution here was to build an enormous, incredibly expensive...
My favorite thing about Twitter is just how rampant racism there is, because there's a, what is it? Somebody posted a video of like deer walking through like a majestic like little bit of pond in nature, just looking stunning and beautiful. The caption was, blacks would look at this and think about playing mumble crap. Like, how the fuck did you see something beautiful in nature and think black? How the fuck does that work?
Several acre large refrigerated AC warehouse to keep the cows at their preferred milk shooting temperature 24/7, which Castro then did. He did that. I don't know if that came off as a joke. He actually did that. He built that thing. But it turns out, shocker, cows also get kind of stressed out when they're forced to live in a giant chilly AC warehouse and never see the sun all day. So although they did start producing a bit more milk, it still was not near the amount that they pumped out in their natural Canadian habitat, and the difference certainly was not enough for Castro to keep shelling out the ridiculous amount of money that I imagine it takes to keep a giant space like that cold in fucking Cuba, so he had to scrap that idea too. Castro's next brilliant plan to get around this issue was to engage in a bit of bovine-based eugenics, and quickly got a team of scientists to embark on the valiant mission of crossbreeding these Canadian Holsteins with Cuba's native zebus, who were accustomed to the even more scorching Indian climate, to create a new, heat-hardy milk shooter the likes of which the world has never seen, one with the perfect mix of heat resistance and milk-making persistence. And this scientific effort actually paid off, with the Cuban smartmen eventually successfully producing the perfect cow, which Castro dubbed Ubre Blanca, or the white udder in English, which kind of sounds like some sort of superhero heifer maintaining justice on dairy farms across the tri-state area, but no, it was just a really good cow. The white udder was so good, in fact, that it actually broke several milk-making records, with its peak milk production capacity topping out at a whopping 29 gallons from this single cow in a single day. I like those numbers. And Castro certainly liked them too. I mean, this guy had gone through a lot of bullshit, no pun intended, to produce such a creature, and now that science had birthed this heat-resistant, milky freak into existence, he was absolutely over the moon. Again, no pun intended. And he straight up loved this thing like it was his own cow-shaped daughter. But to be fair, the guy actually just loved cows in general a lot. And this admiration for our fine bovine brethren eventually led to Castro asking those same scientists to do something unholy, mostly, but also pretty hilarious. You see, Castro wanted these smart-ass science fellas to find a way to create teacup cows of sorts, tiny little dog-sized cows that could be kept in people's apartments as pets. And when the scientists involved raised the very obvious problems with this whole spitting in the face of God to create a freak of nature mini cow and then keeping it indoors in an apartment business, Castro countered their concerns with the very sane and logical solution that people would just have to also grow grass indoors on their apartment floors for the cows to graze upon. So, needless to say, yeah, the Cuban government never produced any dog-sized mini cows that we know of, at least. I'm honestly still kind of holding out hope that they did, because that sounds fucking adorable. I love cows, and I would very much enjoy having a tiny one to keep my feet warm under the covers while I sleep before it hops up and eats my floor for breakfast. That does sound objectively dope as hell. But alas, no Cuban dog cows. But at least Castro would still have his beloved Ubre Blanca, the white udder, who, despite not being the size of a dog, he and the Cuban people still adored to an almost comical level. Updates on the white udder's health status and general cow escapades were frequently ran in Cuban newspapers, and when the thing eventually did do what cows do sometimes and straight up fucking died in 1985, Castro commissioned a giant marble statue to be built in her likeness. Unfortunately, Ubre Blanca was kind of a genetic anomaly, a freak of nature in her own right. Not so much as a dog-sized cow, but this one actually existed, that the Cuban scientists were never actually able to replicate, and thus the cow died before getting to breed, dickless and black-pilled, and Castro actually had her DNA harvested after death to attempt to literally clone new magnificent milkmaids in her heavenly likeness. This, though, much like those teeny-weeny dog cows, never came to fruition either, and Castro later died, never getting to see his dream of a cheese-encrusted Cuba with milk rivers flowing down the ice cream mountains into the milkshake lakes fulfilled. Truly a tragedy of cow-sized proportions. And you know what else is a tragedy? Well, everything else in this video, really. If I'm being honest, that was definitely as tame and lighthearted as we are going to get in this one, folks. It is kind of hard to get sillier than a communist dictator being more concerned about dairy products than a secret shadow government entity known as the CIA trying to assassinate him literally 600 times. But it's really going to get pretty f***ing grim from here on out, so just prepare yourself for Jean Bedel Bokassa. Jean Bedel Bokassa was the leader of the Central African Republic from 1966 to 1979, and is also known as the Butcher of Bangui, which is always a good sign when somebody somehow earns the Butcher of a place.
Oh, whoops. Nope.
As a title for themselves, that's always a sign of good, wholesome, family-friendly activities there. Bokassa was also known as the Mad Emperor of Africa, and that title is not metaphorical, as you'll see in a second. Born in 1921 in the, at the time, French-controlled colonial state that was French Equatorial Africa, Bokassa was one of 12 children of a local village chieftain who, given that he popped out 12 little chicklets, clearly got From the very beginning, Bokassa enjoyed a very calm, nurturing, uneventful childhood, and at the age of 6, witnessed his father being beaten to death by a French colonial company's militia, and then, to add to the very chill vibes of that event, his mother then committed self-die a week later in response to, well, also witnessing her husband be beaten to death by the French in the village square. So Bokassa, now an orphan, then fell into a deep pit of bats and emerged to fight crime soon afterward. No, that's Spider-Man's origin story, I think. Bokassa was actually sent to stay at a Christian school/orphanage run by, who I assume were definitely Bokassa's favorite people in the world at that point, the French colonial powers. It was at this orphanage that Bokassa became fond of a grammar book written by one Jean Bedel, and his teachers quickly took this as an excuse to give him a more pronounceable name for their stinky French mouths to utter than his original African one, Jean Bedel Bokassa. So the guy's just lucky he didn't read any books by Dick Wolf, or that could have ended up a lot more unfortunately for him. Although I would really have liked to see a Dr. Seuss Bokassa.
Something I want to show you. Something magical and full of...
I'm gonna say this, and I mean it with 100% sincerity. The Cat in the Hat movie is the best book-to-movie adaptation ever. And I will stand on that. I remember watching that shit when I was like 10. Or like 11 or 12. And it was the funniest fucking movie ever when I first saw it. And I remember I watched it a couple years ago. That shit is still fucking funny. I don't know. Like, obviously, it's not 100% like... I remember the last time I watched it was when I was with my last girlfriend. And we ended up fucking during the movie, and I purposely reminded it because I'm like, I gotta watch it. It's so fucking funny. Because it has nothing to do with anything in any Cat in the Hat book. And they clearly, like, watching it, it's so clear they wanted, like, it was not supposed to be a PG movie. And I don't understand how it's a PG movie. It was clearly a PG-13. But that shit was so fucking funny. And Mike Myers, I think that's who it is. He's fucking incredible. Love him.
Wonder.
or like an R.L. Stein Bokassa. The guy was just born too early. He really missed out there.
The amount of times he tried killing people in the movie was so fucking funny. I'm like, this is supposed to be Cat in the Hat. I'm glad Dr. Seuss died because I would not have approved of this movie.
After completing his good Christian school career, Bokassa joined the French army, which, again, sure, that was super fun working with those fellas. That I'm sure he definitely totally did not harbor some sort of immense grudge against them at all. I could definitely see like a friendly fire private pile situation occurring there, but he actually just fought the Nazis with them instead.
My mother done told me. Stay higher.
Which is one of the only respectable activities that we are going to see from this guy in this story. So just go ahead and soak that in now. After World War II was over and the remains of that special angry German leader's head had been fully scrubbed off the walls of his bunker, Picasso was then sent to Vietnam to fight in the First Indochina War.
You know, there's lots of things you expect in war. Carnage, the sleepless nights. But what they don't prepare you for is the incessant use of Fortunate Son.
Where he soon followed in the footsteps of many a Fortunate Son blasting American soldier in the 1960s and impregnated a 17-year-old Vietnamese girl who he then married and promptly abandoned with their child as he, quote,
No, that shit's funny because I found out recently that there's a Vietnamese website that has specifically been helping recently in finding or linking ancestors. I think like 50,000 so far. Dads that went and fucked a Vietnamese woman or raped them, then just left. Now find out they have a kid over there. How much of a piece of shit they were to their families.
Believed he would be sent back for another tour of duty in the area soon anyway. Which, yeah, no, sure. Definitely. That definitely tracks. Totally not a convenient excuse to ditch your Vietnamese child wife and her Vietnamese child. Yeah, babe, I'll be back soon. Just gotta pick up some milk and cigarettes in Africa real quick. It'll take like 2 seconds, don't worry. Picasso eventually did return to his homeland in the 1960s, and by this point, his proud nation had successfully bucked French rule and turned into the now independent Central African Republic. And Picasso found himself in the very fortunate position of being a cousin to the sitting president of the Republic at the time, David Dachau, which, a badass name, by the way. Really fun to say. David Dachau. David Dachau. It's fun. Gonna add that to my vocal warm-ups as well. So, given that Picasso had spent the last couple of decades fighting Nazis and impregnating Vietnamese teenagers like a true war hero, Dachau, in a move that definitely didn't involve an ounce of nepotism in any way, shape, or form. What are you talking about? That'd be crazy. You're crazy. Decided that Picasso would be the perfect candidate to build the new nation's military from the ground up, and he eventually became commander-in-chief of the entire country's armed forces. In his new position, Picasso acted like kind of a quirked-up colonel, frequently appearing in public wearing a comical amount of medals and intentionally sitting next to Dachau any chance he could in order to flex his big ol' politically connected penis on all the pores.
Look at these fucking poor pieces of shit. Ugh. So much better than that. Don't stand next to me. Dude. I dare you to try to come up from coach and use the first class bathroom when I'm there. I'll put my hand on your chest, okay? There's a pig trough in the back. That's for you guys.
And this act in particular apparently really pissed off a guy who sounds like he'd be very fun at parties, the African Republic's chief of protocol, as it was, quote, not the correct order of seating at presidential tables. Dachau himself, however, didn't think much of all Picasso's quirked-up behavior. He actually found it pretty amusing, apparently, and appeared to see his cousin as a bit of a hapless, jarhead idiot who wouldn't hurt a fly. This opinion was reflected in Dachau's response toward a lot of people in his government, telling him to be careful with how much power he was giving to his cousin. You see, Africa is not exactly known for its frequent, peaceful, democratic transitions of power, but despite many of his colleagues' warnings, Dachau was patently unworried about his cousin forcibly stealing power from him in a coup, once stating at an official public dinner, quote, Colonel Picasso only wants to collect medals, and he's too stupid to pull off a coup. So Picasso then pulled off a coup in 1965.
I'm gonna be honest, they have to... I don't give a fuck, it's been like centuries. They gotta pronounce that word. I'm sorry. C-O-U-P is not coup. Fuck that.
And forcibly stole power over the country from his cousin Dachau. Who in the world could have possibly seen this coming? After after seizing power and promptly promising the citizens of the Republic a, quote, new era of equality for all Central Africans, he immediately pulled a classic dictator W and dissolved both the country's constitution and their version of parliament, which he referred to as a, quote, lifeless organ no longer representing the people, even though I believe that's literally their job, is to represent the people. But then again, the U.S. House of Representatives, not very representative either, so I kind of get it. Bokassa then valiantly embarked on his new era of equality by brutally cracking down on the nation's unemployed, forcing all men and women between the ages of 18 and 55 to prove that they had jobs to avoid being fined or thrown in prison. Always a great way to keep somebody having a job, to throw them in prison. I mean, it works for us. He also banned begging on the streets, banned all live music unless performed at night or on weekends, which was enforced by what sounds like a pretty solid 80s punk band, the Morality Brigade, that would patrol the country's bars and dance halls to make sure that no one was pulling a foot loose. And he also started punishing petty theft by cutting people's ears off. So, justice is blind. More like justice is deaf, right? Right. Bokassa then instituted a new revolutionary financial policy with the country's funds called fucking stealing all of it, using it to build himself a new lavish palace just outside the capital, as well as his own personal zoo full of exotic animals, where he apparently fed his political enemies to his many lions and alligators. Which, I mean, honestly, decent way to save money on the zoo food. That's good protein for those fellas. He was just giving them some enrichment, you know, truly a caring pet owner right there. Now, if you've ever hung out with a liberal or a vegan for any extended period of time, you may have heard of special dietary restrictions. Well, Bokassa had some very special dietary additions, let's say, with a French magazine around this time exposing Bokassa's quirky little eating habits by showing photographs of human bodies hanging in a giant walk-in freezer of Bokassa's, apparently ready to be butchered and stored for Bokassa to have easy access to a little human-flavored protein pack snack. Yeah, the dude fucking ate people. Pretty neat stuff. Bokassa not only hogged all of this human meat to himself, though. No, that would be very ungenerous and rude. He was also rumored to have fed parts of these human bodies to unsuspecting dignitaries and officials whenever they visited his palace. So that's, man, Hannibal Lecter moment for sure right there. So at first, Bokassa kept up appearances that this was just a standard temporary transfer of power, really in the public's best interest in every way, and that elections would be held in the future, until 1972, when he revealed that he had actually had his fingers crossed behind his back that whole time. Crossies doesn't count! And declared himself president for life. Bokassa wasn't quite satisfied with just being president for life, though. No, that just didn't have the right ring to it, I guess. So, in 1976, he decided to throw a little update patch on the Central African Republic to reboot the nation as the new Central African Empire, with Bokassa as its new emperor, now officially referred to as His Imperial Majesty Bokassa I, Apostle of Peace and Servant of Jesus Christ, Emperor and Marshal of Central Africa. Bokassa then threw a very chill, low-key, laid-back coronation for himself, which only cost $110 million of the poverty-stricken African nation's taxpayer money when adjusted for inflation. Yeah. No, this thing was fancier than a Fabergé egg covered in caviar and ambergris sitting in a gold-plated private jet on its way to Dubai. Okay, shit was crazy. I will adjust any costs involved here from 1976 money to 2024 dollars, just to give you a better idea of just how hard this motherfucker balled the hell out on celebrating declaring himself a modern-day emperor of Africa during this coronation, which Bokassa had specifically designed to emulate the imperial coronation of Napoleon in France in 1804. Just with a lot more Mercedes-Benz. 60 brand spanking new Mercedes-Benz, to be exact, which he had flown in from Germany, which cost $165,000, adjusted for inflation, just for the air freight delivery charges. That is not even including the actual price of the cars. Bokassa had all of these luxurious rides sent in to shuttle around the numerous foreign leaders that he had invited to this event. But he may have jumped the gun just a bit there, as literally none of said foreign leaders actually showed up to the ceremony. Not a one. As they all considered it needlessly extravagant, somewhat grotesque, and, well, frankly, insane. Apparently, at this point, many people both inside and out of the new Central African Empire considered Bokassa to be literally insane. Which, I mean, yeah, the guy is making himself emperor and is well known to eat and serve cooked human flesh. So yeah, it all seemed just a bit kooky. This imperial coronation took place at Jean Bedel Bokassa Stadium, which was located across from Jean Bedel Bokassa University, which sat on Bokassa Avenue, and celebrated not only Bokassa's rise to emperor, but also his wife's rise to empress. Yeah, this guy, really a true gentleman there, a real family man. So kind and humble of him to include his beloved wife in all this. Well, his favorite wife, Catherine, that is. His other 16 wives and Herculean amount of mistresses, who he is thought to have fathered over 100 children with cumulatively, were not recognized at this event. Yeah, I know, guy must have been a Mormon or something. He definitely got the very same 200-year-old French artisan group that had fashioned the actual coronation outfit for Napoleon himself was called in to create Bokassa's clothing for the event, as well as for Caroline, his favorite wife, now turned empress. Bokassa also had 30 French artisans design him a gold-plated throne to replicate that used at the...
Also, allegedly, without books, the last area, nobody is getting, or no chests are spawning. Kind of noticed that as well.
Coronation of Napoleon, which cost more than $11 million adjusted for inflation, and the jewelry bill for this event, also adjusted, was nearly $28 million. Just on some f***ing bling. Man, Drake would be impressed. Fuck that guy, though. Kendrick's winning.
Minor.
Bokassa also had 28,000 bottles of champagne flown in from Champagne, France, but that was not the only rarely consumed item that he served his...
Hold on, I need to go use the restroom. I'm back, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it for now, because I'm getting kind of tired. Anyway, see you guys tomorrow.